Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round number 6 of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. This is the Dunlop Southwick GP, and we are sitting on the line for our first race of the day. The Minis, the Pee-wees, going to get the party started for us here in beautiful Southwick, Massachusetts. Southwick, even the toughest fools pucker when they hear the name. If you want to find out what you're made of, how much work you've been putting in, and whether it's enough, you come to a place like Southwick. As you can see right now, the crew here at JDay and the Wick have done a fantastic job of manicuring this incredible course for a great day of racing. One of the biggest turnouts that I've seen here for JDay in 2026, and it's easy to see why. What an incredible location. If you've been following us on social media leading up to this week, Mother Nature been throwing her name in the mix as well, giving us a little bit of rain. So a big shout out to both the JDay staff as well as the staff here at Southwick for being able to adjust on the fly, making the decision that's best for the track and best for racing here today. And it looks like they have done exactly what they've needed to do, as we have got our riders sitting on the line right now for race number 1. Got some familiar names and then seeing a lot of new number plates sitting on the line here today. This is what I like to see. Southwick and the Massachusetts area, of course, no strangers to JDay. We were back here for our first ever live broadcast with JDay Offroad. I believe it was last year for the grand finale right here at Southwick. So excited to be back here once again at the Wick. My first time here on the site, and man, let me tell you, I thought the movies and the videos that I've seen from the Wick were impressive enough. You actually get out here, you see the how big the track is, and man, this place is absolutely exceptional. As are our young racers taking off. Here we go. Green flag has flown. The first race of the day underway, and we are officially live here for round number 6. All right, here we go. Pee-wees off and rolling. We will give you guys a look here. Michael Kimichowski leading the way in points out of your Pee-wee senior class here for race number 1. Of course, if you guys have not already, make sure you're following us on social media as well at JDay Offroad to keep track of the race order, the race format, as well as all of the exciting information that we've got coming up here as we start to work our way to the end of 2026. Crazy to believe 2026 already starting to come towards a close. We'll be on the lookout for some 2027 announcements, all kinds of great stuff in the works. Big shout out to like I said, Ethan, Adam, everybody involved, not only with the broadcast, but with the series, and excited for what the future holds as race number 1 off and rolling. Row 1 was our Pee-wee senior class. Pee-wee Trail Rider taking off in row number 2. Pee-wee Electric and Pee-wee Bantam, I believe, getting ready to go off. Look at the lineup of Little Rippers we've got sitting, and then Pee-wee Squirt and Pee-wee Girls. This may actually be our Pee-wee Squirt class. No, we still got 1 row to go. So that was our Electric and Bantam class taking off right there, and then we'll have Pee-wee Squirt and Pee-wee Girls coming up next. So love the format that we've got out here at JDay. This is one of the things that is most unique about JDay compared to a lot of the other forms of racing and other disciplines that we've covered here live on Racer TV. But 40-minute moto here for our Pee-wees. Yes, you heard that correct. It was just a couple of weeks ago that Jet Lawrence and Hayden Deegan were doing 30-minute motos. Now, they did have 2 of them, but our Pee-wees here, they're little studs. There's no other way to put it. So they're going to do 40 minutes of battle to kick off our day, and that is going to be their one and done. They're going to put in the work. They're going to do a nice long moto, and they're going to enjoy the rest of their day here at the Wick. Meanwhile, for the rest of the crew moving forward after this race, it'll be a 2-moto format, 30 minutes each. And, man, have we seen some incredible switch-ups between Moto 1 to Moto 2. But, man, as far as the Pee-wee goes, we talk a lot about these young riders. The consistency on the micro side of things, not always as consistent. I don't really think that's a surprise. There's a lot of simple mistakes, a lot of little things that often cause problems. But, man, here in 2026, it has been really impressive to see the consistency in these Pee-wee classes, especially, like I said, Kimichowski and so many of these other riders really excited to try to put together a full series. There's such a difference between being able to be a race winner, being able to put on some good rides here season there versus being able to be a series champion. And that is something that JDay has really helped kind of foster, is that mentality of, man, you got to be able to last the season. You want to be the one holding up the trophy at the banquet at the end of the year, not just holding the trophy up for one race and then, you know, a DNF here or a DNF there. So as you can see, our Pee Wee Rippers making their way through. Ethan and the crew once again doing a fantastic job of building this course out, man. I haven't gotten to check out as much as I'd like to. One of these days, maybe I'm going to swing a leg back over a bike and actually ride around and really get to scope these things out. But, man, just a little bit that I was able to walk before we were able to go live, it's fantastic. And like I've heard from some of our riders talking in the pits, what I love about Southwick is we're going to get about 2 to 3 different tracks throughout the day here today, right? So we're going to have what we've got right now, which is this is the highway, right? Highway 338. It is wide open, smooth sand sailing. This is, for some people, the prime. This is what they're looking for. But then we're going to start to have a little bit of that personality, a little bit of that character like we talk about here at Southwick. And it's going to gradually deteriorate more and more throughout the day, especially as these riders and the bikes start to get bigger. The aggression of the riding style gets stronger. But, man, like I said, the technicality and consistency our riders are showing is, looks like our first rider making his way through the Yamaha finish line. We saw him through that FMF Extreme section, making some quick work of it. See the number 7 out there on the blue crew ride. Oh, what a save there. Already had the handoff before the crash was even done on the Honda machine. And then one of the P-dubs, he's going skiing. Look at that. Got the feet out. Little sand skiing action there. Not sand surfing. No problems, though. And once again, like I said, some rain has come in through the week. Obviously, the sand does a great job of being able to absorb that, but it doesn't happen without a fantastic crew continuing to work it in, massage the sand, help make this course what it is right now. So cannot stress enough how much we have to give the appreciation to the staff here, not only at JDay, but at Southwick itself as well. Looked like that might have been the 196 of Crew Hopkins I just saw blast by. And there goes the 221 ride. That could be one of our new faces that we're seeing out here today. Like I said, a packed parking lot, a huge turnout, and exactly what we were hoping to see here for round number 6, the Dunlop Southwick GP. And speaking of Dunlop, I can't think of a much better sponsor, or title sponsor, I should say, here for round number 6. When it comes to getting the little secrets, the little differences that can make or break your race, something like a good set of Dunlop tires could do just that. So here we see our infamous FMF Extreme section. Looks like number 7 right there, having a little bit of problems. Got hung up on the log, but all in all, look at this. Now, side-by-side rider, and I'm assuming that's Dad, running right alongside. My father has told me he doesn't think he's ever been in better shape than he was when I was riding a 50. Looks like Dad might have called it early here in the Extreme section. He's walking back, and I'm just assuming. That might just be a dedicated race fan right there. But now there is a go-around line, as you can see by our number 56 rider right there. It is not a mandatory line through that Extreme section. I know a lot of riders and a lot of people maybe a little intimidated by the Extreme section, and certainly understandable so. I know it's claimed me a time, all right, I'll admit it, but at the end of the day, it is one of those things where the go-around line going to cost you a couple seconds, right? They do a great job of making it to where it is a bit more costly time-wise, but if you're really not confident, if you're really not sure about that Extreme section, it is an option for you to go around it. So great job there by the JDay staff, of course, for once again giving us a great option line. As you see some of our younger rippers saying, I'm not quite willing to risk it here, at least not on lap number 1. There goes the 127 making his way through. Checking out our point standings here in some of our different classes. It's Jax Lukska on the number 514 KTM leading the way out of our Pee Wee Bantam class, so we'll be on the lookout for him. There goes the number 7 KTM ride, while meanwhile it looks like that's a 35, maybe a 354. Having some problems getting that machine restarted after giving the Extreme section an attempt. One of our safety riders there on site ready to help out. There is another 56, or was that the same one? I'm not 100% sure here. Whoever it is, that 56 is looking good through the Kurt Caselli 66 Pro line here. The KC 66 Pro line, one of the most talked about spots at our last round, and this has been another one. I would say the Extreme section and that Kurt Caselli line has really been an interesting spot throughout the 2026 season, even when it's not. There goes Hopkins on the 196, the 28 getting a little bit of help, 221 coming up behind. But I really think it is impressive to see the way some of these riders. It's so funny. There's a couple of these kids I recognize from round one. They didn't want anything to do with that extreme section. Extremely not interested. Meanwhile, you get here to round 6. Crazy to believe that we're already this far into the 2026 season, and some of these kids have decided, wait a second, I've got what it takes. I know how to get this job done, and they are every single lap consistently hitting that extreme section like it's no big deal at all. So really impressive to see what our riders are capable of. As we take a look now, one lap in the books, and it's Crew Hopkins leading the way on the overall charts. Nathan Salgado maybe, on the 221. We caught a glimpse of him a little bit earlier. Joey Ford in that number 3 spot, and then Kim Mikowski back there in the number 4 ride with Ethan Clark rounding out the top 5. We're on board behind the number 56 on our Fox FPV drone, one of the favorite views of JDay right here. If you ever wanted to know what it's like to eat a handful of roost, here we go, a little alternate line action. Can't make a pass if you follow here. Ian Howes, our FPV drone operator, doing a great job as we are flying through, buzzing the trees here. And looks like 56 coming up on just a little bit of lap traffic. Taking a look at the backside of that top 10, it is Peter Allegro, Liam Stewart, Benjamin Kelly, not Ben Kelly, not our Ben Kelly from GNCC, but Benjamin Kelly on the 608. Might grow up to be the next Ben Kelly. PK did a little bit of JDay racing back in his amateur days as well. Archer Angwin, and looks like Ryder Perkins. Going to round out that top 10. Judson Phelps is leading the way out of Pee Wee Electric. Henry Garner on the 818 leads the way out of our Pee Wee Squirt class. And then take a look. Benjamin Kelly, he's taking after BK, though, in that Pee Wee Bantam class. The 608 out front leading the way. And then Crew Hopkins getting the job done at the moment for our Pee Wee Senior class. So a solid run right now. Leighton Clark out there in our Trail Rider Pee Wee class doing a great job as well on the 767. And then how about Charlie Ferreira, I believe is how you say that last name. I apologize. On the 241 leading for our Pee Wee girls class. A solid turnout for the young ladies as well. Love to see it. Oh, no, okay, I saw a bike and no rider next to it. I got worried. But one of our safety riders once again doing a great job of taking care of our younger rippers, making sure they can make their way around. We once again want to welcome you all here live on RacerTV.com. My name is Zach Herron, excited to be covering the action for you here today as we have been all season long. And I'm running solo here in the announcer's tower here today, so excited to be bringing all of the action and excited to see you all enjoying here on Racer TV as well. I'll be keeping an eye on the Racer TV chat throughout the day as well. Not something that we get to do a ton, but going to try to do a little bit more of that here today and maybe moving forward here, at least with the JDay broadcast. If you guys have any questions, anything like that, appropriate questions, obviously. Don't ask what I had for breakfast. But if you guys have any questions about the racing, about the track, or anything like that, feel free to throw it in that Racer TV chat, and I'll be scrolling through there when I can and try to answer some of those questions for you. Or if you got any information about any of our riders, maybe you're a grandmother or a friend of one of our riders on screen, and if you got a little tidbit of information, let me know. Don't make anything up, though, okay? I can't fact check you here on site. So take a look at this, though. Once again, a big shout out to the mud fleas at GNCC, maybe sand fleas here at Southwick, but whoever our helpers are throughout the course, whether it's our safety riders. As you can see, one person right there, not sure if they are with that rider or whether they're just trying to be a good Samaritan, but everybody here at JDay, a big family, very similar to how we see in many different disciplines of racing. And at the end of the day, they're all here to take care of each other. So big shout out to them. We take a look at the TBT Racing live drone. Our eyes in the sky here, giving us an oversight view. And like I said, I absolutely love the way this parking lot is looking. It is packed to the gills. The Wick is wicked packed right now. As there goes the 717, PW50 making his way through. There goes the 127 ride. That might have been Ryder Perkins rounding out our top 10 overall for the moment. The 25 having a little bit of issues, getting passed by a couple of our riders. You can see we got 18 photos in the house there in the neon vest. I know she made some announcements on social media as well. I believe hooking some folks up with some photos and got some cool stuff going on as well. So make sure you check all of her stuff out. 18 photos, like I said, on social media. She does a great job here at JDay and has for quite some time now. Back to the 221, Nathan Salgado on the KTM through the KC66 Pro line and headed back up the hillside. Man, looking fantastic there on that one. Oh, meanwhile, one rider. Momentum, the name of the game here in this one. Whoa, that went for a high side. The 521 saves it. Ooh, that could have been for a ride. I do see Jax Luxka back there in the number 3 spot in that Pee Wee Bantam class. Trying to see, it was Cruz Mateo, I believe, that we were following along with on the 56 a little bit earlier. And here comes the 127. That's Ryder Perkins now in the number 9 spot. Mateo actually taking over the final spot inside the top 10. So a little bit of adjusting going on here for timing and scoring as our riders continue to work their way through the Yamaha finish line. Another lap in the books here. There goes the 755 ride. Looks like Wade DeQuette, I believe, now jumping up a spot as well. There goes the 617. That is Kimichowski on the Yamaha. And then there is Luxka on the 514, the number 8, not far behind as well. Now, the number on the helmet will not always match the number on the bike, so you guys got to bear with me here. I got to call it like I see it, and bike numbers are a lot bigger. So look at this, though. Shout out to, I'm going to say Pops or the mechanic, whoever we got here helping the number 28. Went through the extreme section, and a little bit of assistance. Nothing to it. Pops probably could have just backpacked the bike and just walked through it, but, you know, that's whatever. We'll see whether or not he sends Little Man through that section again on the next lap. Oh, we got another one running. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, good commitment there from the number 7. Little squirrely, feet off the pegs, but no worries. Dad, look at this, side-by-side, going to lighten that front end up, launches Little Man into the air. Now it is both rider and dad side by side. Oh, one rider, little heavy on the front end there. You got to lift the front before you hit the logs. Trust me, I've learned it the hard way. And Little Man went flying, feet over top of the helmet. That is not what you want to see by any stretch of the imagination, but that's why they call it the extreme section, folks. You got to be extremely careful every single lap. Don't think I'm just talking about the sand going to start to recreate itself throughout the day as well. The FMF Extreme section continues to morph and change throughout the day as the ruts start to get deeper. Especially you start to get a couple of those big bikes. Some of our pro riders get out there and grab a handful, and they basically blow the whole section apart. So, like I said, that thing could look totally different by the time we get there this afternoon. Meanwhile, jumping back on board with our Fox FPV drone circulating through the Wick. Once again, so excited to be back here in Southwick, Massachusetts for the Dunlop Southwick GP. Round number 6 of the 2026 season. And if you guys have not already, if you're just happening to scroll on Racer TV, wanting to see what all the hubbub is about, I highly encourage you. JDay Offroad on social media. Go to JDay Offroad's website as well for any race information. We still do have 2 rounds to go after this weekend, our double header weekend out at Unadilla, and we are back Dilla racing, baby. I have not been there in a couple of years. It's one of my favorite locations for racing in general, just so beautiful. And man, I've said it before. I was lucky enough to go back up there years ago when they had what was called the Verbadilla, when Verbmoto and JDay did a little partnering going on, and man, I was blown away. It's the first time I ever got to experience JDay in person, and man, it is so cool, and especially to be able to ride at a location as infamous as Unadilla. And that's another big draw. Oh, another rider. It's something about that last log. There's just not as much pop going up to it. We've seen multiple riders having issues. The 141, that's Archer Angwin up inside the top 10, running 8th overall last we saw. He gets over one of the logs now, but got that bike fired back up. Oh, and the same thing, 2 logs in a row. Oh, man, that's a tough one right there. Now, we'll see whether or not we'll be able to get a replay on that, but we can actually break down what happened there. You saw Archer did a great job, tried to lighten that front end up, but it's the timing. Those are the little minute details that start to separate our riders, understanding how to properly weight the motorcycle. And I do believe we've actually got that replay. Let's see if we can pull that back up. So Archer Angwin, you're going to see, you can see him almost press down on the motorcycle. So not this log right here, but watch this. So Archer going to have to refire the motorcycle, and watch as he's just about a tire away from going to that next log. Oh, man, just wasn't quite able to get the suspension back up, and unfortunately put him back on the ground. So tough luck, but as we know, these kids are absolutely as tough as they come, so I'm sure Archer already back up and rolling. All right. Taking a look back on the TBT Racing Live drone. And I can't quite tell who that is we're watching on board, but they are rolling at a high rate of speed, maybe the 127. Trying to see if I can recognize the graphics. I got a couple of my regulars here that I've been, queuing off of little color schemes and graphics kits, and they go and get a brand new graphics kit on me mid-season. So no stress, no stress. I get it, but now Fox FPV back on board behind the 385 ride. One of the tighter sections here. As you can see, back end dancing around just a little bit. Keeps that throttle wide open just like you got to do. Judson Phelps going to take over the lead out of our Pee Wee Electric class back there. Looks like Wade Duquette starting to make his way towards the front as well out of our Pee Wee Squirt on the 717. And then Ryder Perkins leads the way out of our Pee Wee Bantam class. Hopkins maintains the lead in Pee Wee Senior. So nice job here from our leaders, kind of starting to maintain things out and steady out just a little bit. Great way to check out the track here on the FPV drone, and you can already start to see some of those lines, some of the sand berms getting worked up. This is what we have talked about many, many times here with Southwick and even just sand in general. Obviously, I would consider the Club MX GP that we had a little bit earlier this season primarily sand as well, especially the one side of the track, doing a little multi-moto track excursion there. We had dual extreme sections at Club MX, but look at this, some hard charging headed to that Yamaha finish line. That's the 221 of Salgado. Now he is in a battle not only in class, but I believe in overall time as well. Going back the other way was Crew Hopkins on the 196. So that is 1 and 2 in the same drone shot here. We'll try to see the next time our pylon scrolls through whether or not these guys are in the same class or not. I don't. Yes, they are. Okay, so 1 and 2, both in the overall as well as in our Pee Wee Senior class, are going to work right now. It is Crew Hopkins, one of our regular names throughout the 2026 season, that is out front leading the way at the moment. We'll see whether or not the 221 ride, trying to track it down. Big shout out to Joey Ford back there on the 391 as well, holding down that third spot. Kimchowski and Ethan Clark still maintain your top 5 for the overall. Like we said, starting to get down towards the nitty-gritty, the meat and potatoes of the season, if you will. Oh, come on, that Honda rider. He's already had problems in that corner at one point. Looks like he might have gotten through that one clean and clear. Number 7 might have been Veronica Francis we just saw right there, looking solid through that section, though, really smooth. There is the 127 ride of Ryder Perkins. Going to try to work his way around some downed traffic. Archer Angwin not far behind. Good to see Archer back up and rolling. Lost a couple of spots, but still sitting inside that top 10 overall. There goes the 818 out of, I believe, one of our Pee Wee Squirt riders, if I'm not mistaken. At last I saw, I believe, sitting in that second place spot. So who knows, might have been a switch up there. And then there is Kimchowski on the 617. So a great shot right there of our riders making their way through. And, man, I tell you what else I'm seeing a ton of is line options here. This is really nice to see. Now, there is the 203 making their way through. That is Cody Altieri, sitting 10th out of that Pee Wee Senior class. Oh, one rider having some problems back there in the background. Almost coming together with a lap rider, and that is Hopkins. Oh my goodness, look at how far Hopkins has worked his way up. Kimachowski is not far ahead. A couple more of our sweep riders, and then there is the 221. So that is the gap, folks. The last 2 riders that came through besides our sweep riders are 1 and 2. Here right now, Crew Hopkins leads the way on the 196, but Nathan Salgado trying to track him down, and just about 24 minutes into this 40-minute long moto, and this is a one and done for our Pee Wee riders. Now, we will see a lot of these names throughout the day today, racing multiple classes. Big shout out to our man JJ from JDay, and as he likes to call them, the Ironmen of JDay, and absolutely deservingly so, getting out there for let's see, if you're doing one Pee Wee class at 40 minutes and then a 30-minute moto format for different classes, you are looking at, long and short of it, a ton of time on track. And a ton of time on any track is tough, but a ton of time on Southwick is brutal. As we see, looks like your leader, Hopkins, making his way towards the Yamaha finish line. Once again, one rider having some problems in that little chicane, but not Crew Hopkins. The Yamaha rider looking really, really solid. Going to sweep up the inside here and going to get an opportunity to probably see Nathan Salgado on the KTM. See whether or not Hopkins has stretched it out, and he has. So that was the 221 that just went by us going the other way, getting ready to hit that 180, but not the best lap for Salgado there. Loses just a little bit of time. Like we said, you can lose time all you want, but it is not over till the checkered flag flies. You can see the parents and mechanics, a lot of them choosing to hang here at the FMF Extreme section. 755, doing a little forward looking, 75 on the helmet. Solid out there. Shout out once again, Leighton Clark leading the way in class. Charlie Ferreira doing the same as well. Judson Phelps. And looks like still Wade DeQuette out front in that squirt class. So things are starting to kind of, I don't want to say settle in, but at this point we're several laps in, and looks like our Pee Wee riders starting to get a little bit of space between them. Now, I'm not seeing any kind of gaps that's indicated that this is over, folks. Don't get me wrong here. This is still far from over and still plenty of racing to go. And as we've seen time and time again, it's late in these races where you start to see some of these riders fading a little bit, some of these riders really charging towards the front. Back on board, Fox FPV trying to hang on to the back of Crew Hopkins, as he is ripping right now. I'm going to call him Motley Crew Hopkins here, taking a ride on the wild side right now, wide open through the sands of Southwick. The 912, giving a little glance back, making sure we don't have any surprises coming up. And looks like I got the 316 not far behind. And then there is number 7 on the bike once again. The number on the bike not always matching what the number is on the helmet. So we'll try to see if we can piece those together throughout the race. Oh, big group of riders almost coming together through that Yamaha finish line section. One little rider just doing the best they can, but the rest of the field on those more powerful machines trying to find a way around. Got to get creative here sometimes. And see a little bit of bar bang, a little revving action going on. Hey, buddy, I'm trying to make a pass here. Oh, now looking down at the machine. Where's that gear shifter at? Oh, there it is. As they get ready to dip back off into the woods. I like this section right here because I do feel like maybe not so much for our Pee Wee riders, but I can promise you that our pros and our big bike classes, they're going to be using this section to their advantage to gauge how much speed they're gaining or losing, try to see who's behind them, what's coming up on them. And so that's a really cool section, I think, that's going to help our riders a lot, kind of gauge where they're at, who they've got to battle with coming up. And especially if you're somebody trying to maybe charge from the back, right? You get a bad start or something like that. That's a huge opportunity for you to be able to do a little bit of sighting to see exactly who you've got to try to ride up on and what you got to do to get the pass done. All right, taking a look outside the studio, more riders working their way through that Yamaha finish line. Meanwhile, I believe that was the 514 we just saw on screen once again here at the Kurt Caselli 66 Pro line. One of our Yamaha riders having a little bit of trouble. Just trying to find neutral on that machine. Try to get the thing started back up. More riders working their way through. There goes the 221. Back with us once again. Salgado on the chase. Shout out to our ladies here at the Yamaha finish line, working hard for us. There we go. They know they're live. Big shout out. It takes a village out here at JDay at every one of these events. Man, I can't hand out enough thank yous, man. I tell you, it takes a ton to be able to get this done lap after lap, even for just one race. But man, you start putting together a whole series, and it is really something. So taking a look, our Luxon lap times from our last lap. Crew Hopkins continuing to push the pace. I mean, that tells the story right there. A 3:46, Salgado a 4:07. And then shout out Joey Ford. He's been a very quiet third place here today, but consistently sat in that third overall spot for quite some time now and running at a 4:31. But Kimichowski, this is what we talked about late in the race. We're going to find out who's got the grit, who's got the ability to really start pushing. A 4:27, so just about 4 seconds faster was Kimichowski than Joey Ford. So we'll see whether or not Ford's going to be able to pick the pace up. Obviously, a lot of these riders, they don't want to really go as hard as they can until they absolutely have to. So for somebody like a Ford, it might be time to hit that go button, as won't be long before Michael Kimichowski going to be sneaking up behind him, trying to make a pass for that third place spot. Nathan Salgado definitely got some time to try to make up. I don't know if I agree that time difference really shows the difference that we've seen physically on track. So maybe that was just a really bad lap for Salgado, maybe some problems in one of the sections or something like that. But man, he was a bit closer than that, I felt like. But it just goes to show anything can happen here. There goes the 127. Perkins. Seems like that kid is always on the attack. Anytime you catch him on camera, seems like he's up on the pegs, elbows up, grinding, just going. That's what it takes to get the job done here. And if I'm not mistaken, was leading his class last we saw. Jumping back on board, Crew Hopkins. The 196. Try to jet up the inside, past the lap rider. Hopkins, it's got to be a local race for him. Coming out of the Massachusetts area. And like I said, I think this is another one of those familiar environments for a lot of our JDay racers. Not the first JDay event that we've had here on property, and definitely seems like the folks have come to play, no doubt about it. They are here. Like I said, I love seeing some new names, some new numbers out there, and not just out there, but in the mix as well. As we watch here at the FMF Extreme section, now jumping back into the woods. You can see our riders up on the pegs, already starting to get some of that Southwick personality like we talked about. And here at the Yamaha finish line, all looking calm for the moment, so no white flag coming out yet. There goes the 521. We'll continue to watch and wait. Got coming through here. Like a 354 ride. Taking another lap behind him as well. Back to the extreme section. Kimichowski on the drive. Now this could be the simple spot where he's making a ton of time up. They could be identical between the rest of the field, Kimichowski and Joey Ford. If Ford is taking that go-around line and Kimichowski is hitting the extreme section that consistently, that could be the difference right there. That's how important that FMF Extreme section is. And man, I tell you what, Kimichowski making it look easy there. Had the lines figured out. He's another one of those riders, like I said, has really started to grow throughout the 2026 season. And I feel like he was always the kind of guy to go for the extreme section. Maybe not always made it through the extreme section, but man, really has come into his own and looking solid right now, leading the way in the points for that class. Meanwhile, Crew Hopkins, though, what can you say about this ride right now? Really impressive, continuing to pull away from the rest of the field. Here comes the 56. Throw the feet off that. Now that was the way it's meant to be done. Commitment early enough, gets that front end light, pops right over those logs. So that's an example of how it's supposed to be done right there. Perkins, McNeil, and Luke's go 1, 2, and 3 in their class. But it looks like Perkins may be the only one in that battle in class that's inside the top 10 overall. So just about 35 minutes or so into this approximately 40-minute long race. Should be seeing a white flag here relatively soon, as more of our riders making their way through the extreme section. See, looks like another parent. This might have been our guy from earlier, and it is. Man, shout out to the moto parents out there. Got a lot of dads on screen right now, but I know there's tons of moto moms out there as well that do the exact same. I mean, you want to talk about dedication. About had little man do a backflip right there. No harm, no foul, no problem. They said, you know what? We're just going to run it. We're going to run right through it. So a big shout out. Not 100% sure on the name of that rider, but big shout out to both rider and parent. That's what it's all about, the name of the game. This is a family sport like we've talked about, not just the individual families, but the overall family atmosphere that you have here. There goes Hopkins just out of screen, so that was your overall leader making his way through. Meanwhile, man, shout out to these kids. I mean, they are young, they are little, on little bikes, and not scared. Lap after lap, they're going to send it. Here we go. White flag is out. Final lap of racing underway. One more time around for Crew Hopkins. You see one rider going down. Looks like getting stuck up underneath the bike. That is one thing about the sand. You go down, you kind of start to bury yourself in it. It makes it really hard sometimes to be able to even just wiggle yourself out from the machine. There you go. Husky back off and rolling. And right now, Crew Hopkins sitting in a solid position to try to handle this race and bring out the first checkered flag here for round number 6. Once again, the Dunlop Southwick GP, and that rider right there on screen looking fantastic here today. Really impressive ride for Hopkins. I mean, this has got to be I would say the ride of the season for him, maybe. I don't think that's a stretch because, man, it has really been his show. We're just in it, so. Once again, big shout out to everyone watching live here on Racer TV. And a big shout out to everyone here on site as well. Love to see a full parking lot here at JDay. And man, this is what it's all about. Great riding, beautiful weather. Sun starting to peek out through the clouds here just a little bit. Going to start to warm things up. And like we said, hope you enjoyed the smooth Highway 338 because it's gone at this point. It's already starting to get a little chewed up, and we're going to start to grow these bike sizes just a little bit, and it is going to turn into a monster before the day is said and done. So right now, we're going to talk about a monster, though. The 196 of Crew Hopkins. An absolute animal on track here so far today, and is closing up on just about maybe a little less than half a lap to go. We'll get ready to head down towards the Yamaha finish line. Our Fox podium going to be able to catch up with our riders following each race as well. As Man, hockey, this is what, when somebody says sand surfing, this is what they're talking about. Just flowing, using those outsides, carrying the momentum around here. This is a good ride here at Southwick, man. Out there having fun, going fast. He's put in the work now to where he's not got to protect any lines. He's able to flow where he needs to. And you can see he gets in these open sections and just lets it eat. Absolutely not scared a bit. And like I said, getting ever so close to a checkered flag waving. Won't be long now. We'll keep watching here for our leader to pop into the extreme section. As we'll get ready to head down towards the Yamaha finish line. Crew Hopkins, one more trip through the extreme section. And we will try to catch a word with him here at the podium. Better take my walk and turn it into a run here. As Crew Hopkins making his way to the podium. Fantastic ride. Give him just a second here to take the helmet off, and then we're going to chat with him. Crew, you good? Need water or anything? All set? All right, how about it, folks? Well, here we are with our Moto 1 winner, Crew Hopkins, man. I said this might be the ride of the year for you so far, man. You want to talk about sand surfing? It looked like you were having the time of your life out there. How did you feel?
I felt really good. Sand was amazing. The dirt was like perfect moisture, and yeah.
Now, this is not your only class you're racing here today as well, right?
Correct.
Now, you know as well as I do, South is going to take a whole different personality throughout the rest of the day. How much different do you think that final second moto is going to be compared to this first one of the day?
I think it's going to be a little bit more rough, but I think it's going to be really fun.
Going to be fun, no doubt about it, buddy. Who's helping you out? Who do you want to thank for getting this job done?
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, my dad, Nana and Dad, Blast Out Power Sports, Redline Oils, Pro Taper, Aggressive Graphics, Answer Racing, P3, and everybody else. Thank you.
There it is. Give me some, man. Crew Hopkins gets the job done and brings out the first checkered flag here for round number 6. So we're going to head back towards our Racer TV studios and get ready to send things back down towards the starting line as we get ready for our next race. Like we said, it is a full day of action here at the JDay Offroad. And you don't want to miss a single lap of it, and you don't have to. Thanks to Racer TV. Big shout out to Stoke Media and Racer TV for bringing us every lap of the action here in 2026. Walking my way back up to the studio. Oh, man, we got the Red Bull MXT in the house. We got ESP over here. He's working hard. We still got a line of people signing up. This is what I'm talking about. It's a wicked day here at the Wick. All right. Now, as I take a small detour over towards the Racer TV studios, we get ready for our second race of the day. Got a full lineup of action. Big shout out to our friends at Red Bull, continuing their support here for JDay throughout the 2026 season. The MXT, if you guys haven't seen it, it's almost like a mobile DJ booth. This is fantastic stuff here. And this, folks, is your MX Trophies race recap. We'll take a look at how things went down here for race number 1. Our Pee-wees getting the day started. And Crew Hopkins getting to work very early on. As you can see, Southwick, at least early on in the morning, really is a fantastic place to ride. Smooth sand surfing. Hopkins got to work and got away from the rest of the field. I would honestly say before even lap number 3. I think his ability to sprint early paid off and in a big way. So Hopkins, with a little clinch of the fist, gets the job done and brings out the first checkered flag here of the morning. We take a look as check flag still waves. More of our riders working their way past the Yamaha finish line, taking that checkered flag, and that's how you kick off a day here at JDay Offroad round number 6. Try to give you that top 10 overall here in just a moment. Like we said, the rest of the field continuing to work their way through. All right, well, sounds like we're going to grab a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have more of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series right here from Southwick. We'll be right back.
JDay Offroad Live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic,
Slacker, and W. All right, well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it looks like in the pits at a JDay Offroad event. Of course, we've got the JDay apparel trailer set up. We've got the JDay sign-up trailer set up. We've got some of the biggest and baddest and cutest names in the book here this weekend. Don't wake the dog. The JYD himself, big fan of John Dowd. Actually got a John Dowd jersey from his farewell season. Was hoping maybe I'd see Dowdy out and about out here this weekend. I don't know. I'm keeping my eyes peeled, but fantastic stuff going on right now. Like I said, a packed parking lot, a ton of people still in line signing up for our races. This is what we love to see. Everybody is catching the fever here of JDay. Still got a few riders working their way across the starting line. Of course, round 6 of 8 here in 2026. If you guys have not already, make sure you're following us on social media at JDay Offroad, as well as going to JDayOffroad.com to find out exactly where your closest race is at, where you need to be and when. And a little spoiler for you, got a doubleheader weekend coming up to close out the season. Still got a few of our little Pee-wee Rippers making their way around. One of the most variance in class skills and size levels here in the Pee-wee. So as you can see, big shout out to, is that the 75 ride on the small sticker, grabbing the checkered flag, getting the job done. And it takes a lot for these little tiny bikes to work around a track, especially a track like Southwick. So great job to all of our little rippers. And of course, got to give a big shout out to the families of those little rippers as well. We know they've got a ton of help, and it's not always just from their mom and dad. That is one thing that I love about the racing atmosphere and the way people kind of embrace each other out here at JDay and in racing in general is whether it's your kid or not, if they're down, you got to help them out. So still getting a few of our riders headed down towards the starting line for our next group of races. So we're going to get ready to send things back to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with more racing live here on Racer TV.
been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Offroad is proud to have the following advocacy partners: the Kurt Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC, the Progressive and National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. JDay Offroad is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
All right, jumping on board on the Blue Crew machine. Got the Yamaha ripping the sands of Southwick here. Man, that was absolutely fantastic. That's what I need to do. I just need to stop riding and just jump on board with other people because they ride way faster than I do. Now, you can see just over on the left-hand side of your screen, that is Crew Hopkins that we just talked to. He's back on the starting line, folks. When I say that these guys are Ironman, and girls, of course, I know there's a couple of our ladies that are racing multiple classes as well. Man, it is really impressive to see the fitness and the intensity that these kids are able to carry from race to race. As we've got race number 2 sitting on the line. And once again, I'm seeing a lot of bikes, a lot of numbers I don't recognize. I love to see it. And we'll give you a breakdown as to exactly who is sitting in that second race as we take a look. All right, so Super Mini going to be row number 1. Mini Senior and Mini Junior, row number 2, and then our girls class going to be row number 3. And as you can see already, a ton of personality there on that starting line, and they only rode that for just a split second. So things really going to start to change up. The difference in the racetrack that you're seeing right now versus, let's see, it's about 9 o'clock, about 2 o'clock. Yeah, basically completely different racetracks, totally different. The approach going to be very different, and so best believe you'll see a lot of our top riders doing some scouting out and about, maybe more so than usual, especially here at Southwick, because it is so known. It's so known how much this track changes. So strategy, a big part of the game here at Southwick. We once again want to welcome you all here live on Racer TV. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage as we hang here at the finish line. I once again want to remind you guys, this is something I don't get to do a ton, but I've got the Racer TV chat pulled up. I've got the screen right beside my actual calling screen. So if you guys have any questions, if you've got any tidbits of information about some of our riders, factual information here and appropriate questions here, folks. All right, let's act our age. But if you guys have anything that you want to know a little bit more about, got any questions about JDay or even about the racing that we've got here at Southwick, feel free to put it in that Racer TV chat, and when I see it, I will try. Now, that was our last moto. Like we said, we just checked off all of our peewees, and then now we're bumping up. It's a kind of a gradual growth throughout the day here at JDay. As bike's going to get just a little bit bigger here. Super mini, mini senior, mini junior, and our girls class all sitting on the line right now here for race number 2. There you can see that race breakdown here, and this is race 1, Moto 1 for this class. Now, this is the first of our classes that are going to have a 2-moto format, so we will see these riders again later this afternoon following that first pro moto. And so these riders as well are going to have to be able to adjust to the changing track. And that's a big ask for some of these kids as well. Seeing a couple of familiar faces sitting on the line. I believe I see Tucker Aldridge out there. Isla Castell looks like sitting up on that front line. She's not scared to duke it out with the boys. I saw Isla commenting on the JDay post. I believe Southwick, one of her favorite stops of the season. So we'll be on the lookout for the 216 ride. We got a bunch of familiar names, and then, like I said, a bunch of names that maybe just haven't had the ability to join us throughout the rest of the 2026 season. Maybe they're just hearing about JDay. We've had a lot of new names and new faces coming to the JDay races throughout 2026, and that's a big part of what Ethan and Adam and Stoke Media JDay collaboration and Racer TV, of course, as well. That's the name of the game. That's the goal, is they want to continue to help grow this series, help get new people introduced to it, and kind of help spread the word about what everybody's doing here at JDay. If you're from the northeastern area, obviously a lot of the local Massachusetts area very familiar with JDay, the New York area, and you talk to any of those riders. I know a ton of former JDay champions and former JDay competitors that have moved over to GNCC. Some of them do motocross now full-time. And long and the short of it is, whether you're a moto rider, whether you're an off-road expert, you come to a JDay, you're having a good time. I mean, there's just so many smiles, so many people sitting there talking about how much fun they have had hanging out at a JDay, trying to, sharpen their skills, maybe change things around a little bit, right? You're a moto expert. You got to figure out how to ride off-road. If you're an off-road guy, well, we got to figure out these jumps. We got to figure out how to step up the moto intensity a little bit, if you will. But at the end of the day, everybody's got a spot. Everybody's got an opportunity. And one of the nice things that I think has developed throughout the 2026 season, we've had so many new locations as well, right? Brand new spots where JDay's never raced before. But the way Ethan and the JDay crew has been able to blend, where one race may be a little stronger on the wood side, one race maybe a little more moto opportunity, where certain riders have had opportunities to shine throughout the season. And maybe it's a tougher race for you. You go to the next round, well, maybe that one suits you just a little bit better. So it is really cool to see the way that Ethan and the crew have shaped this series and each round to kind of give everyone an opportunity to feel like maybe they've got a better chance at one race versus the other. And then the way those riders have adapted their styles as well to be able to figure out how to be most efficient in all disciplines, or JDay you could almost call its own kind of discipline. So love the format here, love the GP style, and man, it makes for some great racing as we get ready for our next group sitting on the line. Super mini, mini senior, mini junior, and girls hanging at the line. And row number 1 locked in. Super mini getting ready to take off here in just about a minute and a half or so.
One more quick announcement, guys.
Taking a look, looks like we've got maybe a little bit of bike work going on here on the starting line.
Down here on the Southwick motocross track, it means that
maybe some whole shot device problems there. Haha, they got it figured out. I love it. See, that is more than likely families. We'll see if we can watch that, Dad. So that parent or that mechanic headed back over to another rider, came over to assist just to help a rider get out there on track. That's the name of the game. That's what this sport and industry is all about, is helping other riders if you have the ability to. And you know, that's the spirit of competition as well. I think that's another really cool thing that you see a lot of our riders. You'll see a lot of high fives, a lot of knuckles going on before and after the races. Congratulations and good races and all this kind of stuff, because there is this kind of support community here at JDay that it really is cool. It's cool to see. It's cool to see in person, and cool to see the way these riders, even as young as you have here in the Super Mini class, embrace that. So saw the 78 machine. He's got that whole shot device set, and looks like he's got that machine fired up now as well. So it's just about time to get serious here for race number 2, Super Mini. It's going to be our first row taken off. And we'll see who's going to come out on top. Taking a look here in the Racer TV chat. Yes, we do have Uncle Secretary in the house. I've already seen him. He has got multiple bikes lined up. And we'll be looking for Unc here in just a little bit. Kind of become a personality. He's been a star of JDay here in 2026. Big shout out to all of you watching on RacerTV.com. So excited to continue to bring live racing coverage of the JDay Offroad Racing Series right to your bedroom, your office. I won't tell your boss, all right? No big deal. I'd be watching too. If you're working on a Sunday, you should at least be able to watch the JDay while you're doing it. Wherever you've got Racer TV on right now, we appreciate it. Hope you guys are enjoying the racing action. And like I said, make sure you guys are following social media along as well. We've got one more round. It's our big doubleheader weekend coming up out at Unadilla, but that just means that the wheels are already starting to turn about 2027. Already some announcements coming out on social media about things they've got in store for 27, and plenty more announcements to come. So make sure you guys are tuned in. Maybe throw the notifications on for posting for JDay Offroad as well, because there's a lot of things in store that I think everybody's going to be really excited about. So Ethan and the whole crew, once again, as always, doing a great job of taking care of things and setting things up for the next year of JDay Racing. Fantastic shot here from our TBT Racing live drone. Big shout out to TBT Racing jumping on board here in 2026. As we're hanging here at the line, should be dropping that Fox green flag any minute now. And there it is, the 30-second card in the air. Our lovely card lady letting the riders know you got a matter of seconds to get things figured out, because it's just about time to go to work. They'll fire those machines up and then shut them down. It is a dead engine start here at JDay. And here we go. Up, you can see the riders, little tick tick of the foot, waiting, boom, they kick it and they're off and rolling. Oh, Tucker Aldridge, a good run. Is the Kawasaki going to be able to do it? And it looks like he is. Sand blasting. It's going to be the lean, mean green machine of Tucker Aldridge out front, grabbing the early race lead as they head down onto the infamous Southwick motocross track. They're going to get ready to head off into the off-road section. I can hear the sweet sounds of Super Minis ripping behind the Racer TV studio. As now we get ready for Mini Senior and Mini Junior. A lot of these riders are going to be looking to jump up to that front row next year in the Super Mini class. And we have had plenty of big names in this one. Obviously, the 196 you see right at the bottom left of your screen, Crew Hopkins. He's fresh off a win. Looks like Michael Kimichowski over on the far side. They both have got tons of experience today, and it's showing as Hopkins one kick and right back to the #1 ride in class for the 196 of Crew Hopkins. Man, this kid just keeps it going. See whether or not he's able to close that gap up, maybe get in the mix and battle it out with a couple of the Super Mini kids here for race number 2. Already starting to see some of those long sand ruts, the berm starting to get built up a little bit as well. And here we go, girls class sitting on the line now. The ladies of JDay getting ready to do some battle. We've got a great women's pro class coming up. I believe we might even get our very own Ruby Fustini back in the booth here. Call a little racing action maybe. But right now, here we go. Girls sitting on the line. 22, making sure she's got that bike dialed in like she needs. There it is, one kick. Oh, a couple riders having to do multiple kicks there. That is definitely frustrating there for them. But a few of them off and rolling. So our girls going to work now. We've got a clean and clear start. Race 2 officially off and running. Super mini senior, mini junior, and girls taking to the track for their first of 2 30-minute motos. And this is what we love to see. Now it looks like, taking a look here, looks like they will be opening the course up just a little bit starting at this race. So you can see that little 180. I may be wrong here. We'll wait and see if they keep that open like that for our riders as they come through. But be curious to see if there's any differences between the tracks in our Pee Wee classes. And let's take a look now. Obviously, we talk about race to race, but at the end of the day, championship points are a big part of this. And right now, Braden Stowell is out front leading the way. Bentley Saxon and Josiah Gravely actually, wait a second, 1, 2, 3, 4-way tie between second, third, fourth, and fifth, if I'm not mistaken. Mini senior, it's Braden Stimson out front leading the way, but it's a 3-way tie between Destry Tucker and Jackson Saxon, Action Jackson Saxon that is, sitting in that number 2 and 3 spot, with Blake Phillips and Sean Remington Jr. back there in the 4 and 5 spot tied as well. And that's only 3 points difference, folks, if you're struggling with that math. So this is, we talk about the depth. Mini junior, Kim Machowski. He's out front in our Pee Wee senior class, and he's out front in our mini junior class as well, just in front of Crew Hopkins, who's got some steam coming into Southwick here. So best believe he's going to try to see if he can close that gap up. Only 6 points separating the top of the mini junior class. Get ready to put a first lap in the book. Through that Yamaha finish line they go. And yes, so a little different of a format here. Isla Castell, who we talked about a little bit earlier, she's in a 3-way tie at the top of our girls championship class as well. Morisaka Nikas and Caroline Dawson. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this could be a big opportunity for Castell. She's here this weekend. Have not seen Dawson. Believe she may actually be out at Loretta Lynn's right now. And then Morisaka Nikas, not sure. Haven't seen her. She could be here. Not 100% sure yet. We'll watch and wait. But, man, Isla Castell, she's in a tie for that girls' championship, but as we mentioned, she is in row number 1, so she is tied for the girls' championship, and she's already actually jumping up to the super mini class and going to try her hand at that as well. I was just talking with Isla's father a little bit earlier today. Man, really love the approach that they take. They keep it fun, keep it very family oriented, and they're not scared of battling with the boys. They're not scared of jumping up to a different class. They want the competition. They want the challenge. And man, Isla absolutely embraces it. I've talked to her on podiums here at JDay. I've talked to her at GNCC. So many of these riders, multifaceted, multidisciplined riders. Catch them at the top of the field in the moto world. You catch them out at a GNCC. And then, of course, they kind of blend those worlds and do battle here at the JDay Offroad round number 6, the Dunlop Southwick GP. Taking a look just outside the studio. Looked like one rider almost came together with the Yamaha finish line, but they got it picked back up. Meanwhile, on your screen, the TBT Racing live drone hanging out and hanging on to our top riders. As you can see, really getting an opportunity to wick it up here at the Wick. Launches the big tabletop. Can he get it turned? Man, that was a huge jump right there. Landings, who needs it? Launches over past the downside and keeps the throttle wide open. Leans her over in that beautiful sand berm and sand blasting. That's what it's all about. This is when FOMO starts itching. I'm not going to lie, folks. I'm a moto guy myself. You get to a place like Southwick, you just can't help but smile at this. This is what it's all about. Such an incredible opportunity for these riders and families as well. You know, we've touched on what the 2026 JDay Offroad Racing Series has offered. And I mean, man, we have Boswick Creek down in Florida. A very unique way to start out the season. Awesome location. Really got some dark moon sand, as I like to call it. Then we go up to somewhere like Club MX. First ever competition held on the property of Club MX. How cool is that? That's a big honor, and what a unique race that was as well. You go to somewhere like Lake Sugar Tree that has so much rich history. You go somewhere like CGI that, man, that place was kind of like the Loch Ness Monster. I wasn't even sure it was real. AI is really convincing these days, and man, you go out there and it is AI but real life, man. Big shout out to everybody there over at CGI. That was a fantastic round as well. I mean, and then of course you go somewhere like Budds Creek, another infamous location. Very few opportunities to really do a ton of battle on a track like that, and JDay for the first time gets to go do some battle there at Budds as well, and then right back here at Southwick. What a spot. What can you say? The Southwick JDay relationship continues to grow here in 2026, as looks like the 215 ride. I like that approach. I mean, pretty smooth through, consistent throttle, no problems really to speak of. So that might be the secret for how to get through that FMF Extreme section. Meanwhile, we jump on board the FPV, the Fox FPV drone, I should say, looking mighty solid. As this is what it looks like. If you were sitting back there in the number 2 or 3 spot, you're trying to work your way up, trying to make some passes happen, this is what it would look like. Eat and roost off the back of the rider in front of you, trying to figure out what line to take, inside, outside. A lot of split line options throughout this Southwick course here today. Love to see that, especially in those big bike pro races, man. Those guys are so good. You'll see them 3, 4 wide sometimes, trying to make passes all at the same time. But right now, the 21 of Sawyer Langenbeck on your screen. Tucker Aldridge continues to lead the way. Braden Stoll in that number 2 spot. Langenbeck, Ford, and Wheeler, your top 5 with Drew Hopkins, Ryder Meacham, Isla Castell, AJ Verdile, and Nathan Salgado all back up and back inside that top 10. Here is your leader, Tucker Aldridge, the Greenfield, Mass native, on board that Kawasaki. That is actually not Aldridge on your screen, but that is who is out front. We're taking a look right now at Sawyer Langenbeck on the number 21 ride behind the FPV drone. So Aldridge just a bit further up than that, but Langenbeck certainly worth watching here. And that just goes to show, I mean, you see the speed that Sawyer Langenbeck is catching. He's from Williamstown, Massachusetts, and that's 3rd place right there. So, man, it is really impressive, the speed these super mini riders carry, the way they approach. And Tucker Aldridge making his way through the Yamaha finish line right now. He's getting ready to head back off onto the motocross track. Meanwhile, Langenbeck up over the front. You can see how important line selection is through this extreme section as well. It might look somewhat consistent all the way across, but man, that was a great example of how important it is to be so precise with where you put the bike. Some of these, some of the logs, some of the takeoffs have low lines, low sections, and so Wyatt Wheeler on the 78, man, that was a beautiful execution through the extreme section as well. We saw Wyatt getting that whole shot device worked on just a little bit before the green flag flew, and it looks like it paid off for him. As meanwhile, here comes the 18 ride. 18 on the machine. Can't quite tell what the number is on the helmet, but they're looking solid as well. Maybe Verdile or Meacham potentially. There goes Isla Castell. I recognize the gold rims. She's making her way through on the 216. There is Drew Hopkins, your first moto winner of the day. He's already got 40 minutes in the books, and he's got about another 28 here in this one. So nothing like a 70-minute moto to get your day started. That'll beat a cup of coffee any day. Tucker Aldridge really looking solid, though, out front leading the way. Looks like we're catching the, is it the 831 or 631? 531, I was close. 531, that is Kaylin Levesque leading the way out of our girls class right now aboard the Yamaha. So Kaylin looking very solid right now for our girls class. She's one of those riders we saw beautifully execute the start. That was something I could never figure out was a dead engine start, especially with a true kick start. You could best bet if there were 5 people, I was 6th going into the woods. Meanwhile, look at this. We might have a battle on our hands. Tucker Aldridge. Is that Aldridge right there? And potentially Langenbeck. We're going to have to wait. little high up here on the TBT Racing live drone, but I'm trying to see. We got a battle, whoever it is on screen. And it is a Kawasaki leading the way, followed by a KTM. So theoretically, it would make sense for that to be Aldrich and Langenbeck, whoever it is. Look at this, side by side, launches down the hillside, carries the momentum up, and we've got a pass. The question is, was that a pass for the lead? Don't forget Braden Stoll in that mix as well. He was in that number 2 spot and now showing in the number 3 ride. So we'll take a look the next time they come through that Yamaha finish line, see whether or not we've had some adjusting at the top of the field. Through the big 180, launching back down, and man, whoever that rider was that made the pass, this is a perfect example of strong spots and being well-rounded. Looks like maybe that KTM just a bit more aggressive and intense on the moto side of things. You can see launching these jumps, not worrying about the backside so much, but just carrying the momentum, carrying the speed. And especially once they made that pass and put a little bit of distance outside. You're going to see a lot of outsides being used out here today. The momentum being carried, and if you can hold it wide, grab an extra gear, that is so crucial to keeping the momentum flowing, even if it is just a little bit longer of a way around. It's we see it time and time again. It pays off on that next straight or that next opportunity. So really impressive riding from whoever that was. Like we said, should get an update the next time they come through that Yamaha timing and scoring. Love what we're seeing here in the Racer TV live chat. Could not agree more. Track looking absolutely fantastic right now, and like I said, it's going to get a little bit of that personality throughout the day. Don't you worry, folks. It is not going to be, not that it's smooth right now, but it's certainly not going to be quite like this. But love to see it. These kids are pushing it. Landings, not worried about them. I'm going to send it to flat, just like they said here. Now, this, I believe, is Tucker Aldrich on screen, the FPV live drone. Fox bringing you this FPV drone footage here in 2026. And, man, one of the more unique viewing points that we have here at JDay. Can't see me in the studio, but I'm bobbing and weaving. I'm trying to dodge roost right now. I'm used to getting sprayed by riders in front of me. And, man, Tucker, he is a perfect example of one of the riders that I've seen in multiple different conditions. I've seen him out at the GNCCs, up on the podium in some of the worst muddy conditions, some of the most blinding dust I've ever seen. And now you get to see Tucker here on the JDay side really get to show that he's got the speed and the intensity to go along with the fitness and consistency of what it takes to get the job done in JDay Offroad. But, man, really impressive riding right now. There you see the 980 working his way through the FMF Extreme section, launching it up on the pegs in the attack position, and checked in, checked out. Now he's headed towards the Yamaha finish line to put another lap in the books. Luxon last lap times, it was Tucker Aldrich with a 5:44, about 5 seconds faster than Sawyer Langenbeck. So it looks like maybe that was something different that we were seeing on screen. Not sure that that was the battle for the lead, but it was a great battle nonetheless. 5:58 for Braden Stoll. Wyatt Wheeler just a little bit faster, though. We're going to keep an eye on that one as well. Wheeler, we saw him on the start, and then we saw him going through the extreme section, and he was on the hunt. So I'll be watching that number 3 spot very closely. There is Sawyer Langenbeck working his way through the Yamaha finish line now as well. Got a little bit of time to try to make up. Looked like a bit more than 5 seconds, the gap. There we go, another outside for Aldrich. You can see the different colors of the sand, kind of tell you when it's been tilled up, been rode over or not. And already Tucker having to work his way through some lap traffic. Great turnout here for round number 6. The Southwick locals. We even see this when pro motocross comes to town. A lot of the local legends come out and go to work. Drew Hopkins still showing out front in that mini junior class. Aldrich, Langenbeck, and Wheeler 1, 2, and 3 out of Super Mini. AJ Verdile leading the way out of our mini senior class. Love to see that on the 294. And shout out to Eli Castell as well. Looks like up inside that top 5 in our mini junior class. Watching one of our Yamaha riders work their way through. Relatively high rate of speed. Love to see all the different families and bike designs and brands and everything else. We've had so many different participants throughout the season. I believe I saw a Suzuki 85 out there. That was what I was ripping back in the day. Love to see that. The 3 laps in the books here for race number 2, Super Mini, Mini Junior and Mini Senior, as well as our girls class. Possibly Chase Culver we were seeing there on the Yamaha. Or maybe Kaylin Levesque. She was our early race leader. It's now Sophia Barub, I believe, who has taken over the girls' lead. So that could have been who we were seeing. Just can't quite make out the numbers on the helmet sticker, but whoever they are, they got great form. Technique looking rock solid right now. You can see legs out and then immediately up back on the pegs. That is one thing about Southwick. You've got to be able to absorb what the track is giving you. So fitness going to be oh so crucial, especially come second motos. Things are going to start heating up. The sun starting to shine down. As jumping back on board, Fox FPV, another one of our Kawasaki riders. The 862, it looks like, on the number plate. Try to see if we can figure out a name for that rider. It is Sophia Barub, who has, looks like, made the pass for the number 1 ride in our girls class. Fox FPV, though, woo, you could count the knobbies on that Dunlop tire right there. That was some close FPV. And that's why we leave it to the professionals, though. Off and rolling. It is funny. Sometimes these riders not quite as used to having the coverage like this, hearing the cameras or the drones around them. See them kind of looking around sometimes. What's going on? You're on Racing TV, buddy. That's what's going on right now. There goes Tucker. Checking in, checking out. The 123 making her way through. Oh, let's see one of our Cowie riders there, 862, looks like having some problems through the extreme section. Gets her picked back. Oh, no. Did get it picked up, but at least it was all the way on top before they fell. Oh, and the rider behind had some problems as well. So 882. Maybe I'll get the number right. On the bike. Uh-oh. Oh, all right. You know what? I don't hate it. You know, if you're not confident, I run it. I like that. I like that. Shout out to that rider right there. Got to get creative, and you got to be real with yourself sometimes too, folks. Look, a little bit of ego here in racing. It exists, so no doubt about that. Taking a look right now, who is that on screen? There's no way. I thought that was Tucker Aldrich, and if it is, then there's a problem, but I don't know. That does look very similar to Tucker Aldrich. He was in blue gear like that. So we'll continue to watch and wait. Could there maybe? No, I don't believe so. The riding style alone, I don't think that is Tucker. So one of our Kawasaki riders doing good, but there is Langenbeck. So if Langenbeck is through the extreme section, you would think Tucker Aldrich would be coming through the Yamaha finish line. So there is Langenbeck. I'm watching him go across the finish line right now. So we'll watch and wait whether or not things change as far as timing and scoring goes. That could be a huge shakeup. We'll just have to continue to watch and wait. Still showing Tucker out front, though, so got to believe, at least for the moment, all is still well for the Kawasaki rider. Very well spoken as well. We'll be chatting with our race winner after the checkered flag falls, checking back in at the Kurt Caselli 66 Pro line. This was a big spot at our last round out at Budds Creek. Love the flowiness of the trails out here as well. This natural terrain, getting to go through some of these ups and downs, kind of weaving through almost like river and creek beds at some points. It's always so fascinating to me the way, whether it's the GNCC crew or, like I said, you've got Ethan and the JDay staff, man. I mean, they're out here with machetes at sometimes, chopping down things, trying to make trails, trying to, really create this thing to make for some great racing, and it does almost every single time. We've got great racing. The competition shows up, and they do a great job of providing them a opportunity and a location to really go to work. So right now, Tucker Aldrich leading the way. Sawyer Langenbeck in that number 2 spot. Wyatt Wheeler, Braden Stell, and Jack Ford, your top 5 overall. Isla Castell, Yes, now Isla Castell actually jumps up to the number 6 overall spot. Meacham drops back to 7th. Crew Hopkins, AJ Verdile, and Hunter Altieri rounds out your top 10 for the moment overall. There goes the 221 ride. We saw a very solid race for that young rider earlier today. It was the 719 or the 119, it looked like. But closing in on white flag, I would think, here before long. Let's see here. Was that Langenbeck that we were watching? I love it. I love it. The FOMO's real. The folks at home are wishing they were here, wishing they were on the bike. Oh, looks like one rider having some problems there, getting a little bit of help. Slaps old girl on the rear fender. Gets her fired back up, maybe. Oof. That is tough. I know a lot of us have forgotten it these days. It's easy to forget how exhausting it is kicking a bike over and over and over and over again. Extreme section looks like momentarily claiming a rider. Trying to see who that is coming up behind. It's not Langenbeck. It's the 119 ride coming through. Trying to see 119. I wonder if that is Stoll. Maybe 113 on the helmet. PPT Racing live drone already. Even some of these less, I don't want to say intense sections, but some of the maybe more simple sections as well. Already starting to get chewed up and chewed out. You can see in the staging area, got a ton of riders sitting on course, going to be coming up next. Ooh, nice move from the 413. Jack Ford really looking solid right there. I believe that was a lap rider he went by, but still. Smooth up on the pegs. attacking, looking very solid, especially about 28 minutes or so into this race. Popping by some of the Redline Oil banners. There was that other Kawasaki, so that was not Tucker Aldrich that we saw a little bit earlier. Tucker still on the attack and looking good last we saw. Back off into the sunshine we go. Laps winding down, and it does look like that white flag is out. So we'll try to pick up our leader here and see exactly how much we've got left. So we'll see, white flag is out, as you can see here from the Yamaha finish line. So we'll try to see if we can find, must have just missed Tucker Aldrich. There is Langenbeck in the number 2 spot. So Aldrich more than likely already out on that Southwick moto track. And less than a lap away from trying to bring out a checkered flag. There he is, high flying and looking solid. Tucker Aldrich on the charge right now. And definitely looking a little bit more like Tucker here. Railing that outside. Man, that is slingshot engaged. Love it. Catching a little air, and see he sets that corner up wide. Goes to the inside, but is still able to set it up to where he can carry his momentum. Tucker, a very technical rider, got a ton of skills. Like I said, any of our GNCC athletes, man, the technicality that they can ride with is so impressive. But, man, now he's able to take the technical skills, ramp up the intensity just a little bit, and man, it's a recipe for disaster for the rest of the field, but a recipe for a win potentially for Tucker Aldrich here from round number 6. The Dunlop Southwick GP. This is one people have had circled on their calendar all year long, and it's easy to see why. One of the fan favorites, one of the racer favorites, and I'll go ahead and say it, this may be one of my favorites as well. Already have had some great racing going on here today, and still got plenty of racing action coming up as well. If you guys are curious what the schedule's looking like or anything like that, like I said, JDay Offroad on social media. We've got the full day schedule listed out for you on Instagram, let you know exactly what races are going off at what time, who's in them, all the information you could desire, and then some, available on JDay Offroad or JDayOffroad.com as well, of course. But right now, closing in on a checkered flag is Tucker Aldrich. There he is right on cue. The Kurt Caselli 66 Pro line. And once again, Aldrich, he's not overriding. He's not taking any unnecessary risks. Tucker, a very calculated rider, and the calculations are paying off for right now. Aldrich on the charge, jumping on board that Kawasaki, I believe, last year or maybe the year before, and has really gotten comfortable on that thing. Been impressive to watch for sure. And that is one of my favorite parts about this job that I get to do is year after year, as I call these racers from race to race or series to series, I get to really watch these kids grow up, and it's so impressive to see some of these riders that are just struggling to get things figured out. I mean, whether it's the real little kids that, you know, they can barely pick their own bike up, to now they're out there skying and throwing bigger whips than I ever could. I mean, it's so impressive how fast these kids pick the skills up and pick the speeds up as well. But won't be long now before we will see Tucker Aldrich in that FMF Extreme section. And that'll mean it's time to get ready to head towards the Yamaha finish line. Still working his way through the woods right now. He's got the FPV drone trying to hang on. How about that? Little man under the Luxon banner. I like it. He's not worried about it. Coming through. And Aldrich on the charge. I mean, immediately. If he can open that thing up, he's wide open on the pegs in the attack position. Textbook form right now for the 980. Little sand spray coming at you here. There's the FPV drone. Gonna go pull a tear off. And we're gonna watch and wait here at the extreme section. There he is. All right, I'm gonna start to make my way over to the finish line. Let's see if Tucker Aldrich is able to bring it home here. We're gonna keep watching and waiting for a green fender. Any second now. And there he is through the chicane for the final time, and it will be Tucker Aldrich grabbing the win here. Colton McQuarrie giving him some props after. Colton's going to steal my interview. We'll hang out here. So we're going to get Tucker over here to the Fox podium, and we're going to chat with him about his moto win. All right, Tucker Aldrich here on the 980 ride. Let him take the helmet off. You need water or anything? You good? He's good, man. These kids are in shape, all right? They've been putting in the work. Tucker Aldrich, man, we've been talking about it, and you gave us plenty to talk about. A fantastic ride. We got the start, and from there, it's pretty much smooth sailing. How'd you feel out here at Southwick?
Oh, the track was so sick. Everything was perfectly groomed, and yeah, you could really get a flow going in the moto, and then you get into the woods, and it's a little more tight technical, but yeah, the whole track was really good.
Now, what are we expecting difference-wise between Moto 1 to Moto 2? We know it's going to get rough, but you expecting any bike changes? You're going to approach the race a little differently? What do we think?
Try and hold it wick.
There it is. Keep it wicked at the wicked, man. I love it, man. Who's helping you out? Who helped you get up here?
My mom, my dad, Team Green Kawasaki, FXR, Moto Tassinari, big thanks. Dunlop, and everyone else, thank you.
There you go, man. Tucker Aldrich gets the job done. He's had it wicked here at Southwick. All right, so let's get ready to head back over to the Racer TV studios. And we'll get ready for that MX Trophies race recap, show you exactly how things broke down here today. Tucker Aldrich, I think I was more out of breath than he was, and he just did a 30-minute moto, so I don't know what that says about me, but that's okay. All right. Let's get ready for that MX Trophies race recap coming up. More of our riders making their way across the finish line. Now we'll hang here is going to catch a few more of our riders making their way across the finish line before we replay that race. Let's see. I believe that might have been the 88 coming across the line. Whoa, hang on to it. What a save. Oh, but now he's in a tight spot. You see him trying to back up. He wants to have enough room to lighten the front end up. And I hate to say it, but that ain't enough. Oh, this could get interesting. Oh, different approach here. He's coming in under the rope. Watch out. He's going to help him. All right, help lighten that front end up just a little bit. Machine stalls out again. I haven't seen anybody else come by, though, so far maybe lost some time, but no position. Wait a second, that might have been Castell right there behind. It's a drag race headed to the finish line. Oh, and it looks like the 241 going to hang on to it just barely in front of Isla Castell. Not sure if they were in the same class or not, but that was quite the ride. There is Meacham on the 39 ride. Wheeling, look at this, drag racing, 1, 2, 3, all headed towards the Yamaha chicane here at the same time. The 223, the 39, gonna work their way through, and then it's like one of our smaller riders as well on the Yamaha machine taking that checkered flag. And I can hear the thunder of big bikes just behind me here in the Racer TV studio as we get ready to load the grid for race number 3. There goes the 882 Kawasaki checking in after a successful first moto as well. Well, let's take a look here for race number 2 at our MX Trophies race recap. Our Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls class. And this is how it all broke down. Once again, a great turnout. Some new names and faces that I don't believe we've seen so far in 2026. And it was a drag race headed into turn number 1. I mean, majority of that Super Mini class got it all on the first kick. And we had some great close racing. And I'm not just talking about between the riders and the drones. I'm talking bar-banging action here, but not for the lead. Tucker Aldrich, he wasn't interested in any of that. He wants to go have a play date in the sand by himself. Says you guys can fight over second place. Man, what an impressive ride from Tucker Aldrich. He continues to impress here. Big shout out to Relic Hearts here for providing us some music for our race recaps. And man, at the end of the day, look at that. He's still working on the technique even coming across the line. He didn't want to touch the foot to the ground. I mean, the kid has just got technique for days, style for miles, and he's got a Moto 1 win to add to the collection as well. And as you can see, our riders starting to make their way onto the grid. We take a look at our Pro Taper top 10. It breaks down like this. Tucker Aldrich grabs the win. Sawyer Langenbeck, Braden Stoll, Wyatt Wheeler, and Jack Ford, your top 5. Isla Castell, Ryder Meacham, Crew Hopkins, AJ Verdile, and Nathan Salgado round out your top 10 overall here for race number 2. Well, folks, that's going to do it for race number 2, but don't you even think about going anywhere. We're going to grab a quick commercial break, get our riders for race 3 on the grid, and have more racing action here from round 6, the Dunlop Southwick JDay Offroad GP here for the 2026 season. We'll be right back.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses, Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%, Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to round number 6, the Dunlop Southwick GP here for the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. Well, I told you guys there was a bunch of bikes sitting in staging, and how about this? That's got to be close to 40 wide. I don't know. I can't count that high, but I'm telling you what, that's a lot of bikes sitting on the line right now. Let's take a look at who we've got sitting on the start here for race number 3. Looks like this, race number 3, that is going to be our C class. Oh man, this is going to be a ton of fun. C250, row number 1, C Open, row number 2, C200, row 3, C Vet, row 4, and our BC Open Electric class is going to round out the field here in this one. This is a big one, folks. Like we've said time and time again, the C in the C class, we're not quite sure what it stands for. We don't think it's consistency. Sometimes it's chaotic. Sometimes it's, now I'm running out of C words. I don't know. We're going to see what happens here. We'll leave it at that. That's a big group of C riders going to be headed into turn number 1. As looks like they're getting the word to get ready to fire them up. You can see the families, the umbrellas getting ready to get put down. These are cool moments right here sitting on the starting line, whether you got mom or dad with you, whether you got your girlfriend. I see somebody rocking the MX207 graphics coming down from Lyman, Maine. Big shout out Danny Stu and the 207 crew. But man, this is going to be a fun one here. Final little bit of preparation underway as we'll get ready to throw that Fox green flag here in just a moment. Once again, want to thank you all for watching with us here on RacerTV.com. Excited to bring you every lap of the action all year long here from JDay Offroad. And a big shout out to all of you here on site as well. This is what I say all the time. It's a ton of fun, and if you have the opportunity to come out to one of these, and I can't stress this enough, I've been able to work in off-road for going on 5 years now and grown up in the motocross world, and man, as a moto guy myself, this series is such a beautiful blend between off-road and moto. And then maybe you're not ready to commit to the full season. That's okay, but I'm telling you, you've got to come check these things out. There's a ton of fun. Ethan and the crew doing a great job of taking the step in 2026 to help expand and grow the series, not just trying to grow the interest in it, but really trying to help the exposure, help people understand what it's all about. And man, I tell you what, being a Carolina guy myself, you go down south, I mean, after that Club MXGP, I had people texting me mad that they missed it, asking if there was going to be another one. I mean, there's so many people that really want to be a part of this, and even if it's just for a round or two, that's fantastic. But man, if you can join this full series, it is certainly worth it. So ton of people sitting on the line right now. I mean, you want to talk rider count, this is, I'll let you guys count it. I'm not getting with all that. There's a ton of people sitting on the line right now. This is what I've been waiting to see all season long. I absolutely love it. Big shout out to the local crowd here of racing fans. That is one thing I will say is, man, you start getting up to the north and northeast, the riders show up. I don't know whether it's maybe to do with the heavy winters. Maybe you guys can break it down for me in the Racer TV chat. But, man, it just seems like the Northeast especially, man, you guys, when it's hot, when it's good weather to go riding, you guys are going riding. And a lot of you are going racing weekend after weekend. I think that's really cool, too, is to not just spend the time at the practice tracks and practice facilities. It's real easy to do that. It's pretty crucial for people to actually get out there on the gate, get out there and actually get some competition and some real race experience. And I think it shows a lot of times too. You see these, especially on the younger side of things, or even on the novice side, whether some of these C-class riders may be young in their racing career, and the racecraft that they're able to build from actually being at races week in and week out is really instrumental. So excited to see how some of that plays out here in this next one. C250 sitting on the line. You can see the haze of smoke starting to rise up as they're getting those machines fired up. Speaking of getting fired up, that's the sound of an ice cold Red Bull getting cracked here in the Racer TV studios. I gotta get fired up as well, folks, all right? got to run on some race fuel as well. Mine's just in a nice 8.4 ounce can. So good stuff going on. When you see the 30-second card, not quite up yet. So still, wait a second, ask and you shall receive. Oh, she psyched me out. Grabbed it. I thought it was go time. All right, hang on. Still waiting to get that 30-second card in the air. Oh, she's thinking about it. She's headed out towards the center of the track. Wait for it. These riders, man, this is probably like max butterfly time, right? You think about it. I mean, I think it's very natural for riders to get nervous. You even hear a ton of our top pro riders talking about they get nervous even well into their pro career as well. And I think for me at least, coming out of staging, actually getting on the line, and then sitting on the line before things get started, man, my stomach's just in knots. The butterflies are flying around. I'm just trying to not think about anything. I was the kind of guy, you can see a couple of our riders doing jumping jacks. They're swinging the arms around. They're trying to hype themselves up, and then others very, very calm and stoic on the starting line, right? Very trying to keep the heart rate down, not trying to waste any energy, not trying to do anything like that. A lot of different approaches to the start. But, man, no doubt about it, these riders all sitting there. They're looking to the left, to the right. They know they got a ton of people getting ready to go out on course, and they're going to have to take one out of Tucker Aldrich's books, keep it wicked at the Wick. That was a good one, Tucker. I like that. So right now, final little bit of preparation, making sure our safety and sweep riders are out there, making sure the track is clear, not only of riders, but any debris, anything like that may have blown into the track. Here we go. A lot of wiggling and wobbling. Everybody adjusting those goggles, adjusting the gloves. There's a lot of different styles of start preparation. I know it's the old saying, there's more than one way to do pretty much anything. It is certainly capable of that as well. Doing a little bounce. There she goes. All right, here we go. 30-second card is up in the air, and we are just about ready to go rocking and rolling here for race number 3. The C classes getting ready to do battle. What will we see here today? But all right, stick to my day job here. All right, bikes are off. Dead engine start, of course, here. They're fired up. Some riders having some struggles. Here they go, barreling into turn number 1. Looks like that was a KTM leading them in and out. Maybe one or two riders down in turn number 1, but overall a very clean start for that big of a class. But we got a Husky rider. He's sending it Deegan style, launches it up over the roller, but not quite enough to get around, but he's still trying to drag race him up to the top side of the hill. What a battle we had going on the top of C250. C Open going to be taken to the track next. Here we go. Watching the 250 class make their way by the Racer TV tower. Everybody kind of funneling into position. And here we go. C Open sitting on the line next. Man, looks like one rider having to unfortunately push that bike off the side of the track. Oh, some swapping going on there mid-front pack, about 6 or 7 positions in. Looks like maybe either KTM or a Honda. Looks like out front, I believe that's a KTM. Now headed up to the top of the hill as well. There we go. C200 now sitting on the line. Everybody's locked in. Oh, there's Unk, the 26, Secretary in the house with us. He said he wanted you to come to JDay, and now he's got a full class to do battle with. Careful what you ask for, Unk. Oh, he gets it on one kick. Good start. Looks like there might have been a Husky with a really solid jump leading them in, but might have gone a little wide in turn number 1. side-by-side action at the front of C200, as it looks like maybe a Husky going to claim the early race lead. Secretary back there in the 4 or 5 spot. Good starting position for Unk. And then here we go, C-Vet, final row sitting on the line. And these guys are lined up bar to bar. I love this. Tons of riders here. And this is going to be an interesting class as well, because our top riders are going to have a lot of lap traffic to work their way through. Not always necessarily a lap down, but the back riders in some of our earlier classes. Let's see our top C-Vet. It looks like maybe a KTM and then maybe 2 KTMs leading them around. Oh man, several riders having some problems down the inside of turn number 1. Tried to cut it maybe just a little too sharp and couldn't get her turned around, but nonetheless they pick it back up and they go to work. 30 minutes to try to chase down the rest of the field. And then BC Open Electric, our final class. You can't hear them coming, but they are absolutely ripping right now. Look, love them or hate them, you know, everybody's got their opinion on the e-bikes. They're fun. They're really impressive. They're continuing to be built better and better. And, you know, at the end of the day, if it gets you out on a dirt bike, I'm happy about it. So let's see. Some of our riders getting ready to put a first lap in the books. Get an abbreviated lap here on lap number 1. A couple of KTMs leading the way. Gonna head back out to the Wick. Do a little moto racing action. Oh man, one rider going down in kind of a big way there. Championship points, it's Evan Kelly leading the way out of your C250 class over Chase Black and Neil Prine. Take a look at the rest of our fields as well. Again, really close, 3-way tie. Tanner Irvin, Hongok, and Dolnick. Wenzel back there as well. So 4-rider tie in the C Open. Timothy Landry leads the way by 3 points over Xavier Allers, Cole Paquin, and Alex Whittle back there in the 3 and 4 spot with Gannon Geary sitting in the 5th place overall spot in C Open. Those championship points. More riders coming through that extreme section, and then here we go, C200. Unk, Danny Secretary. He's handling business at the top of C200. Good for him. Neil Prine and Ryan Castellino, 2 and 3. And then Braden Stahl, Cameron Ward, and Sebastian Tucker all tied for that 4th place spot. As things getting a little thick here in the FMF Extreme section. Woo-hoo. We're 4 or 5 wide over the logs. That is a lot. All happening at one time. This is what I was talking about. In a way, the rest of the riders going to be an obstacle in itself for your leaders. Gotta wonder. I mean, there's Uncle Secretary. Whoa, a little kick. Come on. Nowhere. Oh, now he's going to pull a wheelie. And speaking of Uncle Secretary, we were able to catch up with Unc leading into this weekend. Let's hear what he had to say.
My name is Danny Secretary. I race C200 and Vintage. I had full rebuild on this bike. I blew it up in March racing here. And then this bike has been pretty good. I blew the top end off in November last year. I finally just got around to fixing it. So we're going to see how they do. And hopefully blow the KX up tomorrow. The name Unk came from when we were down at CGI in South Carolina, and it was the first Southern race. So I was excited, and we went over this jump that I wound up actually casing. And then I threw a finger in the air, a little Unk finger, pointed right at the camera. And then I think it was Zach Aaron said, talk about Uncle Sam, that's Uncle Secretary right there. And then it just kind of went from there. It was definitely interesting because that's not something I've ever gotten. So it was pretty cool. My family was back home sending me videos of everything, and it was just a little awkward having a camera on you the whole time in the woods. It's fun. I like JDay because I met all these guys. I mean, I don't know if you're gonna have a camera that way, but met all of them. They've helped me out through the whole thing, especially the KBD crew. It's been awesome. I just make a whole new family out here. I get to spend time with my friends, and then I get to race. And then if you do good, you get to take home a little plastic trophy.
I love it. I love it. Glad the name stuck, Unc. You're making it look good, that's for sure. And this is what we talk about. I mean, very similar to any other kind of series. You know, it's speed and riding. You know, obviously, if you're winning, if you're finishing well, we're going to be talking about you. But man, we love the personality as well. We love the atmosphere. I mean, it looks like Danny might have got himself a haircut, but I believe at one point the guy was rocking a mohawk. I mean, he was just one of those fun personalities that we love to talk about at the races because, let's face it, folks, we're a unique group of individuals if we're out here racing motorcycles. Whether you're a moto guy, off-road, whatever it is, if you're a motorcycle racer, we're a small family in the grand scheme of things. And so just like Danny was talking about, you make a family out here at JDay, and been glad to see him. Believe he was only planning on doing a couple of these races, and the next thing I know, he's up on the gram, he's got the foot out the window, he's on the way to the Wick. So glad to see Danny and all of our riders out here this weekend. And like I said, if you're watching at home, you maybe been on the fence about checking one of these out, I cannot suggest it enough. Genuinely, you know, whether I was a part of this series or not, I would be encouraging people to come and check these races out. So really a ton of fun. But right now, Caleb Kaminsky is out front leading the way, 9.80. Hey, that's familiar at the front of the field. He must be something in that. Tucker Aldrich and Caleb Kaminsky running the 9.80 and running in the number 1 spot in their class. Jack Austin, Connor Priest, Jack Staley, and Eli Carroll, your top 5 with, looks like Michael Hupfer, looks like Jonathan Polansko, Peter Priest, Matthew Miranda, and Gannon Lyons, your top 10. Now, we're sitting behind the 251. You can see the little look back there from the 251, and more than likely what that is he's hearing the Fox FPV drone right behind him. Like I said, a lot of these riders, you even heard Danny talk about it, it is different having TV or live coverage at one of these events. And then JDay obviously able to bring the Fox FPV drone to the racing coverage as well, which is very unique. It gets very close to some of the riders within a safe distance, but you can hear the kind of whiz, the hum of a drone. By this point, we've all probably heard a drone at one point or another. And sometimes it does catch the riders off guard a little bit. They're not sure what they're hearing. Some of them think it might be their machine. And so a lot of these riders you may see taking a little glance over and just double checking. But nonetheless, he knows what it is now. And he doesn't need to be looking back. He needs to be looking forward in this FMF Extreme section. And did a great job there. Looked like had a little bit of an off-track excursion, but got right back to it and got right back to work. Meanwhile, now let's see who the next group is headed through the FMF Extreme section. See one of the Kawasaki riders up there on the pegs. The 222, there's a familiar name as well. I believe that's Evan Kelly making his way through. Michael Kesey leading the way for that B Open Electric class. Jake Papil in the C Open Electric. Just got blinded. We got headlights out here in the woods. Caleb Kaminsky, though, leading the way for that C250. Gannon Lyons leads your C Open class for the moment over Camden Hull and Seth Boucher. And then it looks like Jack Austin, Eli Carroll, and Michael Hupfer, your top 3 in the C200 class so far. Matthias Miranda, Colby Benoit, and is that Stephen Ahoen in that number 3 ride for your C Vet class. Take a look. 98 potentially on the Yamaha. Oh, and the Yamaha goes down. I'm not calling that one an announcer's curse, but definitely was bad timing on my part. The 298 Blue Crew machine. It's a Yamaha, so it's tough. It's probably not bent up at all, but man, was that nice. You see, reach up, pop that button. Got a little replay coming here. Now, this is what we're going to talk about a lot as far as the Sands of Southwick. Watch as our riders headed into this corner, maybe just a little too far over the front end. If you grab too much front brake, watch the front end just kind of wash right out. Oh, there it is. It just starts to give way, and the second that sand grabs the front end, it's almost done and dusted. We've seen that a couple of times throughout the day already, but great recovery, jumped right back up, got the thing fired up, and it's back off and rolling already. Probably already forgot about it, so that's the name of the game. And taking a look, more side-by-side action through the extreme section as well. Big crew all headed into the extreme section at the same time. Oh, contact. I don't think that was intentional, though. Unfortunately, that does happen sometimes when you're out of control. Let's see, though. 735 going to get right back up and get at it. .714 making their way through. A lot of these riders going to have different numbers on the bike and on the helmet, so we'll try to piece together who is who as much as we can. Here goes the 122. Had to take the headset off for a second. We got people hooting and hollering out there on the track coming through that Yamaha finish line. There goes the 113. Once again, your top five for the moment: Kaminsky, Priest, Staley, Zinker, and Polanco. Oh, man, you can see some of these spots super aggressive as far as the way they hit the bike. If you're not properly prepared. And another big thing is that approach as well. Ryan Sipes did a great job of kind of breaking that down earlier in the season. The way these riders have to approach the logs especially. It's so abrupt when the front tire hits. If you're even slightly at an angle, man, you best hang on for it because it is going to take you for a ride. If you hit it straight on, you get that front end lightened up a little bit, might make things just a little bit easier of a ride for you, but no doubt about it, when you got something they call the extreme section, it's going to take a lot. So right now, the 138 on the bike. We'll watch them make their way through. Love this. Going to be very little time, I'm assuming, that these bikes are going to be by themselves, if that makes sense. It won't be long before you're going to run into another rider, whether they're in your class or not. Basically a non-stop parade of riders here at the Yamaha finish line. And we absolutely love to see it. This is what it's all about. A big turnout. And like I said, you want to talk about some personality development. I wish we could take a before and after of a couple of these sections just after this race alone. This many bikes on track at one time, it is going to start to chew this course up. Meanwhile, though, if you pay attention, look to some of the lefts and the rights in these FPV drone shots especially. There is still untouched ground. That is one of the things that I love about our upper level riders, our pros, our women pros. They are so good at scanning these tracks at a moment's glance. You know, usually they're going faster than basically anybody else could, all while also constantly and consistently scanning the track. Even when they're out front or they've got a line that they like, they're always looking for what could be a little bit better. And man, it really is so impressive the way these riders make the most of the track that they have in front of them. As for a moment at least, a clean and clear FMF Extreme section. Here comes our next group of suitors. Looks like the 851. No, that's the 251. That's Jake Wood. And was that maybe Jack Austin? Right behind Jake Wood in that 6th overall spot. But right now, Kaminsky still leading the way. Oh, one rider. Like we said, if you're going to have trouble on that section right there, you at least want to be all the way on top before the bike comes to a halt, because otherwise it is really going to be tough to get that thing rolling forward. And now you start to see what I'm talking about the logs getting some personality as well. That thing is moving, folks, all right? So that's going to affect the way that the machine is going to react as well as the log itself. There is the Kawasaki machine. Now, wait a second. Colin Roberto on the 5:17 ride now jumps to the top of the timing and scoring charts out of your C Open class. So Roberto not going to physically be out front, but is going to be in the overall lead. So this is what I'm talking about, and that's interesting to see because Roberto is having to work his way theoretically through the 250C class. So he is taking the overall spot. Oh, now wait a second. There goes Kaminsky back to the top. So maybe a little mix-up there on timing and scoring as Kaminsky regains the overall lead out of the C250 class. So maybe a little shake-up there. But you got to wonder, that could come down to the line between those two. A lot of these riders, we've seen this time and time again throughout the year as well, where they're not battling physically on track, and they may not even realize that they're battling with another rider for the overall win, but at the same time, that's what we're showing here. So now, of course, the awards and points breakdown obviously on a per-class basis. So we also talk about, hey, how much are you really willing to risk for something like an overall victory where there's not really a ton added to it. And we have seen some of these riders that are really championship focused, maybe toning it back a little bit, saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to let you bring out the checker flag. I'm going to take the win in my class and continue to stretch out my points lead. So overall, I really impressed with these riders. And like I said, on a day like today with this many riders, you're going to have a lot of crazy things happen. Some of them you're going to be in control of. Some of them you're just going to be a passenger for. So we'll see whether or not we get any big shakeups here today, not only for our individual classes as those two riders go at it. That's one of our electric bike riders making his way past the 124, but also throughout our individual classes and championship pictures as well. Backing out to the sun. Another thing that we have not really touched on is the shadows. You're seeing that is definitely something that plays a bit of an effect, and we've heard a few riders talk about it as well. Perfect example through this section. You can see a little bit of light, a little bit of dark in some of these sections, and maybe not huge right now for the moment, but as this day gets longer and longer and the bumps start to get bigger and bigger, it is going to really be crucial at a high speed to be able to get those eyes adjusted and really know exactly what terrain you're getting ready to ride over. So we'll see, again, just another variable to add into the equation. Can't stress enough how impressive it is what these riders are capable of. Fox FPV drone checking through. One of our electric class riders making their way through. I believe that is Jorge Aguilar on the number 69. Really cool to see there. Looks like that is the Stark Varg that they are on. And like I said, maybe not going to make the most noise, but certainly got plenty of power, man. Really cool to see the technology that has been developed on the electric side of things. And, you know, between my time at GNCC and even out at AMA Arena Cross, I've gotten to see those things up close and personal, and they are certainly impressive. Oh, my goodness. Just caught a glimpse of that behind the timing and scoring pylon, but one rider, once again, I'm seeing boots over top of helmets. That's never a good thing, but look at it. Rider says, no worries, all right, nothing but a thing. He's got the short sleeve jersey on, so he's well ventilated. And, oh, my goodness, he's picking this whole machine up. Looks like got caught in that tire potentially, not sure. But the Honda now trying to get it reset up. Meanwhile, riders behind taking the exact same path, doing the same thing. The 345 on the machine we're watching. There goes the 73, or the 703, excuse me, another one of our electric riders. I believe he was leading the B Open electric class. Meanwhile, Caleb Kaminsky, the 980, continues to lead the way aboard the KTM. Jake Wood, Travis Zinker, Jack Staley, and Peter Priest Preach was up to the number 2 spot at one point. Now has fallen back to the 5th place spot. Jonathan Polanco, Jack Austin, Michael Hupfer, Noah Couture, and Evan Kelly, the 222, now works his way inside the top 10. Kelly been another one of those riders we've seen throughout the 2026 season. I believe also got multiple bikes to do some racing as well. Take a look at this. Here we go. Different lines. How's it going to work out? Going wide, but carries the momentum just a little bit more. Couple of KTMs going in the mix. Little look over there. Got some lap riders, or at least another rider up in front of them as well. Who knows? They could all be now 1, 2, 3, and 4 riders in the same corner at the same time. Oh, let's see. This is what we talked about. You see none of those riders really getting super cindy over some of these moto jumps. Jumps for show, corners for dough. There's some of that personality, as we like to call it here at Southwick. It's looks like maybe a Honda, a KTM. I didn't even see those last two. Back on board, TBT Racing live drone. We're 3 wide, headed into the corner. Man, that one rider literally just lost 3 positions in one corner. That's how quickly things can shake up here at JDay. Look at this. Man, whoever that one rider is with the white helmet, that was really well put together outside and cut all the way back across to the other outside and made that pass stick. Looks like maybe the 548 maybe on the Yamaha. Just too far to be able to see exactly what that number was, but man, really strategic riding. And that's another thing that I feel like these riders do so well is they set things up, right? Especially in those pro classes, man. It is so impressive. And a lot of times, sometimes I can see it coming. Sometimes I won't realize it until after the pass has actually been made, where a rider 3 to 4 turns ahead of time will completely switch lines, and I'm like, I don't understand what they're doing. But it sets them up in advance to be in the right position at the right time and make the pass stick. So the technicality of these riders and the racecraft, as we like to call it, is really so impressive, because you got to be on your P's and Q's at all times. You got to be thinking about where you are right now versus where you're going to be in a few seconds versus a few minutes. I mean, the mental juggling going on with all of these racers at one time is really so impressive. And yeah, we did see look like one of the vintage machines out there. Now, we do have a vintage class as well, but I mean, you know, the bikes are as tough as the men were that rode them. That thing, there it is. See the 82 number plate up on the gas tank. That's old school right there. And the 82 looking solid. Maybe getting a little warm up in before the vintage moto. Not sure. I like it though. He wants the challenge. He said, you know what? Old bike, I don't care. Put it up against the modern kids. See what happens. I'm going to assume that's maybe out of our C vet class. Man, really cool to see, like I said, a lot of unique rides, unique riders here at JDay, and I mean that in all the best ways. Lots of personality, and man, just a ton of fun all the way around. Like I said, it's a great time as well as a great race. As now Fox FPV jumping on board behind the green machine. Try to see if maybe we can get a glimpse of Kaminsky here at some point. Ducking down under the Luxon banner. The FPV drone brought to you by Fox Racing. Fox, obviously a name that needs no introduction, and is like really had some solid stuff here, especially I want to say the last year or so. A couple of those sets that they've had, I'm like, man, that stuff just looks so good. So starting to warm up a little bit. Might see maybe some Venta gear getting broke out here. No doubt about it. Great day for a JDay. Back to the FMF Extreme section we go. We'll continue to watch and wait see that little, it looked like a dirt tabletop earlier today, but now you actually realize that it's dirt piled up on a couple of these larger truck and tractor tires. And that's what I'm talking about as far as one of those sections that's really going to change throughout the day. As more dirt gets sprayed off of it, the tires start to become more and more exposed. The technique to get over that is going to become more and more crucial as well. That Cali rider getting a little caught up in the sand. Luck's on last lap times. It was Caleb Kaminsky at a 6:14, but how about Jake Wood? Wait a second. Jake Wood at a 6:05. The fastest rider on track. Zinker back there at a 6:17. Jonathan Polanco at a 6:22, and then Priest, Austin, and Hupfer all at a 6:28. So how about that for consistency? 3 riders turning in literally identical lap times here on, looks like 4 laps complete so far. And there is the white flag. White flag coming out for Caleb Kaminsky. 1 flag left, or 1 lap left to go, excuse me. Looks like 98 on the bike, and is now headed towards that Southwick motocross track. Kaminsky one more time around. See a lot of these riders, a little nod, yes or no when they see that white flag. Some of them wishing the race would go all day long. Some of them maybe even wishing it was a checkered flag. It's brutal out here at Southwick, even this early on in the day. But Caleb Kaminsky putting the heat on right now, wide open. And coming up on what will be a checkered flag the next lap around. He's got a group of riders behind him, but not sure whether or not any of them are in his class. Jake Wood is going to be the one he needs to watch out for. Like we said, Wood, I believe, was at least 10 seconds faster on that last lap. Now, of course, something could have happened to Caleb, maybe a tip over, something like that, but really anything possible here on this final lap as Wood continues to charge forward. And of course here at JDay, it ain't over till the checkered flag flies. Let's see. I want to see if we can maybe get a ground cam on that, because that could have been the pass for the lead. I'm not even sure. Jake Wood on the 251 is absolutely flying. The question is, what was the gap from Wood up to Kaminsky? And has Jake been able to charge enough to not only close that gap up, but to actually make the pass stick as well? Zinker still in the number 3 ride. And then Polanco and Priest rounding out your top 5 so far with less than a lap remaining. We'll continue to watch and wait. As soon as we catch your leader heading into that FMF Extreme section, we'll make our way down to the Yamaha finish line, try to catch a word with them. There is the 98 of Kaminsky making his way through. So we still got him on camera here. At least as far as we know, still out front. We're watching him weave his way through. Tries to hold off Jake Wood on the 251. Travis Zinker not too far behind either on the 42. They'll be closing up on what will be a checkered flag here for Moto number 1. Now, of course, like we talked about, 2 Moto format here at JDay, so still have another opportunity to try to make it happen if you don't quite get it done here in Moto number 1. But nothing can be more fun than a day of 1-1. Keeps the math simple for us. So continuing to watch. There goes once again Kaminsky on the charge, and as far as we know, still out front leading the way. Jake Wood, a very solid run, and got to think, I mean, I'm not sure exactly where Jake was off the start, but man, he had to work his way up. If he gets a little better start here in Moto 2, this could really be a fun dogfight to watch for that second Moto win. But right now, Kaminsky did the work he needed to do early. That just might be enough to get him all the way to the checkered flag. Of course, not trying to take anything away from Caleb, man. This has been a fantastic ride. Like I said, a ton of bikes out on track at one time as well. And little things like that. I mean, if that rider could have gone down, that could have ruined Caleb's race. It's simple little things like that. You can't prepare for them. You can't measure them. They just happen, and you got to be on the fly. You got to be constantly scanning. And that's exactly what Caleb was able to do, is he puts another rider behind him. Here comes another one of our, looks like, electric riders pushing the pace as well. Ryan McKinney has now jumped into the number 1 ride out of our B Open electric class. With the 98th ride of Caleb Kaminsky on the Husqvarna, 980 on the helmet. Right now is the man to beat. Trying to make his way towards a checkered flag here for race number 1. Continue to watch, and as soon as I catch a glimpse of him, there it is. I'm headed to the finish line. And we'll try to see if we can grab a word with the 980. What an impressive performance to kick off the day. And there it is, the 980. Makes his way to the checkered flag and is now headed over to us. We're going to grab a word with him. Get him set up here on the podium. That's what I'm talking about. I've been waiting for somebody to dump some water, man. We're at Southwick. It is brutal out here. Caleb Kaminsky, man, you get the job done. Take us through that moto and how you were feeling out there.
I had an all right whole shot second. Spike didn't go very fast in the whole shot, but I got him coming into the wood.
Talk about what it takes to have success out here at Southwick. The track starting to get some of that personality, as we like to call it, man. Did you feel like you had a strong part of the track versus one to the other, the moto versus the woods? What were you thinking out there?
I really like the moto. I'm a moto kid myself. I've never really done some of these JDays, but yeah, I just love the moto track. That's what I'm from. Like, you know, I live in Southwick, Massachusetts, so I ride the moto track every day pretty much.
Got some local lines figured out, huh?
That's my home track, yeah.
No doubt about it, man. Well, who do you want to thank for getting the job done here in Moto 1?
Monty's Motorsports for always helping me out. Fox, Oakley, Troy Lee, my boy Lee, and that's pretty much it. Everyone who thanks me out in my corner, thank you.
There it is. Caleb Kaminsky gets the job done here in Moto number 1. We're going to watch a few more of our riders take the checkered flag, and we'll get ready for our race recap coming up here in just a minute. So just like that, another moto in the books. As we continue to roll through round number 6, the Dunlop Southwick GP here from Southwick, Massachusetts. And I can promise you, Caleb is not the only local here on site, man. We talk about the local legends of Southwick. We saw the Junkyard Doghouse of the man, the myth, the legend, John Dowd himself. So many local legends and local legends to become here in the Southwick area. And those local lines, that is a real thing, okay? You can ask any of our pro riders, you can ask anybody that's been around this track. The local Southwick crowd has definitely got a bit of an advantage coming into the weekend, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee them to win. All right, well now, we'll watch a few more riders of our take our way through. We'll take a look at that Pro Taper Top 10 looking like this: Caleb Kaminsky, Jake Wood, Travis Zinker, 1, 2, and 3. Jonathan Polanco and Peter Priest round out your top 5. Evan Kelly, Michael Hupfer, Camden Hull, Gannon Lyons, and Jack Austin, your top 10 here in race number 3. The C class, man, and that was an impressive performance for the C riders there. Didn't see any chaos, any carnage, any of those C words out there. It was classy. That was the word for the C class here today as they continue to roll through the checkered flag. Let's take a look at your MX Trophies race recap from race number 3. Like I said, it was a sea of C-class riders, no pun intended. And it got a little wild there on lap number 1. We had some interesting moments here in the FMF Extreme section, but once everybody got their way into the position, right? Everybody kind of funneled into line. Then you really started to see some passes happening. There you see the 251. There are probably 4 riders that I've taken note of inside that top 10 that were well outside the top 15 when the race started and had to work their way up. We even heard Caleb talk about his struggles on the start, had to make some quick passes early on. So what that says to me is be ready for Moto number 2. It could be a completely different top 5, and it is going to be an all-out brawl for that overall. But at the end of the day, Caleb Kaminsky, the Southwick local, keeping it wicked at the Wick, just like Tucker Aldridge said, and was able to add a win to the collection here. I believe he said that was the start to his JDay career, so nothing quite like starting that out with a big number 1. As we continue to watch the sea of riders make their way through, taking that checkered flag. And you can start to see things are getting pretty brutal out there. I know Caleb, he had a little bit of the sand spray across the face, right? Getting some exfoliation there. Good for the pores, I've been told, right? So, no, all kidding aside, it's going to get brutal. It's going to get real from now moving forward, folks. No doubt about it. The track really starting to take shape, and we talk about how rough it gets, and yes, that certainly is a characteristic of Southwick, but it almost in a way becomes raceable as it breaks down as well. You start to have good lines versus bad lines. You start to see some riders able to explore a little bit more like we talked about than others. Really going to start to see the rider's skill level and I think the rider's mental ability to stay scanning the track and looking for different lines really going to start to come into play as well. All right. Well, we're going to have plenty of more racing action coming up, but first we're going to throw things to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with more Dunlop Southwick GP Round 6 of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Series. We'll be right back.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses, Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%, Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
Well, as you can see, things are very busy, not only on track, but off track as well. We've been handing out thank yous all day. We want to give a big thank you to the incredible folks at registration as well that help get us all signed up in the right class and make sure we're all where we need to be. Want to welcome into the booth with us Ruby Fustini. She has been with us here before, and she's back with us again to call some women's pro racing action. How you doing, Ruby?
Pretty good. I think this is going to be a really good race. There looked like there was quite a few women on that line, and Southwick is never one to forget.
No doubt about it. I know when I was just talking about it a minute ago, you were kind of nodding the head. Got some experience out here, I'm assuming?
Oh, yes. I've probably rode Southwick more times than any other track, and it's a love-or-hate track.
Yep.
Some people just do better, and some do not like it.
Now, try to break that down for the viewers a little bit more. What is it that you seem to like about it? Was it something where you naturally just were killing it here at Southwick, or did you have to adapt your riding style a little bit?
I certainly would not say killing it. Southwick I struggled with definitely when I was younger, but kind of more when I got on the 250 is when I realized if you can give it gas in this, and the sand, it will go.
There's a lot of people, I feel like they kind of figure out the turning with the accelerator. You know what I mean? Like using the throttle to turn rather than being hard on the brakes. And we've even seen in the broadcast so far today a lot of sweeping through those outsides and stuff. So there is definitely a technique to being successful here at Southwick.
There absolutely is, Zach. You said earlier the local lines, and that's true, definitely. You know, sometimes you always think inside's faster, outside's faster, and Southwick gets beat up, and you just got to make the most of it.
Well, and I think another big thing is I know you're definitely one of our intelligent riders and GNCC riders in general. I feel like you guys are so used to the track adapting, but on the moto side of things, I think that sand is synonymous with change, right? You could literally be one race and then 45 minutes later you're back out there, totally different track.
Absolutely, and it's hard you have to remember that too. You think this one line's going to be the perfect line all race, and then next lap you go in it and it's all blown out, or you just can't get to the line sometimes.
Yeah, definitely got to stay adaptive out there, no doubt about it. Now, like you said, we got some big names here on the line. I see Taylor Jones' wife walking off, which means Taylor's back with us. Excited to see her heal back up and see the Phoenix Honda back out on the track.
Absolutely. I know she hurt her leg or broke it quite a few months ago, I believe. And that looked like gnarly.
Oh, yeah.
That looked like it hurt. I saw the scar on her knee yesterday. Yeah.
Well, and if you know anything about Taylor Jones, gnarly sums her up pretty much to a T. She's gnarly when she's on the track, and man, if there's something that's keeping her off of the machine, you can bet it's pretty gnarly as well.
I talked to her yesterday actually, and she just seemed really, really excited to be back on the bike and for Southwick. Southwick's just never one to forget about.
Yeah, like you said, kind of a love-hate, but the ones that love it, man, they can't wait for it. I know I've heard so many of our riders throughout the season saying, man, I just want to hang on, like I'm in a good spot, but I want to get to Southwick. I know, I just enjoy it. So many people truly love the finding that flow like they talk about there on the course. And then some of them like it for just truly how difficult it is, right? Some of them like the gritty. They want to find out what you're made of, right?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes there's technical riders in between the woods here, which are pretty flowy and fast, and then the moto track where you can just open it up.
Now taking a look, our women's pro class, of course, going to be row number 1. A vet and A senior going to be row number 2. Schoolboy back there in the 3rd row, and then our final row, our sportsman class. And as we've seen time and time again, looks like several of our top pro riders choosing to go out in that sportsman class. Whether they're going to race it at 100% or not will yet to be seen, but definitely going to use it as an opportunity to check things out. But for the women's pro, it all comes down to this. Here they go, Ruby. We're off and rolling. Headed into turn number 1. Taylor Jones on the Phoenix Racing Honda swings a little wide. Let's see. You can see the chatter headed down into turn number 2, and it looks like Jones going to grab the early race lead.
A start here is definitely useful too, and that sand, as much as you think, oh, it's only sand, that roost hurts, believe it or not, and it gets on your goggles everywhere, and it's something you can't forget about.
No doubt about it. You hear about people sandblasting items. Well, yeah, getting sandblasted does not really feel good,
no,
and it wants to knock some of the paint off of you as well. Taking a look now, A vet and A senior, row number 2 sitting on the line, getting ready to take off as well. Great turnout here for the vets in senior classes, and this is another group very, very synonymous with local lines, right? They know how to find the smooth lines out there, and maybe not always in the most attacking way, but they keep it smooth, they keep it consistent, and keep it rolling forward.
Absolutely. Some people, oh, you ride like a vet rider. No, those guys are also gnarly. Just as gnarly as Kayla. They want to race, and they're out here trying their best.
No doubt about it. Let's see here. Watching. Whoa, got a little slideways coming off of that jump face, but man, once again, a ton of speed carried into turn number 2, and it looks like a Husky going to grab the early race lead on this one. We touched it just before you came over to the studio, Ruby. We still got some untouched dirt in certain sections out here, but I think these A riders and vet riders, they're so good at using every inch of the track. I think this whole place is about to get turned over.
Definitely, and especially for Moto2s, that the main line right now gets just absolutely almost unusable.
Yep.
It gets whooped out and rutted and all of the above, and you just got to go for it, find those lines. That's where we kind of find the local lines of the people that use all the track.
No doubt about it. Taking a look now, Schoolboy 12 to 17 sitting on the line as well. Believe this is a 2-stroke exclusive track. This is not. Okay, so not the, I know in the Moto we have Schoolboy 1 and Schoolboy 2, but just Schoolboy all together here in this one. And trying to see, is that Trevor Harris maybe grabbing the early race lead? Couldn't quite tell. Definitely looked like a KTM. You're learning we do a fair amount of speculating here. At least right off the start. Jumping on board the TBT Racing Live drone, we pretty much put the colors together, and that's about it. Couple of orange bikes, it looks like, leading the way here for the Schoolboy class. And then last but certainly not least, the Sportsman class.
You can see all the lines on that start. They go every which way.
No doubt about it, and can definitely see some heavy hitters on this one. I see Ricky Russell lined up, Gavin Simon, trying to see whether or not T-Dags is on this lineup as well. Several of our top riders all wanting to use this as a bit of a exploratory class, getting to see what those lines look like right now, how they're developing, and then a lot of the riders, by the time they get to that top pro level, Ruby, and I can say the same for you as well, they kind of learn how to predict the way the track is going to look in however much time they've got.
Absolutely. You know, from when we were littler, biking the track, you know, it's awesome. You can see all the lines, and it's really just, it's not the same until you put a helmet on. And the pros have gotten, like, absolutely amazing at finding which lines, oh, that'll be the second moto line pretty much. Yeah, it really is so impressive. And they tell me in the interview sometimes, like, oh, yeah, I figured that was going to happen. And sometimes I'm like, there's no way. But sure enough, I've been proven wrong plenty of times before. It is so impressive. These riders, yes, they're smart, yes, they're strong, but man, their ability to actually think the race through leading up to it is so impressive as well. And as you can see, Taylor Jones, I'd say she's looking pretty good, feeling pretty good right now. Out front leading the way, who is Carly Lee going down, and that's a tough spot as well. We know Carly not necessarily the tallest in the field, and that's kind of an awkward position to be in. Looks like going to try to get some help to at least get that thing down on flat ground. And actually kept it running as well, or at least jumped, hit the electric start to get it fired back up. So Lee back off and rolling as well. I think that's the A-Vet guys already catching up.
I was about to say, they are certainly looking good. I recognize the number 1 from being in that second row, launching it, and in a big way. So we'll let our leaders make their way through here on lap number 1. Then we'll start to give you guys some names and positions here in each of our classes. As the TBT Racing Live drone, that's probably one of the only one-line sections of this whole track, pretty much one main way to jump back out onto the Southwick motocross track. And championship points, it is Kayla O'Neill handling business at the front of the field right now. Your reigning women's pro champ leads the way. Taylor Jones still able to hang on to that number 2 spot, but obviously got a lot of points to go, so we'll see how that's going to shake up for the full year. But Jones, Lily Sheets, Brandy Richards, 1, 2, 3, and 4 with Jocelyn Barnes, Corey Steed, and Shelby Turner rounding out that points breakdown here for your women's pro class. Kayla O'Neill really been solid this season, and I think just carrying that consistent momentum from 2025. Ruby, I know we've talked to her before. We've heard from her here on Racer TV, and she's one of those riders where, yes, she's focused on speed. She wants to get faster, wants to get more aggressive, but she is very good at keeping the big picture in mind.
She absolutely is, and she's actually always really positive. No matter when I talk to her, she's always happy, she's always smiling, she's always just ready for the next race.
Yeah, she's definitely one of those. I think the positivity is such a hard thing to maintain as well. Like, we hear a lot of riders, even sometimes when they win, oh man, but I made a bobble here. And we all get guilty of it, right? We all want to continue to try to get better, but I think when you do have things go wrong, it is so impressive when you've got a rider like Kayla, even like Taylor Jones. When things go wrong with an injury, she's always so optimistic with it. You can see some more of our points breakdown. Several of our riders in the mix, even in our vet classes, as far as taking those not only individual race wins, but the overall championship as well. And that is a bit of a different kind of focus, if you will. We've got some one-off racers, right, Ruby? Especially some of the Southwick locals, maybe not joining for the full 26 season, but they're here to try to make a statement at one round. But you've got some riders, their main goal is to be holding up to number one at the end of the season.
And that can be difficult to kind of figure out. You know, you want to be consistent, but also you want to win. And no matter if it's winning, just beating the local guys, or really trying to go for points, you kind of got to think about it.
Well, and there's definitely some times where we can tell a rider maybe put the big picture first, saying, hey, I don't think I've got this moto win. I'm riding a little bit over my head, but I got to remember I'm in the points lead. Maybe I just take a second here today.
It's a hard decision to make. You know, you don't want to get hurt. You don't want to hurt the bike. You don't want to completely throw away a moto, but it's also hard to tell yourself to settle down a little bit and not go as hard as you can.
Well, and it's funny because we've seen that as well. Some riders, they get this big lead built up, and then the last lap, you can clearly see that they've backed it down, and that's when we see the mistake happen. It's almost like you guys are so used to being on the razor's edge, you don't know how to ride at a 75%, you know?
Absolutely.
Taking a look, more festivities going on here at the FMF Extreme section. Like we talked about, already seen a lot of changes in this section between our first race of the day and now.
There's absolutely something, like, the extremes are awesome, I think. They're kind of some of my favorite parts of the track. I struggle on them sometimes even, and I'd like to say that I'm more of a technical rider, but sometimes those logs, and there's even Jersey barriers here.
Oh, yeah.
The logs move, the dirt goes away, and just, you really got to think of your strategy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And even we saw a little bit earlier, the logs start to move. And that's a whole different thing. The way the bike reacts to it, the way you can kind of predict what's going to happen, kind of goes away as those logs start to loosen up a little bit.
They definitely catch you off guard, and then next thing you know, you're almost over the bars, or just trying not to go over the bars and holding on tight.
Yeah, going for a ride for sure. We've already seen boots on top of helmets multiple times throughout the day here so far, but man, talk about silky smooth sand surfing. Taylor Jones on the hunt right now. Like we said, just so glad to see the Phoenix Racing Honda rider back here with us after such a incredible start to the season, really enjoying what the JDay has to offer. And man, she's right back to her winning ways of jumping right back out front. Saw it looked like it was at the 736 of Mallory Pickard in that number 2 spot. Good to see Mallory back with us here as well. And we'll see the lead. Jones should be working her way to this extreme section.
Do you know if they opened the jump for her?
Say that again?
The jump in the extreme. Do you know if Taylor, or if they opened it even?
I don't believe so.
I see.
Oh, look at this. Problems for Taylor Jones. Taylor Jones in that same spot we saw Carly Lee at. That's a tough spot. And I think what's happened is it's hard to tell from this angle, but it seems like that takeoff has really gotten cuffed out to where they can't get all the way up on top of it.
I believe there's a log in front of it even, so which can make it better if it really gets dug out, but it can also make it worse just enough to kick you off to the side.
So Jones, a little shake off of the glove there, and she's back off and rolling. And Taylor's back, and I think she might be feeling better than ever. You know, we were really excited to see her back with us, and we were able to catch up with her a little bit earlier this weekend and talk to her about her return to racing.
Yeah, so 6 rounds in. I missed the last couple rounds, which was really disappointing. I was bummed to miss them, but we're back now. Legs all healed up. I'm excited. This one's Southwick. It's going to be the biggest round of the year, I think. It's going to be epic just because we're at Southwick. So I'm just excited to be here.
Fantastic stuff. And now Taylor, she didn't just talk to us about how excited she is to be back racing, but actually kind of broke down exactly what happened in that injury. Listen to how brutal this was, keeping in mind how fast she's riding right now. Let's hear.
It's been pretty good. They were telling me it's going to be like 3 months, ended up being 2 months. Maybe pushed it a little bit, but I wanted to be back, and it's actually feeling fine. They plated it all up, so it can't really do too much damage to it. Just send it. I didn't even crash. I just hit a stump, went straight between my boot and my knee brace, and it just snapped it in half. Honestly, I was just sitting on the side of the track that had a dead leg. I went to like lift my leg up, and the bottom half didn't move, and the top half did, and I was like, something's wrong. But yeah, got all that fixed up, and it's good to go again now. It's got full shin guard plate, so I can't do anything.
That's brutal just to listen to, Ruby, let alone to actually have to deal with, and she's making it seem like it's just no big deal.
Knowing her, it definitely probably was worse than she's made it sound. And again, that positivity, just what can you do about it and move on, and she sounded very excited to be here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It really is so impressive the way all of riders in general, the way they're able to take such monumental injuries and kind of set them behind them. So really impressive, and like we said, just happy to have Taylor Jones back with us. Still out front leading the way here out of your women's pro class, Mallory Pickard and Kayla O'Neill sitting in the 2 and 3 spot with Carly Lee, Destiny Artigian, and Addie Harris rounding out the field. Looks like Anthony Mateo leads the way for the A senior class. And looks like Grant Meacham has jumped up to the top of the schoolboy class as well. So some movement happening at the front of the fields. Cooper Jones in your sportsman class, he's going to be one to watch out for as well. Ricky Russell in that mix. Cooper, one of the top amateurs on the GNCC circuit, and we've seen continuing to kind of work his way up into the overall picture. So going to be fun to see what he's able to do. I'm going to assume he might be in that pro race coming up later as well. But it is definitely a great opportunity. We see the number 41. Already some bar banging action, and that rider already got the goggles off, Ruby. That's a bold statement.
This is rough. Like, I've had my goggles off here in a mud race, and that's no fun. And even a dry is honestly probably worse to have no goggles.
Yeah, you talk about big mud clumps. How about little tiny pieces of sand getting in your eyes? That's certainly not going to feel too good. But at the same time, no quit for these riders. Got to do what you got to do, and got to wonder what would make the rider want to take the goggles off. I'm not totally sure. Now,
maybe fogging.
Yeah,
it's
maybe.
Pretty hot and humid
That
out
is
here
true.
today.
That is true. Yep. And so it's definitely, little different interesting reactions from some riders versus the other. Now, we talked about how unique this Southwick course is. We were able to catch up with Kayla O'Neill, our reigning women's pro champ, to kind of help break down what we expect to see this weekend right here from Southwick.
I have actually really grown to love the sand now that I'm here in Massachusetts. I think the track is going to be sick tomorrow. We just got done with a bunch of rain, and no one's ridden here yet, so I know the track's going to be sick. I bet the woods looks a little dusty, but the woods here is always sick as well, so I bet it's going to be awesome. It'll probably get a little rooty. It usually gets pretty whooped out, especially at this round because there's so many people here, because who doesn't want to ride at Southwick? So it'll probably, the only thing I guess would be to be worried about is just like how whooped out it'll be for second moto.
I think she hit the nail on the head. Who doesn't want to ride here at Southwick? I mean, it's my first time ever even being here, and I'm just stoked to watch the race in person. So, yeah, no, definitely this is one you didn't want to miss. It's been circled on the calendar all season long, and like she talked about, I think there's a lot of range as far as the way this track could develop. Yes, you've got a lot of bikes, but what are the line selections going to look like? Sometimes, whoa, is one right. Get a little airborne there. Bike stayed on the ground, but the rider went for a bit of a ride. But it is definitely very interesting what lines our pro riders choose to take sometimes versus the kind of main race line for some of the rest of the field.
Absolutely, and again, kind of like the local lines, really. Just some people prefer other lines than others, and sometimes they work. Sometimes you're an inside person, sometimes you're an outside, and whatever works for you is honestly the best you can do. And
no
that's
doubt.
just how racing goes.
Absolutely. Taking a look at that Luxon lap times from our last lap. Taylor Jones pushing the pace at a 6:08. Mallory Pickard, who you're seeing on screen with that FPV Fox Racing drone, at a 6:11, so a solid pace from her as well. And then Carly Lee trying to start to creep up on Kayla O'Neill. We saw her go down a little earlier in the race. Probably got a bit of time to make up, but she was a second faster than O'Neill on that last lap. So Jones, Pickard, O'Neill, and Lee all relatively close, and then Addie Harris and back there in, I believe, the 5th or 6th place spot at a 7:21 lap time. So turning a pretty solid pace as well for Addie. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Addie coming back from injury as well. So
I believe so, yes.
Good to see her back out on the course as well. A lot of our riders, especially here late in the season, kind of racing back into shape and all eager to get back out on course. And I got to think maybe another one of those scenarios. I believe Addie's spun several laps around this course as well. Says, well, I got to race at the Wick. Come on.
Exactly.
Taking a look now, Mallory Pickard picking her lines, headed into that extreme section. And yes, does still look like that big jump is blocked off. You mentioned a bit earlier, Ruby, so we'll see that for some of our pro racers coming up here later on. You see look like the 911 Yamaha ride going way over to the left-hand side of the screen, the rider's far right-hand side. And I tell you what, Ruby, another thing that's kind of tough to make a decision on, we see Kayla O'Neill making her way through. Now, somebody like Kayla, you're running the number one. You've been here, done that as far as JDay goes. She knows she's got what it takes to get through this extreme section. But we saw it in some of those C classes, some of the youth classes. Some riders, they're determined. They've got to get through that extreme section, but they probably would have saved several seconds if they would have just taken the go-around.
Absolutely. The extreme's called the extreme for a reason.
Yep.
And this one looks really awesome. Like, there's some logs off the ground. There's Jersey Bears.
Oh, man, more problems for Carly Lee in that extreme section. She had made up time, and you can see, once again, finds herself stuck in that extreme section. So tough luck for Lee here in the FMF extreme section. And I'm still yet to, there she goes. Okay, so Lee finally able to get back off and rolling, but definitely lost some more time on that one. There is the 505 ride on the Kawasaki, making his way through the Kirk Caselli 66 Pro line. Still showing Cooper Jones leading the way for that sportsman class. Taylor Jones, of course, still out front. We saw, I believe that was Cooper just coming through the Yamaha finish line. Watching the 505 of Nicholas Pecorelli on the Kawasaki, sitting in the 9th place spot out of your A vet rider class. And really starting to see those lines develop as well. This is kind of the sweet spot. It's starting to get rough, Ruby, but you've got like perfectly smooth. Then you got lines are developed, but it's not crazy rough yet. And then it starts to get pretty gnarly.
Pretty gnarly,
yeah.
Second moto. Definitely something that's a little bit, just different. We go after the C class.
Yeah.
Like you said earlier, the C class can kind of get a little crazy, and that's awesome. That's just part of it. Definitely sometimes the first, 10, 15 minutes of a moto, you kind of just got to figure it out. And sometimes it's a bummer because, the first 15 minutes can be the most important.
Yeah,
sometimes.
make or break
you
it.
just want to go, and sometimes you can't.
Yeah, it's definitely patience, as it is in many different forms of sport, is a virtue, right? Everybody's got that sense of urgency, but at the same time, 30 minutes, it's a long time out on track. And like you said, sure, you can win or lose the race in the first 15, but it is really easy to throw things away if you push too hard too soon.
It definitely is, and honestly depends on the rider. Some people excel during the last 10 or 15, and some are, they get the whole shot, and their first 15 are the strongest.
Absolutely.
You just got to adapt. That's what's awesome about the 30-minute motos, actually. I really love them. It's just long enough where if you do crash once, it's definitely not a guarantee of you're out of the race.
No doubt about it. Yeah, this is, we talk about racing through the checkered flag, and especially I like the way this is developed where our extreme section is basically the last section of track before that finish line.
I love it.
So you could be 30 seconds back, and all it takes is for the leader to have a bad run through this extreme section, and you could be right there coming into the final corner.
It's actually normally pretty wide, too. Like,
Yep.
there's, you see a telephone pole, and one rider goes left, one goes right, and then races down this little drag strip here to the finish line. And a lot of riders finish pretty close, and that's what makes racing awesome.
No doubt about it. Such a great point there. Yeah, we even saw it in that C class. We were like 5 wide at one point going through that extreme section. So it is certainly plenty of options there. Now, some better than others, but it is definitely fun to watch these riders carve their way through. As we see one of the Cowies making their way through. See the 18 on the blue crew, hangs on for it, goes for a little ride there. Probably didn't plan that. And back to the TBT Racing Live drone. Some close racing here on the sands of Southwick.
Like Kayla said earlier, this place got quite a few inches of rain, and it looks perfect.
Yeah.
It's hard, to get a perfect track, and Southwick's one of the ones that can definitely take the rain, but also you see those rain ruts, and I'm sure the track crew did an awesome job, getting it ready for the weekend, and it looks good.
Yeah, I got to give big props to them. I know they made some adjustments, I believe actually having canceled practice yesterday to work that track in. And when I say the crew here at Southwick, the crew here at JDay, they're looking out for the riders. They're looking out for what's best for race day. I know some people bummed out, and I get it. Everybody wants to ride Southwick, but at the same time, you can't argue with the facts.
Absolutely.
Look at what we've got on screen right now, Ruby. This is a fantastic race course.
It looks awesome. Like Kayla said, I believe she said that it might be a little dusty, and
what can you do about it?
Yep.
You know, you can hope for more rain, and then it turns to mud, and just you can never control the weather. That's one thing I've learned.
Well, and that's just it. You know, it's perfect, but perfect is a fleeting condition. It only lasts for 1 second, and then it's either too dry or too wet. So, yeah, it is definitely a battle for sure. But, man, the crew has done a great job. Like I said, Southwick living up to the hype. This was our first JDay Offroad that we called here on Racer TV. It was our finale last season right here at JDay. What a race that was. And, man, so great to be back here and essentially to have almost a full year of JDay racing coverage right here on Racer TV.
It is.
Watching some of our riders work their way through the Moto Tassinari tape here. I love it. I don't know if it's the Ken Roxon effect or what, but I swear I'm seeing more Suzuki now.
I kind of agree, actually.
I'm telling you, I don't know.
hope it is the Ken Roxon effect.
I love it, man. I was a Suzuki kid on 85s, and I think Suzukis are probably one of the best bikes that you can make look so good.
I don't blame you. And also, not for nothing, people make fun of the kickstart and whatnot, but sometimes on some newer bikes, the electrical can be a mess.
Yep.
And I've been fortunate enough to, knock on wood, not have that, but there's so much that can go wrong.
Yep.
A good old kickstart sometimes just gets the job done.
Yeah, right. No doubt about my leg is not going to short circuit out there. No doubt about
Hopefully.
it. Hopefully, yeah. I was about to say, it'll do a lot of other stuff, but hopefully that won't be the problem. We see Kayla O'Neill making her way through, taking a peek outside our Racer TV studios. I am seeing the white flag come out, so it looks like final lap of racing underway. Taylor Jones already taking that white flag. Mallory Pickard probably has as well. Didn't quite see her. I think she's actually working her way through right now. How about that? Right on cue. And then now let's see O'Neill on approach through the extreme section. Pretty picture perfect through those first few logs. Oh! That I think was the announcer's curse. That one was on me. So that's actually a great shot right there, though, because we've seen so many riders have problems. That's concrete right there. That's not a log.
That's not moving.
Yeah, that thing is not going anywhere. So, and what we're seeing is every time a rider does this and spins the back tire, that Dunlop is gripping right there, and it's throwing what little bit of sand behind it to where there's essentially no lip anymore. Look at this. Kayla O'Neill having to basically deadlift and overhead press the Yamaha.
That's draining too.
Yeah,
especially right before
So
you're almost over, and just sometimes it takes the wind out of your sails, and you can't do anything about it. We've all been there, and just you got to push past it, pull a tear off.
Man, how about that? So then Carly Lee now catching up. So we talked about Lee losing time on the last lap through that section. Now she's right back in the mix, and more problems. O'Neill stalls it again.
This could be a good one to the checkered flag, like we said earlier.
No doubt. So some shakeups as Lee got a good run through it. So wait a second, Ruby. It is far from over. Taking a look, Mallory Pickard has got that second place spot pretty solid. Taylor Jones continuing to stretch the lead out, but the battle is for third place between Kayla O'Neill and Carly Lee going to work right now as we catch up to the top of the field. And there is the Phoenix Racing Honda of Taylor Jones leading the way right now for your women's pro class.
This is going to be a good finish and a good second moto. Yeah. I'm already excited.
No doubt about it. This is certainly shaping up just like we had hoped. And I tell you what I'm excited about is to see the smile on the face of Taylor Jones as she brings this home. I mean, it's good to be back, but to get back and get back on top, man, you just can't ask for anything better than that.
It's an unmatched feeling.
No doubt.
Especially, it's a bummer you get knocked down. And I'm sure that, I'm sure it took a while to say.
Yeah.
And to come back and, perform how you want is one thing, but also feel good doing it, that's ideal.
Well, and Taylor never wanted to complain like we've talked about, and we've seen her deal with some really brutal injuries in the past, not just off this leg, but the last couple of years. She's had some big ones, and she's tougher than nails. I don't think tough as nails is enough because she's no sooner leaving the property injured than she's talking about when she's going to be coming back. So
pretty much.
Just talk about an enthusiast inside and out, through and through. Such a great addition to the Phoenix Racing Honda crew, and once again showing that she's got what it takes to get the job done when she takes the start. Not to mention, I like the custom lid too. It looks good.
Oh, I love it.
Yep.
Boring, like white or black helmets. I like the colors. It stands out. You can tell which one's her.
Definitely different. I love a good solid color, but at the same time, especially that neon like that, it makes it very good for us. We definitely,
and with the red.
Yes.
Think with the red.
Yep. We know exactly when we've got Taylor Jones on screen. No doubt about it. And I tell you what, I mean, nitpicking here, but even late in this race, form still looks very good. Not seeing her favoring one side versus the other. So man, really seems like that leg is doing great. And, you know, haven't gotten to catch up with Taylor really to talk about, you know, what her racing plans are moving forward, whether she'll be back at GNCC later in the season at all. But, man, a 30-minute intense moto is a great way to start to set yourself up.
That's 30-minute moto at Southwick.
That's such a good point to bring up, too. That's not.
This is not a gentle race.
That is not. That's probably a 45 to 50-minute moto anywhere else, minimum. And so she is certainly getting some great training in for the 2-hour races they do at GNCC. And like we said, just good to see Jones back with us here on track and back headed towards a checkered flag. They're still slicing and dicing out there, Ruby. They're battling.
One thing I love about Southwick, actually, is kind of like the woods, you know, they can have 3 different lines like this, and then when they come together, it's who's going to let off first, and sometimes neither of you let off, but that's just the best part about it. You got to just make your way through.
No doubt about it. We see Taylor Jones leading class, but also having to work her way through the field of lap traffic, and that is a skill in itself.
Lappers play a big part.
No doubt.
A lot of people complain, and I'm one of them, I'm sure, but it's part of it. You can't do anything about it. You can yell and you can scream, but it doesn't change a thing.
Well, as somebody that's been lapped probably more than they've lapped people, I promise I'm trying to get out of the way, okay? It's just sometimes I can't help myself.
Some of them are awesome. I've had some of them, you know, woohoo, or just say thank you and random stuff like that. It's awesome.
I love to see it. Well, Ruby, you joining us back in the studio for Moto 2?
I'd love to,
Perfect,
yes.
Absolutely. We'd love to have you. It's been great calling the race with you, and great to get some insight. How's your recovery coming?
Oh, awesome. It feels so much better than before. You know, it'll be a little bit before I'm on a bike, but I'm already happier, and it feels better than it had before.
I love it. Well, Ruby, I'm getting ready to head down and try to catch up with a very happy Taylor Jones here to wrap up this Women's Pro Moto number 1. All right, we're mobile. We're headed towards a checkered flag, and there it is. The Phoenix Racing Honda of Taylor Jones is back, baby. Got to be psyched about that one. And look at that. She's a pro. She knows exactly where to go. TMFJ. We all know what that means. All right, here we go. Taylor Jones is back. We've got the helmet off. We're not just back, we're back at the top. Taylor, first of all, so good to see you back here racing. I saw you coming through the pits when I pulled in, and I got a big smile on my face. How are we feeling? How's the leg? How's everything doing?
Yeah, I'm super excited to be back here. The leg, it feels good right now. Honestly, way better than I ever thought it would be at this stage, so super stoked about that. I've just been slowly getting back into it, doing a little bit more moto, but coming out here this weekend, I couldn't miss the opportunity, and it was incredible. Honestly, the track was sick.
No doubt about it. Ruby Fustini was calling the race with us, and we said a 30-minute moto, but at Southwick, that's probably a 50 to hour-long moto anywhere else. This is a brutal course to come test what that leg's made of.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I think on the first lap, I got arm pumped, and I was like, I got to breathe through this, otherwise I'm going to die here in a little bit. It's gnarly. Like, that, I think we're, 4 motos in, so once we get to the end, those guys are going to be in for a hell of a time.
Yeah, it's not smoothing out anytime soon, no doubt about it. Well, Taylor, you get the job done. We grabbed the Moto 1 win. Who do you want to thank for getting you back up here on top?
Yeah, I got to give a huge shout out to the whole Phoenix Honda team, staying behind me no matter what, making sure my bike's perfect, getting that win out there, and then my wife chasing me around through the injuries and everything else. She's got my back, so without those two, I wouldn't be here, so a big thank you to them.
Well, Taylor, like we said, great to see you back. Congratulations. That is Taylor Jones. Taylor's back, and she's back on top here in the Women's Pro class. We'll continue to watch some more of the field make their way across the line as we get ready for that MX Trophies race recap. And we'll give you a breakdown of how that top 10 wrapped up as well. As we're starting to get to midday, the sun is high atop the beautiful Southwick sky. And as we say, the sun is shining, the sand is flying, and the announcer is smiling. We're having a good time here. See, looked like that was Rivers Morris making his way off. Some of the rest of the crew taking that checkered flag as We take a look at your Pro Taper top 10. Looks like this in your women's pro class. Taylor Jones gets the job done. Mallory Pickard, a quiet but very solid second place finish. And then how about that? Looks like Carly Lee was able to get the job done on the final lap and make the pass happen for the third place spot. Kayla O'Neill, Addie Harris, and Destiny Artesian rounding out the field here for your women's pro class. There you see the rest of the field making their way through. Taking that Kurt Caselli checkered flag. Now we're getting ready for that MX Trophies race recap. Just like Taylor Jones said, she's like, it's already brutal, and we still got all the second motos and several first motos still to go. This is how it started, though. Pickard and Jones bar to bar around turn number 1. But I'm telling you what, I've said it before, I'll say it again. You give Taylor Jones some clean air, she's going to take advantage of it, and she did just that. The Phoenix Racing Honda rider went to work, and work she did. How about it? Like I said, Mallory Pickard, a very solid second place ride. The battle between Carly Lee and Kayla O'Neill for that third place spot pretty much exclusively came down to getting through the FMF Extreme section cleanly, and they both kind of traded mistakes in that section throughout the race. I know both of them very close friends as well, so always know that's going to be a solid but clean battle between those two ladies. But Taylor Jones, she wasn't interested in a battle. She just wanted to go and put in her motos, continuing to work her way back to 100%. Didn't ask her numerically if she's at 100%, but whatever percent she's at, it's enough to get the job done. How about it? What an impressive ride. Taylor Jones, there's that smile we've been talking about. Jones is back on top. Big thumbs up there for the 7-13. Well, like we said, we got plenty of racing coming up. We are far from done even here on the first motos, but first we're going to send things to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Dunlop Southwick GP Round 6 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. TB Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic,
Slacker, and W. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to beautiful Southwick, Massachusetts. As you can see, some of the surrounding area and scenery, so many things to do here in the local community. And, man, I know a lot of the tracks and locations that we go to, somewhat obscure as far as locations, right? You go to a pretty well-known city or town, and then you got to do a little bit of back road to get to these locations. Not here at the Wick. This is right in the heart of the town. I'm sure the kids in summer school can probably hear the racing action going on right now from the track. That's how close we are. But, man, so cool to be here at this location. I know I'm a motocross kid growing up. Everybody's heard about Southwick and knows how brutal it is, how tough it is, what it takes to get the job done here at a location like this. And then you throw the off-road and the extreme section into the mix as well. And, well, let me tell you what that gives you. It gives you the Dunlop Southwick GP here. So glad to have JDay back right here at the Wick. Of course, make sure if you guys are racing with us and you're watching on Racer TV, make sure you're posting about your weekend. Tell your friends, your buddies, tell everybody to be watching, be following JDay, be looking out for the new schedule coming out, and be preparing to come to a JDay race in 2027. I'm telling you what, guys, it's been so much fun over the last year or so to be able to cover this on Racer TV, and I definitely have had some FOMO. I'm not going to lie, all right? There's not a lot. I even shout out Ethan from JDay lending me the YZ250, letting me get out there at Club MX and doing a little bit of riding on Saturday. I kept it on the moto track because we've seen what happens when I try the extreme section, but nonetheless, it's just a great time. It's a great weekend, and like we've heard some of our riders talk about, the community that you have here at JDay as well is, I think, something that really separates this series from maybe some others around the country, man. It's such a tight-knit community. It's a real family-like atmosphere. You're seeing a ton of kind of group grill outs and bonfires and, you know, stories being shared, and was able to do the 2025 awards banquet for JDay as well. And, man, everybody celebrating each other. Really cool, fun stories, and you know it's impressive when you've got riders shouting out their competition on the podium speeches and stuff like that. So really great stuff going on. Now talk about one of the big names here at JDay, Justin Kokinos, I definitely think is the name that comes to mind, and he is handling business at the top of the Pro A 125 class. That Moto Tassinare Pro A 125 has all been Justin Kokinos. Alex Vanoof, one of the fan favorites as well, out there on the, I believe, number 48. He's sitting at 58 points. The B250 class is Joshua Bonds leading the way over Bobby Betancourt and Kendall Conley. And only 3 points separating 1 and 2 out of that 250B class. So that's a fun one to watch. Joseph Werner leads your B Open points by 7 over Joel Emberley, and then Caleb Herlong back there in the 3rd place spot, with Kyle Kelsey not too far behind either in the number 4 ride. Be on the lookout for that. B200, it's Zach Johnson out front. How about this? Zach announcing, Zach and Zach, 1-2. Now, I spell my name like Blanco, so I'm not saying I'm rooting for him, but he's only 2 points back, so we'll be on the lookout for the Zach attack here at the top of the B200 class. Jordan Broughton there in the number 3 ride as well. And taking a look there, you see Kokinos. He's got that Neon FXR gear. He's fired up to go racing. There is Alex Vanoof on the number 48 ride, the YZ machine. He's locked in. Everybody getting that last little bit of preparation here. And getting ready to do battle here at the Wick. This is what it all comes down to. You see a lot of these riders, I know we're all guilty of it, but some of them, they get a little excited. They throw the goggles on too early. Got to take them back off. Now they're all sweaty. They put them back on again. They start fogging up. Now you got to take them back off. So our sweep riders out and about, making sure our course is safe and clear before we get ready to throw up that Fox green flag. So we're continuing to watch and wait here at the starting line. Enjoying the time so far here at the Wick. Want to thank you all for watching on Racer TV as well. Like I said, kind of flying solo here in the booth. Shout out Ruby Fustini for jumping in for that women's pro moto. But I do have my Racer TV chat pulled up right alongside my viewing monitor. So if you guys have any questions, you got any tidbits of information as far as some of the riders go. Factual information here, guys. All right, don't make me look bad, but and keep the questions appropriate. But, yeah, if there's anything we can do to kind of help spread the word, get some information out there, we're all excited about it. Love to, like we said, be able to bring JDay right to your living room, your office, whatever you're doing, wherever you're watching. Thank you, and hope you guys continue to enjoy JDay right here on Racer TV. As the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class sitting on the line. And, man, this is, you want to talk about eyes in the sky. What a shot right here. Southwick, Massachusetts. And the Wick 338, one of the most infamous tracks, I would say, on the circuit. All right, so as we continue to watch and wait, I'm going freestyle here. I'm flying solo. I cannot be contained. I got the stick mic. I'm going mobile here. Let's see what we got. Going to walk over. Looks like they've been handling business over here at Sign Up all day long. Looks like the line has finally died down. Big shout out to our incredible Sign Up personnel for helping get us all taken care of here. Some wild questions to get asked up here at Sign Up, right? I've heard it with my own 2 ears. Walking by our Red Bull Victory Lane podium. Podium celebrations go down here following all of our racing. They got the Red Bull MXT fired up. They're blasting some tunes. And then, of course, we've got all of the incredible staff here from the Wick. We've got the concessions fired up. We got some hot dogs, some burgers being slung, cold drinks, Gatorades. Of course, you got to go and get yourself a Southwick shirt if you're here at the Wick. They got all of the Wick apparel that you could ever ask for and then some. Big shout out to everyone here locally. Oh, we got the Red Bull Wings team in the house. You know what that means. Some complimentary Red Bulls getting slung. And let's see, I'm walking up towards staging here. Trying to act like I'm about to go for a moto. Let's see. Who knows? I might just enjoy this start in person. Why not? As we make our way to the top of the hillside through the big Red Bull arch. You know you're somewhere important when you're going through a Red Bull arch. I think that's just in the rules. As here we go, sounds like we've got some machines getting fired up. And I'm saying it, I'm gonna hang here. I'm watching the start in person. Oh, wait a second, I'm in the middle of the track. I probably better move. That'd have been real awkward if you guys would have seen me on screen in the way. But here we go. Machines. Here we go. 30-second car getting ready to go up in the air. Final preparations underway. Getting that last little words of encouragement. Love the fan turnout that we've got here as well. Fans lined up alongside the fence. Everybody wanting to cheer their favorite rider on, and we're getting some big ones here. Obviously, just had our women's pro class, Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125, sitting on the line. We will have our main pro races coming up here in just a matter of minutes. So we are off and rolling. Pro-Am 125 Moto Tassinari, the title sponsor for this one. And the sweet sounds of two strokes come by us here in the tower. As we get ready for row number 2. And And here we go, another huge turnout, B250. Flags up and wait for it. There it is, Fox green flag flies. Our B250 class off and rolling. Ooh, some bar banging. Impressive. Looks like everybody made it through turn one pretty clean. Working their way back up the hillside, gonna do a little chicane to head off into the entrance to the woods section. Whoever that one rider was out front, wheeling up the hillside, that was pretty stellar right there. Here we go, B Open and B200. Now sitting on the line as well. See, the legs are up. They're locked in. And here we go. B200 and B Open. Taken to the track. A couple riders going down there in turn number one. Looks like everybody able to get back to their feet. And we get ready to go to work. Your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. Man, look at that. That's a great shot. You want to talk about what it's like to be in a freight train of riders. How about that? Imagine being right in the middle of that. You got somebody, a Dunlop Nobby in front of you and another Dunlop Nobby behind you. Oh, looks like I'm seeing some tape flying, some Fox tape flying. We must have had somebody go off track. This guy's looking around like, oh, that's not what an Ironman race is normally like. No, it is not, my friend. We do it different here at JDay, no doubt about it. Kirk Caselli, KC66 Pro Line. Getting some use now, and look at this. This is what I've been talking about, the multiple line options that have been built into this course. Tailor-made for some good racing. Your pro riders making their way through the Yamaha finish line, all in a line right there. So some close racing up at the front. Meanwhile, look at this. Mid-pack and even further back. The amount of position changes happening here on lap one. There goes Trevor Harris making some moves. Harris right back out on track. He was in that schoolboy moto just a little bit ago. Love to see it. Harris, another one of those riders really starting to come into his own here in 2026. Northfield works their way through here on lap number one. Once again, big shout out to Moto Tassinari, your title sponsor for the Pro-Am 125 class. Man, that has been a fun one to watch. I mean, how do you not enjoy watching some 125 racing action? I feel like you like racing. You got to like the 125s, but now we got some feet flying. We got some wilds going through the FMF Extreme section. See how these line selections work out for a couple of these riders. Actually, relatively impressive for most of those guys as they all work their way to the Yamaha finish line as well for one lap in the books. And a couple of riders going for a bit of a trip through the extreme section on lap one, but you see one rider, that was the 99, it looked like, taking the wide line around. So sometimes it's the smart line more than the fast line. Justin Coquinos checks in with 1 lap complete in the number 1 spot. Van Gosselin in the number 2 ride. Colton McQuarrie. Colton making the most of his summer break from GNCC. I've seen him at some moto races. He did a Blue Crew Invitational with Yamaha. Now he's hanging here at the JDays. Love to see it. Taylor Beckwith, Ryan Amancio. Glad to see Ryan back out here with us. Robert Weiss Jr. Robert, I hate to tell you, but you got some folks in the Racer TV chat putting some pressure on you, man. They want to see you on the box. Alex Vanoof, Kyle Gattani, Nate Smith, and Matt Webb, your top 10 early on here. 1 lap complete, folks. Has plenty of racing action to come. So one of our riders out of our B250 class, Elias Whitney, we were able to catch up with a little bit earlier and help you guys get to know him just a little bit better.
My name's Elias Whitney. I race B250. I've been to 2 races this year. The first 2 rounds, I've done, I think, a 3rd and a 4th, but that's averaged me out to P1 in the class as far for the New England Series. And I'm excited to race Southwick today. I'm excited about the sand. I love the sand. I'm pretty fast in the sand, and Southwick's always a fun track. The woods is always good, and the extreme's always super fun and different. My strongest part of the track is probably the moto. You can carry your speed pretty well. The elevation's super fun, and just the whole track flows really well. Yeah, JDay bringing everyone together, super fun. A bunch of different tracks, a bunch of different families all riding together. Super fun, and always a good time. I got a bunch of friends who come racing, and you always get to know more and more people the more you race, and it's always fun to ride with more people, faster than you, slower than you, and just kind of get faster all together.
Love to see it. Love to help introduce some of our other riders. Obviously, we've got some pretty well-known names that do some racing with us, but man, so many unique stories to every single rider that you see on the starting line. Doesn't matter if we're talking about the C class, the AA class, the 50 class. Man, it really is so impressive, the different stories that have led to all of these riders being here with us this weekend and this season. So we appreciate them all, and really cool to get to help you guys introduce, or get to help introduce them to you guys, the viewers at home. As man, look at this. I'm trying to see who that is. It looks like it might be a Beta that we're seeing at the bottom of the screen. It's definitely a blue front fender, but man, I really like the line selection that they're using here. Back into the woods we go. Taking a look, Eric Kinsley leads the way for your B200 class. There's the 264 on the Yamaha. We saw him a couple of times on screen, and it seems like every time he is right in the middle of a battle. In the mix, which is exactly where you want to be. Coquinos still out front leading the way. Gosselin and McQuarrie 2 and 3. Looking at the 47 hours just caught there. So like we're saying, B200 for the moment. Eric Kinsley, Justin Coquinos handling things at the top of the Pro-Am 125 class. And Jonathan Sear leads the way out of the B Open class. Can't tell if maybe there's a little more to Jonathan's last name. Might have just got cut off. There we see Kinsley on the back of the jersey there. Bobby Betancourt leads 250B. And that was Eric Kinsley, I believe, that we just saw, who was the leader for your B200 class. Good stuff going on even through some of our B classes a bit further back. What I love about these races is you can, you stand at one point on the track, you're looking around, and at any given moment, you can see a battle royale. Yeah, sure, sometimes it's for the win, sometimes it's for 10th or 11th, but doesn't matter. These riders are putting it all out there, leaving it all on the line. As we jump back to the FMF Extreme section. And was curious whether or not we would start to see this. Looks like they're actually trying to help move some of the sand back up to help give the riders a bit more of a lift coming to that concrete wall, for lack of better words. Oh, he got up, but it was getting down. That was the problem. They got the first half figured out. Now they'll start trying to work on the back half. Whoa, a big launch there from one of our riders. Wait a second. Oh my goodness, that was a jump right there. Let's see if we can get a replay on that one. That was an absolute launch. And I was wondering whether or not they would open this up. Ruby Fustini originally asked the question for the women's pro class. There is a line that had been blocked off, sounds like up until this moto. And let's take a look at this replay. Watch in the center of your screen. Taking a look. So taking a look back in that extreme section, and that'll be a section to watch right there. If they have opened that up, that's going to be very interesting. You see a couple of those riders, the really tall concrete section. Some of them are just barely crawling over. Some of them are sending that thing sky high. So we'll see if we can catch another glimpse of that in the coming laps. And watching, looks like the number 2, Kyle Gaetani. And let's take a look at this real quick. We do have that replay from the extreme section. Show you guys what I'm talking about here. Just so at least know what to be looking for. Now watch, center of your screen, you see the big pipe, essentially not thinking anything about it. Oh, no worries. Brap, how about that? Big launch right over, actually overjumped it just a little bit. We've seen some of that before in that extreme section. I think a lot of times, I know it certainly would scare me, but I think the view of it is almost more intimidating than the true concept of it. As seeing some pile-ups now here. That far left-hand line for the riders really starting to get brutal. And look at this, actually looking like they're trying to help introduce some maybe some other things to maybe not smooth it out, but maybe make the approach just a little bit more doable. As more riders work their way through the Yamaha finish line. We saw Alex Vanouf out there. He's looking good, working hard on that number 48 ride. He's sitting up. Let's see, Alex checking in that 6th place overall spot right now. Just watched Colton McQuarrie make his way through the Yamaha finish line as well. Battling it out with Van Gosselin. Love to see it. Some close racing here today. Really been a ton of fun to get to see kind of the blend. We've talked about the local series that was definitely Coquinos. I can tell you, if the Neon FXR gear didn't give it away, the riding style of launching some of these singles certainly does. Coquinos killing it right now. He had some lines like that at Club MX where I was just like, man, my bike just looks at me and shakes its head. So Coquino's going to work here at the top of the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. Justin, we talked to him earlier this season. He talked about, kind of growing up in the moto world and then moving over into JDay and understanding the work that he had to do to be able to be competitive at the top level of this JDay course, being able to work on the off-road side of things. He talked to us at the banquet for the 2025 season, and man, he was really cool to hear the work that he put in. Sometimes doing motos in the snow, in the ice, in the dark. Actually had to strap a headlight on the machine, and said he had the girlfriend out there with the lap time, and yeah, they were just grinding away. So really cool to see not only here in the 125 class, but Justin Coquino's obviously getting the job done in that pro class as well, and really been positive and embracing of the new competition that has joined the series here in 2026 as well. So excited to see what the future holds here for Justin Coquinos. And if he keeps riding like this, for the moment at least, a little glance over there for the fans at home. If he keeps riding like this, the future going to hold a Moto 1 win. This is another rider we talk about being very aware at all times. You'll actually see as the race wears on, he's going to start to start to back things down just a little bit. Not in the sense of he's tired or he doesn't want to push, but A, he doesn't need to. B, he's got a pro moto coming up here in just a little bit. So, yeah, it is definitely fun to watch what Coquinos is able to do. And he's even talked about it sometimes being a little more warmed up for that pro moto based off of the time that he's had in that 125 moto. Oh, threading the needle with some lap riders. Making me nervous. He's the pro, though. He knows what he's doing. Man, Justin, just on the attack, such a good show of how you keep that momentum rolling. You see the way he pieces these corners together. It just seems like he's able to flow. Something we heard Lucas Tucker Aldridge talk about is figuring out how to flow on this racetrack. We'll start to see that as the day goes on as well. Obviously, the sand whoops that naturally start to develop in these kinds of conditions. Some riders, that's their kryptonite, right? They're just getting smashed into from the bike. They're getting beat up, and it takes it out of them, folks. I don't care how good a shape you are. You just can't keep it up with that kind of stuff. Whereas the riders that really find a way to thrive, actually very Jet Lawrence-esque in the sense of doubling bumps that weren't originally jumps. And it's so fun to see the way some riders really thrive late in the race. And little things like that. Coquinos was all the way on the far outside. You can see the line that he's more than likely made, cutting back across, piecing these outsides and insides together. Justin very patient as well when he needs to be, whether it be with a lap rider or maybe kind of miscalculated a corner or a section of track. He takes the extra half a second or so, which sometimes is really hard for these riders to do, and tries to turn it around into a positive thing. Very rarely you see him making the same mistake multiple times. On the charge, though, got to give a shout out. Trevor Harris in the number 1 spot out of that 250B class. Like I said, Harris was just out there a little bit ago. Coquinos, that's the shot we've been looking for right there. Launches it through the extreme section and makes it look pretty simple while doing it. I will definitely say he might look scary, but commit to it like that, pretty impressive. So we'll see many more of our riders doing that coming up in that first pro moto. Man, once again, I love to see the wheel-to-wheel, bike-to-bike lines coming through this Yamaha finish line. Now Colton McQuarrie, we're seeing right here on the TBT Racing Live Drone. He's been one of those riders. First learned about him out at GNCC, and he has been having a summer break of summer breaks. He's been out doing some moto racing, been out at some Yamaha events, and now we find him back here at a JDay race. We were able to catch up with Colton McQuarrie a little bit earlier this weekend and talk to him about summer break.
Southwick, I'd say, probably is one of the highest tracks. I feel like everything's kind of an equal line, so whoever's faster on each line is going to be the one who wins. Right now I'm looking at all the insides and short lines, but I'm sure second moto I'm going to be further on the edge.
This is a rider that knows how to get the job done. I've seen him. Like I said, GNCC, you see muddy conditions I didn't even know racing was possible in. And Colton certainly accomplished, I believe, his mom was telling me, if I'm not mistaken, actually wrapped up his GNCC title just before summer break out at Snowshoe. And by doing that, he kind of earned the trust with Ampro Yamaha, who I believe is a part of his program, and got to do some of these different races. And so Colton really making the most of his season so far. And like he said, this is one of those ones where if you know how to ride it, you can kind of make any line work. You can go to the outside and make some passes. You can go to the inside and get the job done as well. It's all just about understanding how this track flows together and how to piece the track together. Doing a good job of that right now, currently sitting in the number 3 overall spot. Once again, shout out to Ryan Amancio. Haven't gotten to talk about Ryan a ton throughout the 2026 season, but he's back with us, and he's in that number 2 spot right now. So Amancio making some moves here in this. I believe he was in the 5th place spot the last time I saw him. There goes Colton McQuarrie. So I wonder whether or not Amancio is close enough to where we could maybe catch a glimpse of him, because he would have had to have gotten around Justin Coquinos. But right now on your screen, Colton McQuarrie working his way back up to the top side. You can see the fans, they are lined up. What's happening over there? What's so entertaining? Oh, right, the extreme section. Yeah, I probably want to walk over there in person as well. Meanwhile, the Kirk Selly 66 Pro Line. Woo, looking good. Hang on now. McQuarrie about got taken out by a lap rider there. Did a good job of adjusting at the last second. Oh, another rider taking the goggles off. An interesting move. There goes Weiss making his way through. And looks like Weiss in that number 5 overall spot now. I mentioned earlier he's got some fans on Racer TV saying they're looking for a podium out of him. He's working his way that direction. He's now up to the number 5 spot. Meanwhile, there he is, Justin Coquinos on your screen. The 444. Looking fantastic. The Fox FPV drone. I don't even know if the drone wants to smoke from Coquinos right now. Not just the 2-stroke smoke. I'm talking about the racing smoke. He's putting in work right now. Really starting to stretch things out. And as we're 4 laps into this race, won't be long, you'll start to see Coquinos dial things back. And I'm talking, we're going from 95 down to 90. Okay, this is by no means is he just going to suddenly drop the pace entirely, but energy management is a part of the game here at JDay, especially when you're racing multiple classes. So Coquinos, a smart rider, a skilled rider as well. You see him taking a little glance back there, really wanting to get a bearing as to where he is versus the competition. Find out exactly how hard he's got to push things. I mean, just floating through some of these sections. Here we go, the FMF Extreme. Fans are lined up. Crap. Perfectly downsides. It carries the momentum right into that next part of the extreme section. Little glance back over the shoulder. That's a textbook pass through the FMF Extreme section, folks. Doesn't get much cleaner than that. There is Ryan Amancio. So how about this? Amancio really not that far behind Justin Coquinos. I hadn't caught a glimpse of him on camera yet, and the white flag is coming out. Oh, man, talk about a perfect storm. We'll see whether or not we can get some lap times from that last lap, because I would be curious to see if Amancio was faster than Coquinos. He certainly is close. Within a couple of seconds, he's not right on the rear wheel. There goes McQuarrie checking his way through. So 1, 2, and 3 in the grand scheme of things, really not that far apart. It only takes one mistake, and at Southwick, they can certainly pop up and grab you. Justin Coquinos out front, leading the way. and is now just about 3/4 of a lap away from a checkered flag here in Moto number 1. I love that I've seen Coquinos taking different lines throughout one moto as well. We saw him really railing those outsides early on when he was pushing the pace, and then now tucking into some of those insides. Curious to see what kind of machine Coquinos is going to be on for that pro race. We've seen him on the 252 stroke, and then we've also seen him on that YZ 450, and be curious to see what's going to work best for him here in the sands of Southwick. One thing about it, though, the 125, however he's got it tuned, however he's got it set up, it is working for him right now. As Justin Coquinos, I don't want to say he's on a cruise by any means. Certainly knows Amancio's back there, and after seeing how close Ryan was, now it starts to make a little bit more sense as to why Coquinos was taking those glances over the shoulder. Doesn't matter if it's an inch or a mile, as long as he's the first one across the stripe, the win is his. So like we said, going to maintain that effort, or manage that effort, I should say, here on this final lap. Back to the top side he goes, going to buzz by us here in the tower. Shout out Eric Hensley, still leading the way out of B200. Coquinos, Amancio, and McQuarrie. With Gosselin and Weiss, your top 5 in your 125 Pro-Am class. Trevor Harris continues to lead the way out of B250. B open, Jonathan Sear on a 32 ride. Right back to Eric Hensley in that B200 class. So we've got your leaders somewhat settled. Justin still having to fight his way through this lap traffic. It is no joke. I believe it is Cyrus, Jonathan's last name. I think that was actually Jonathan that just got passed by Coquinos. You can see just hop skipping, really does a good job of holding the bike with his legs as well. Very rarely do you see the backhand stepping out a lot for Justin. He certainly knows how to keep that thing headed straight and headed that way in a fast pace, that's for sure. Trying to see, that might have been, is that Trevor Harris just behind him? I believe it is. So Harris out of the B250 class leading the way, and probably going to try to hang on to Coquinos, get a nice little toe into the finish line, maybe pick up on some of the lines that the 444 is rocking. He is starting to get close. As soon as we see him in that FMF Extreme section, we'll get ready to make our way over to the finish line and grab a word with him. We'll call things there from the finish line as we'll watch our top couple riders at least make their way through. Here we go, Coquinos into the open section and just about a turn or two away from entering that FMF Extreme section. And Coquinos stands so much too, and I mean, certainly seems to be working out for him, but just impressive how much you see him up on the pegs. There we go, through the extreme section and headed towards a checkered flag. Justin Coquinos trying to get the job done. Through the extreme section one more time. They put the white flag away, and there it is. The 444 gets the job done here in your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. Trevor Harris makes his way across the line. Ryan Amancio coming through in that number 2 spot. A very solid ride for the 360. And we'll watch here as Colton McQuarrie Looks like going to take that final spot inside the top 3. Great fight there from the 3-1-2-3. 101 on the bike. 4th place, literally about a bike length behind them. We're going to see if we can get 5th place through here as well. And there it is, Robert Weiss. Going to grab that top 5, setting up for a good overall. I know he's got some fans watching on Racer TV. Meanwhile, down here at the Fox finish line, or the Yamaha finish line, the Fox podium, Justin Coquinos, man, we get the job done here in that Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. First of all, I got to know, what are we rocking in the pro class, man? We 2-stroking it, 4-stroking? What are we doing?
4-stroke, baby.
I love it, letting the big dog eat. Well, you certainly let this one eat as well, man. Take us through. We got the start. Southwick, what are our thoughts on it? It's a love-hate kind of course. What are you thinking about it?
No, all love, no hate. Track was good. I got the whole shot, like you said, and then looked for lines that one. Amancio closed up, kind of like got some lappers, and I was kind of just well, I was trying, but I was just flowing, and then I was like, oh, he closed up a little bit, so sprinted the next lap and pulled up the gap again, and then, yeah, so hopefully this pro moto goes good.
Now, we got to talk a little bit about the jump there in the extreme section. This class was the first one where that line was opened up. Looks like, obviously, it's easy to speculate from TV, but it looks like it looks more intimidating than it is complicated.
For sure, the first lap, I didn't even hit the gas on it, and I went deep off of it, and I was like, better go long than short, because you definitely don't want to come up short on that, because it does boot you pretty high, but it's a good takeoff, good landing, and then, yeah, so it is a lot scarier than what it looks.
No doubt about it, and I know you got a great crew behind you, man. Who's helping you out get this win?
My mom, my dad, my sister. Factory Connection, Plastow Power Sports, and Pro Yamaha. FXR 60, Redline Oil, P3 Carbon. Yeah, everyone, thank you.
There it is. Justin Coquinos getting ready to trade the 125 in and turn it into a big 4.50 for that pro race coming up. Got a little bit of, I'm going to say it's a little bit of an advantage. He's got a more recent look at the track than the rest of the field in that sportsman class. So we'll see whether or not Coquinos can use the little bit more modern view of the track to his advantage. And if he can get another start like that, that'll certainly help things out as well. All right, let's get ready. We take a look at this top 10. Justin Coquinos, Ryan Amancio, Colton McQuarrie, Van Gosselin, and Robert Weiss, your top 5. Kyle Gaetani, Alex Vanoof, Matt Webb, Eric Kinsley, and Trevor Harris, your top 10. All right, let's take a look at your MX Trophies race recap here. So right off the start, you can see the neon gear. The 444 of Coquinos got the jump, held the inside, was able to hang on to the early race lead. Coquinos working his way through. And, man, once he got that clean air, like you said, just managed the race and kind of managed the race from behind as well. Noticed Amancio was catching up and had to slow it down and speed it back up. Coquinos, though, really looking solid and on the attack as well. It's so funny to hear him post-race talking about, oh, I backed it down and then I whipped it back up, because the viewer, at least this viewer, certainly couldn't tell. It looked like he was on the charge all the way through, had things right where he needed, and like you said, going to be trading that sweet sounding 125 for a big barking 4.50 coming up here in just a little bit for that Pro Moto #1. But at the end of the day, Justin Coquinos on the 444 going to get the job done and grab the Moto win here for Moto 1 of your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. Well, folks, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. We got pro racing coming up, but first we're going to send things to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Dunlop Southwick GP Round 6 of the Fox JDay Offroad Series. We'll be right back.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement, all to cement our name in history.
JDay Offroad is proud to have the following advocacy partners: the Kurt Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC, the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. JDay Offroad is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
All right, here we are, folks, sitting on the line right now, just breaking things down with some of the riders making their way through. I'm telling you what, I mean, I always see a lot of smiles coming off the track here at JDay, but, man, something about the Wick, it just hits different here on a beautiful sunny Sunday here, round number 6 of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. Taking a look here on the line, our next moto going through their riders meeting, getting their little briefing as far as the race rules and procedures for the motos here. A lot of new faces, maybe their first time here with us at JDay. And it won't be long. They'll be getting those machines fired up and then shut back down, and then they will be dropping the green flag here for our next race. See the 940 trying to get that whole shot device set. As we've heard from several of our riders, a good start going to be absolutely crucial here today, and really realistically could make the difference. I mean, we've seen it time and time again, especially when we've got deep classes like this with a lot of riders. Man, you start outside that top 10, even if you're the fastest guy on track by a couple of seconds, it's so difficult to make that ground up and make the passes happen. So definitely going to be tough for sure. But right now, B Vet, Super Senior and Masters, as well as B Senior, Women's B and C, as well as C Senior and Vintage, all sitting on the line. Taking a look, your eyes in the sky. Taking a look right now. B-Vet on screen. B-Vet on screen. You can see getting those goggles adjusted. Interesting strategy for the one. I don't think the goggles are going to work on the back of the helmet, but you know what? I've been proven wrong before, so we'll see. I always like when the riders pull half their tear-off sitting on the starting line. That's a bold strategy as well. Go Christoph Porcel style. I think he lined up for a pro moto with no tear-offs one time, just to make a statement. So lots of different strategy out there, folks. No doubt about it. Once again, tuned in here on the Racer TV live chat. See what we've got going on here. Like I said, we've got some fans of, you know, Robert Weiss had some fans looking for a podium out of him. I think got a 5th in that first spot or first moto, so could be looking at a podium overall. Everybody, of course, loving this Southwick track, man, and how could you not? A fantastic course here today. Shout out to, of course, everyone here at the Wick and then the entire crew with JDay for the off-road sides of things. Definitely not the only one with the FOMO. A couple people saying they weren't able to make it out here this weekend, but man, they are, A, they're loving the coverage, but B, man, it just makes it, it's salt in the wound, if you will. There's nothing like seeing how great the race really was. And, of course, everybody loving that Fox FPV drone, one of the most unique views that we have here at JDay. B-Vet, row number 1, Super Senior and Masters, row 2, Women's B and C, as well as B Senior, row number 3. As the gates down on B-Vet, headed into turn number 1. I saw the 94 ride, who has grabbed a couple of wins so far this season, sneaking through the inside. That was actually a very sneaky line. Taking a real tight inside and probably passed 4 or 5 guys up the inside. All right, chatting here, Super Senior and Masters. Next up on the line. Trying to see, I believe that's the 948 all the way to the inside. So another thing I feel like is kind of synonymous here at Southwick as well is some unique starting positions. Gates down, way on the inside. Didn't quite get the drive. It actually came from about midfield. But just because you lead them into turn 1 does not mean you will lead them out. Looks like maybe a Honda able to carry the momentum wide around the outside. Is that red? Is it orange? I can't quite tell. Whoever it is, they're out front, though. Working it. And if you guys remember earlier today, that was just a nice, smooth little incline, nice little uphill. Now it's basically a rolling uphill whoop section. This is what we talk about, the personality of Southwick. It is really starting to get chewed up out here. And, oh yeah, folks, it's still first motos. We've still got second motos coming up in all of our classes besides our Pee-wees, who did a longer moto this morning. One moto format for them, but all of these riders that you're seeing now are going to have a second moto coming up this afternoon. Oh, a couple riders coming together and actually collect a few more up the inside. 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 or 6 different riders all stuck up the inside, and that's it's a tough spot to go down at, but man, picking things up in the sand as if it wasn't already difficult enough. But the field moves their way through. Still one row to go, C Senior and our vintage class. Going for it. And there's old Uncle Secretary. He's on that vintage Spitfire Kawasaki. He went with the Coquino start, the 1-2 kick approach. I believe in his interview earlier, he said the plan is to blow the thing up. I'm hoping he was being facetious. That is too pretty of a bike to grenade here today, but you know what? Unc's going to do what Unc's going to do. You know, he's going to send it. That's a guarantee. And we're going to enjoy it. That's a guarantee as well. Here we go. It's Kawasaki leading the way for that row. Going to work. As here we go into the FMF Extreme section. The 143 and the 94. Oh, I thought somebody was going for it. The 143, that line didn't work out for him. 94 just inherited the lead. Thank you very much. FMF Extreme section. Just like that. Oh, whoa, wait a second. Yamaha Switchbacks almost claimed one. Able to hang on to it, though. 143 was able to get back up and rolling. Looks like the 78 ride. Trying to stay light on the pegs, keep that weight over the back end as well. Austin Sudrith on that 94. We saw take over the number 1 spot, and he is your points leader by about 15 points. Sudrith looking fantastic. Matthew Bonds and Mike Jones in that number 2 spot. Super Senior, it's James Jetbar out front leading the way. And then 1 point separating Robert Buffon and Kenneth Chikoski. And how about it in the Masters class? Gregory Likens, 118 points out front. Joe Norder in the number 2 spot with 74 points, 10 points ahead of Paul Burfine, sitting back there in the number 3 spot. So how about it? Dean Herron was back there in the top 5. I saw him. Wait a second. I got to go back and take a picture. Rob Kavanaugh leads the way out of the B senior class. Joe Hines and Mark Huddling in that number 3 spot. In our women's B class, it's Gabriella Manisi leading the way over Rachel Watts and Audrina Anello. And we'll take a look at women's C as well. Christine Kavanaugh. And then tied between 2nd and 3rd, Jamie Geary and Isla Castell. In that number 2 and 3 spot, Derek Luxka leads the way in C senior. Todd Gales and John Stadler sitting in there as well. And then, of course, the vintage class, Evan Kelly, Alex Fanu, and Mason Dallaire, 1, 2, and 3. So that is a quick look at the top of your points in all of your classes. Like we said here, round number 6, so we are starting to get to the point to where, big picture talk, it makes sense. We gotta talk about some champions. Everybody's starting to think about those number 1s they want to be holding up at the end of the season. Sudrup right now doing a great job. Stayed calm there on lap number 1. We saw him trying to make a couple of quick moves. He had a really nice move at the inside of turn number 1, but he stayed patient. And you see where it's gotten him. Out front leading the way by about maybe 2 or 3 seconds for 143 in the number 2 spot. Take a look now at your KC66 Pro line. Watching and waiting. Gonna jump forward just a little bit, catch up with some of our vet and vintage riders. Now, I want to make it clear when we're saying vintage, we are talking about the bike, not the rider. Had a guy ask if he was old enough to be considered vintage, and I said, maybe, but unfortunately it's the bike that we're doing those classifications based off of. That's another cool thing I like to see is the different style of bikes. I mean, we got generations of bikes out here doing work at one time, and it also is very unique and cool to see at the same time the way different bikes can take on the same kind of terrain, right? It's almost a great way to show the improvement of motorcycles over, the last couple decades, really. It is certainly entertaining to watch. Bobbing and weaving going on. I mean, we've got all the way from mid-'80s bikes to an electric bike I just saw go by that is basically a brand new type of technology here to the form of motorcycle racing. Take a look, there's the 110 ride. Got a big number 1 right behind him, though. Watch out. Carving their way through. Sudrup leading the way. We take a look at Spencer Saracena, Mark Trujano, Steven Skurzat, and Henrique Barbosa, in that number 5 spot. Jim Kinsley, Lucas Oliveira, Chad Gold, Nathan Martell, and James Martin round out your top 10. Uncle Danny Secretore is leading the way in the vintage class. Sudrup leads the way for your medium vets and in the overall. Jim Kinsley back out front in that super senior class. Nathan Martell leads your masters class. Skurzat in the lead for the B senior class. And the women's B class, it's Madison Rocchio, I believe is how you say that last name. Isla Castell leads your women's C class. So Isla racing super mini as well as women's C. Dan Young leads that C senior class. That is a run through of all of your classes here out on track. Very solid so far. Still like a very enjoyable racetrack. We take a look, 3:39 lap time for Austin Sudrup. Saracena and Trujano, a 346 with Skurzat a 347 and then Barbosa a 348 and then Kinsley a 349. They're about as close as they could get as far as the lap times go. Taking a look, that's Barbosa on the 47 ride. We are watching right now, so we're literally on board with the battle. The Fox FPV drone. Giving you an idea of what it's like to go to work here at the FMF Extreme section. Oh, eating a little bit of roost there, Barbosa. Making some noise. Making some, I don't call it dust, but some sand spray for sure. Coming off those logs, grab a big handful, and certainly, I mean, some people will straight up say it. It's a strategy, right? You roost the guy behind you hard enough, it's makes them think about it, how bad they really want to make that pass. The problem is sometimes it doesn't motivate them. Sometimes it makes them really, really eager to make it happen no matter what it takes. So, bit of a gamble. There goes the 557. 504 on the back of the jersey. Solid run through that extreme section right there as well. Once again, big shout out to our sweet and safety riders. We catch them a lot in our youth and micro classes, but man, it really is cool to, or it really is worth mentioning, I should say, how much they do for some of our bigger classes. They get out there to help a ton of our riders, whether it's bike issues, whatever it is. They see the 807 making his way through. I believe that was Castell right behind. Skurzat still looking solid. There goes the 948. We saw him on the start way over there to the inside. And got a pretty good jump with it. All right, one of our riders nailed the double, but then you saw lock the brakes up over that next part. Coquinos had it figured out. He turned that into a double-double. Glad to hear that I at least somewhat was able to know what I was talking about as far as from assuming that jump inside the extreme section less difficult and more daunting, I guess is the best way to put it. It's more scary looking than it is actually truly difficult. But I will say, with every rider that does what that rider just did, where he rolls over, first of all, not the smoothest, not the fastest, but you can see the rut that is starting to develop in the takeoff of that jump. And there's not a ton of room for different lines on that takeoff. So as the race wears on, you're going to see that line get deeper and deeper, which means when the riders hit that kind of, I don't know if it's concrete or metal, whatever that tunnel is made out of, but as it gets deeper and deeper, the bike is going to really, really react to that. It's going to be super abrasive, and you could start to see some of the riders get a big kick. Taking a look right now, this is the battle for the 4th place spot. Lucas Oliveira and Henrique Barbosa going at it. We saw them just a bit earlier, and realistically, the distance hasn't changed much. There's about a bike length between the two of them. Oliveira, he's got that headlight on the KTM, but number 3000 on the helmet. And then the 47 of Henrique Barbosa, 247 on the helmet as well. Now taking a look at the 95. There goes Oliveira, and there is Barbosa making their way through. Looks like this is one of our women's riders. 95 on the machine. Looking pretty solid as well. I like how she's taking some of these far insides and outsides really good job of not following that main line. It's so easy to do, right? You sit there and you see what everyone else is doing and where it looks like everyone else is going. It's hard not to want to follow. We take a look, Luxon lap times. Austin Sudrith, steady, but not the fastest on track. How about that? A 6:20 compared to a 6:14 from Paul Latendry. Now, I don't even know what class Paul is in, what position he's in. I'm going to have to do some scanning here. Saracena back there at a 6:28. Not too far behind. And then Oliveira and Barbosa, they're pushing each other forward, a 31 and a 34 between the two of them. There is the 8:22 ride making her way through. There is Sudrith working through the backside of the field. There is the 9:05 on the helmet there, 95 on the bike. We can get a name in this one. Oh, some chaos here. The FMF Extreme section. That far left-hand side for the riders has pretty much been treacherous all day long. Shout out to the spectators and folks trying to help out. You see Sudrith trying to make his way towards, he's going way to the other side. That rider taking note of that says, I may be taking that line. And actually seeing a fair amount of riders choosing the go around, which, hey, no shame in the game. I'm sorry, but if I don't think I've got it through the extreme section, I'm not going to take the risk of ruining my race. Seems like a lot of these riders. We actually, yeah, sounds like we've got a replay as to what actually happened there in the extreme section. Things got pretty chaotic pretty quick. There we saw Oliveira make his way through. Now take a look at this. One rider, like pretty good, and then the 131. He saw the problems for the rider up ahead, hesitated, and man, those guys were doing everything they could to try to hold the bike up. Just couldn't quite do it. Gave it their best shot, that's for sure. But that's how quickly, and sometimes it's really not even your fault. There was nowhere the 131 could go. But man, as soon as you stop moving, things start tilting, you start leaning. Next thing you know, you are on the ground. They're checking back in. Your top 10 overall with Sudrith, Oliveira, Latendry, Saracena, Barbosa, Kinsley, Martel, Trujano, Skurzat, and Gold. That's 3 laps in the books. Look at this, the 822 having problems through that extreme section as well. Going to get a little assistance. Getting over that log. Oh, another rider right as that guy's running off. No, wait, turn around. Oh, man, that's frustrating. I feel like this is, I mean, you could argue whether it's the most technical of the extreme sections, but I also feel like it's relatively long. There's a lot of obstacles. But there's a reason it's called or not called the FMF chill section. I will put it like that. So living up to the name and the hype. Kurt Ford jumping up inside the top 10 overall, as does Aaron Judson. Continuing to switch around here as the 918 ride makes his way through. Got some fans in the house here making their way through. Love to see the kids out and about. Had a great day of riding and racing yesterday with some of our Stasic Rippers. Oh, wait a second. We got Unk on screen. The Fox FPV drone. Unk knows what this sound is. He shouldn't be looking back at it. So Secretary is on that Spitfire Kawasaki. Up on peg. Oh, a dab of the foot, and he almost takes the tree out. What a save, Unk. Woo. watch out. Starting to get some square edge bumps here as well. We talked about the rolling sand, you know, the rollers that almost immediately start to develop between the braking and acceleration bumps in the sand. But what people don't talk about, especially through these wood sections where you've got some hidden rocks, you've got some roots and stuff like that, you catch these square edges and they will completely change your direction before you can even realize what's happened. So good job right there. Some quick reactions. Secretary. Take a look at it once again. So watch kind of smooth sailing on board, and it's actually the rut. That's actually really interesting. So the rut was so deep right there that when he dropped down and grabbed the foot off the foot peg. So we talk about how this track is shaping up and breaking down. That's exactly what we mean. Some of these main lines, even if you can't quite tell on Racer TV or these FPV drones, it's getting deep in some spots. Luxon lap times. Ooh, look at this. Latindry once again. Fastest on track at 22 to Sudrith 28. 34 for Oliveira. And how about it? Jack Gold back there to 6:33 as well. So the riders right now looking relatively consistent. I believe that was identical lap times for Sudrith. I'm doing a really good job of staying up on the foot pegs. Even if sometimes it's just one of them. Staying off the seat. It almost sounds counterintuitive, but letting those legs absorb the bumps, it saves it. Your legs may be tired, but I promise, getting beat up by the bike the whole time. Man, an expert through the extreme section, no problems at all. Getting ready to put another lap in the books. There it is. Buzzing by us there off the Sudrith. On the 94. And the 557 of Paul Latindry. Really looking solid as well on that Husqvarna. Multiple laps in a row now. The fastest rider on track there is Lucas Oliveira, who is sitting third overall at the moment. Nathan Martell in that number 4 spot. Here's the 162 making his way through here. The KC66 Pro line. Rider as well, keeping the feet up on the pegs, letting the bike do the work. Feeling good. Good shot of the Dunlops right there. Here for the Dunlop Southwick GP. Once again, couldn't think of a better title sponsor here for this round. As my friend Wes Kane likes to say, stop slipping, get gripping. Grab yourself a fresh set of Dunlops. Going to be no paddle hate here on this one. The sand, a lot of paddle tire talk, but sand certainly a place deserving of a paddle tire. And taking a look outside the Racer TV studio, white flag is in the air. White flag is out, 1 lap left to go. So Austin Sudrith got less than a lap remaining. As there's the 550 checking in across the stripe. Taking a look here on screen, won't be long. I'm sure we'll be catching back up with your leader right now. There's one of the KTM rides. Looking solid, catching a little bit of air out there. Really, still for the moment, at least, looks like the Moto Track you know, 2 to 3 main lines in some spots, but definitely still has some areas where things could get a bit more brutal. But of course, our first pro moto coming up, sitting on the line right now. Those boys will certainly take care of that. And great shots here from the TBT Racing live drone. Our eyes in the sky showing us exactly how things are looking. And man, a ton of fun to watch the way these riders choose lines and set things up as well from way up top. Uncle Secretary making his way through as well. Like we said, for those of you watching on Racer TV, we've got our Pro Moto 1 coming up next. Definitely don't want to miss that. There's 114. Shout out Dan Young leading the way out of the C senior class. Like you said, Secretary leads the way for the vintage. And Austin Sudreth right now is the man with the plan out front leading the way. And going to be closing up on a checkered flag here before long. There he is, Austin Sudreth. Working his way back through the top side of the track. Going to head back off into the woods here on the final lap of racing. Sudreth again. We talked about it earlier, the patience, right? It's one thing to be fast, but you also know when you've got to check up a little bit. He did a great job right there around the lap rider. And Sudreth right now. Wait a second, folks, as it pops up on my screen. Sudreth now showing as second overall, so this could be interesting here. Sudreth, I believe, still out front leading his class, but Paul Latendry may have gotten the job done. The question is, how does this line up physically? It does sound like Sudreth is still physically out front. We take a look. There is Sudreth on screen. Paul Latendry continuing to push the pace. A 6:33 on that last lap. Sudreth backing things down just a little bit, but like we said, physically out front leading the way. And got to be fired up with that one. See if we can chat it up with Austin as he comes across the line here in just a few minutes. If he's able to hang on, of course. Still plenty of opportunities for things to reach up and grab him here on this final lap of racing. Don't think not only can it, it will. We've seen it already happen some today. And that is getting some information here from Race Control. Paul Latendry, is actually one of our senior riders. So a bit older rider in the field and is continuing to push the pace faster than Austin Sudreth, who's in one of our B classes. So it just goes to show you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but sometimes you don't need to. They still know how to get the job done. So a big shout out to Paul Latendry leading the way out of his class. And like I said, I believe still going to be Sudreth across the line as I get ready to head down towards the checkered flag. We will catching up. The 94 of Austin Sudrith here in just a moment. And there he is. Hopefully Austin not going to ride away from him. There we go. He's coming back. Watch a few more of our riders take the checker flag here. Make their way across the line. We get ready to talk to Austin Sudrith. Gets the job done. Sooty, is that the nickname?
Yeah.
I just noticed that on the side number plate. Well, Sooty gets the job done here at Southwick, man. First of all, we're racing at Southwick. How cool is that?
It's hot, it's sandy, but it's a blast. I've never been here before. It's always been a dream to come here, so we're having a blast, man.
Yeah, and they say this is when it's hot, when it's gritty, Southwick takes it out of the best of them, man. But you certainly put in a great effort. What was working for you out there? How were you making your way around this track? We're looking for a float. We have some good lines picked out. What were we thinking?
Trying to stay out of the main lines. It's all chopped up. Just trying to find flow, staying smooth, going around lappers, just trying to find the smoothest and fastest line around everybody.
Well, you think it'll be a lot smoother for that second moto, right?
Absolutely not.
No doubt about it, man. Well, I know you're up for the challenge. Who do you want to thank for getting this first moto win?
Man, I got Johnson Farms, CSR Motorsports, GST Performance, all my friends and family. I mean, just people just hanging out, riding around, you know.
There it is, man. Congratulations. Another moto win. Austin Sudrith gets the job done. All right, so we're going to get ready to make our way back towards the Racer TV studios. A couple of young fans wanting to go get a high five there from Austin. That's what happens when you grab some moto wins, man. The fans want to come talk to you. Everybody wants to get the picture, get the autographs. Comes with the territory, you know. All right, heading back towards the Racer TV studios. Things about to get very, very interesting if they have not gotten interesting enough for you already. Pro riders sitting on the line. See the 95 making her way across the line. All right, well, let's take a look at our Pro Taper Top 10, see how things broke down here. It is Paul Latindra getting the job done in the overall. How about that? Austin Sudrith, Chad Gold, Lucas Oliveira, Nathan Martell, Aaron Whitney, Spencer Saracena, Mark Trajano, Henrique Barbosa, and Aaron Judson going to round out your top 10. You can see we got the media in the house with us here. And we'll get ready for our MX Trophies race recap. We all know how important the start is. You get the whole shot devices set and you get off and rolling. Headed into turn one, it was the number one, making some quick moves. If you notice, Sudrith snuck around on the inside, picked up a couple of quick spots, but was still sitting up around that top 4 or 5. And then, man, he got to work. Was sitting number 2 when they came into the extreme section on lap number 1, but a mistake from your early race leader would hand the lead over. And from that point on, there it was, the 94 of Austin Sudrith. He said it was hot, it was sandy, it was brutal, but he kept it charging forward and was able to turn it into a Moto 1 win. Already said he was looking for alternate lines, trying to avoid those main lines, and this was his first moto of the day, so best believe he's got his work cut out for him here for moto number 2. But when it all came down to it, it was the number 94, Austin Sudrith, getting the job done and the moto win here for moto number 1. Well, folks, get fired up. If there's time to run and grab a drink, grab a bite, grab a snack, now is the time to do it, because when we get back from this commercial break, we are getting ready to go pro racing here for round number 6. We'll be right back with more Dunlop, Southwick, JDay Offroad Racing. JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses, Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%, Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We talked about some of the Stasic racing action that we had earlier this weekend. These are the Little Rippers, and give them about 15 years or so, and they could be sitting on the line right here for the pro class. Zach Herron here alongside the Taylor Jones joining us here in the booth to call some pro racing action. Taylor, of course, already added a win to her collection a bit earlier today, but Taylor, we've got the pro riders sitting on the line. It's Southwick. It's such a unique opportunity and such a unique race. What do you think these riders are really trying to focus on and pay attention to headed into this moto?
This race is definitely going to be about the start. These guys are so fast, and all of them are very good out there. So, honestly, whoever can get out front and just keep it smooth is going to have a lot better time than whoever's in the back of the pack trying to fight their way through. There's a lot of lines out there, so they will be able to make passes, but it's rough already, and then by the time you get to the front, you're going to be tired.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now, one of the unique things about you talk about how important the start is, it seems like so far today we've seen starts come from the outside or the inside or the middle. It seems like there's actually a lot of variance. If you were sitting on the line right now, where did you line up for your moto, and what would you suggest to a rider sitting on the gate right now?
Honestly, if you know your bike's going to start, I would start on the inside 100% of the time, especially here. It's so deep in the sand. I actually chose the outside. I was a little 50-50. I didn't practice many dead engines this week, so I was like, oh, okay. So I started on the outside just in case, so I could rail around in case I didn't get a good jump. But being so deep here, honestly, it's whoever fires the fastest and just drives up that straight. It's a long straight. You can dive into that corner hot on the outside or the inside and just rail around. So, honestly, yeah, getting a good jump off the line, but holding it on to the corner.
Yep. Yeah, and that's a good point that you bring up. The distance from the start line to the corner affects things a lot as well. And so many times as far as the start goes, it's the first 15 feet that realistically make or break it.
Yeah, 100%, especially on a dead engine. Even on a live engine, if you don't get off that jump and someone beside you can come across, you've lost all of that momentum, and they're able to just drive. So, yeah, getting off that line, digging into this sand. Whoever has a paddle tie is probably going to help today. I'm sure most of these guys are running the paddle. It's pretty deep out there. It can get a little slippery. This sand's weird. It's not like It's not like a super deep sand. It's kind of like you can slide on top, but you need that drive to dig in, especially coming out of the berms. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun race, I think.
No doubt about it. Well, you set us up perfectly, Taylor. We've got a nice little intro to help bring you up to speed as far as all of the pro racing action we've had so far this season. Let's get ready to go pro racing.
Fast class. I can't wait to watch it. Here we go. The drag race into turn 1. Oh! I don't know what I just saw. Straight to the lead. Jake at the speed.
And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The man to beat today is rough and rowdy. Ricky Russell going to take the win in dominant fashion. Well, that has been the action. Just when you think you know how the story is going to break down, Taylor, they throw another curveball at us. Obviously, the Jigs Bustini Creek jump was a moment we were talking about and will be talking about for years to come. But so many riders have stepped up. We've seen Josh Toth. We've seen Ricky Russell. We've seen Jigs Bustini really start to come to life as well. Gus Reardon. I mean, the list goes on. And at any given moment, any of these riders could jump up and steal a win.
Yeah, 100%. Like these races kind of plays into the fact that anybody could win. Like to last 3 hours, it takes a certain type of rider, but to go out there and do 30 minutes, most of these guys have that in the bag, but they can go as fast as they want on these kind of tracks, and it's just fun because it's like a moto track in the woods out here. There's so many lines. They're able to jump through the woods. They got whoops out there. Like, it's really cool that it's just like it's a 6-minute moto track, and these guys are going as hard as they can, and they're loving it. Like, yeah, the way they're able to battle, especially having the 250 riders and the 450 riders in the same class here. It's like, it's really cool to, I don't know, it adds like another element. It doesn't take like one, like a 450 rider can't just win. Like, sometimes we have 250s out there smoking them.
Well,
and then you have jigs out there doing random creek jumps that just like blows someone's mind.
Making jumps out of things that weren't supposed to be jumps. And then like you said, the variance as far as machines go, I mean, even Justin Coquinos, we've seen him, some of his best results this season in the pro class have been on a 252 stroke. I asked him a bit earlier, he's on the big 450 here in the sand. So a lot of these riders, if they have the ability to, choosing some different tracks or different bikes for tracks. And then, like you said, the 250 A class, which is row number 2 as well, this is a great opportunity for them. A lot of times not quite able to be right up there with the top pro riders. And so even if they're only battling in their class or maybe not quite there want to be, plenty of opportunities to take some notes and learn as a racer as well out here.
Yeah, 100%. And they're right behind them. They're able to follow their lines out there and see what they're doing, maybe catch up and pass a couple here and there. But even if they get past in the end, being able to chase those guys to the finish and see what they're doing to be able to send it like they are. Because, yeah, that front row is definitely on another level.
No doubt about it for sure. As we see all of our riders, and you can kind of see from this overhead shot that they're lined up. There are some on the inside, but they fall way, way, way far to the outside. Nobody wants to get too far to the inside. Otherwise, they've actually got to kind of turn before the first actual turn.
Yeah, the way this start kind of lines up, I actually I did a local moto here last week, but the better spots are around the doghouse there, kind of in the middle, just because it comes in like a funnel there. So if you're too far on the inside, you have to come back to the left and then go right. But if you're too far on the outside, you just have a very long way to go around. So the middle is kind of more like that perfect spot, unless you just want to rail that top of that berm. But on the inside, yeah, if you get that jump, it's not too bad. But as you can see on this overhead, it comes into a funnel. So, yeah, the middle's the straightest line. Easy peasy. But then, like, you have such a long, fast straight going up into the woods. If you don't get that jump, you can, you can send it.
No doubt about it. Certainly plenty of opportunities in the woods and on the moto track to get Cindy, as they like to say. But like you said, try to make quick work of things and get that good start, get up inside, at least that top 5 early on, because another thing that we've seen is kind of that breakaway speed as well, right? We see it in the women's pro class as well. So many riders that are capable of that speed, but if you're not in that mix right off the jump, those top 3, they're pushing each other, they break away. All of a sudden, there's a 10-second gap between the top 3 and 4th place. That's a really hard gap to be able to make up by yourself.
100%, especially on a track like this when it is, like, a lot faster. Like, all the guys are going the same speed, so 10 seconds is a lot of time to be able to catch up if you don't have that start. So, yeah, getting out front, and then, like, the way the sand is, it's going to be sticking to your goggles, and you'll be eating it all day. So you don't want that. It's already hot enough out here. Sitting behind is going to be a struggle, but there's so many lines. Looks like we're ready to go here. 30 seconds.
I love it. 30-second card is in the air. Moto number 1. Sitting on the gate, trying to see where some of our heavy hitters are lined up. I see Alex Luger a bit more towards the outside. Meanwhile,
we got Ricky in the middle.
Yep, Ricky in the middle. Jig's kind of more over towards the inside as well. So
I'm excited for the local guys that are here,
yes,
the ones that we haven't seen at the Southern rounds.
Here we go, off and rolling.
Dude, Ricky did not stop.
Yeah, Ricky didn't get a good jump at all. I was trying to see who that was at the inside, maybe the 714. And yeah, it's such a good point that you bring up. There definitely are going to be some local pros that want to get up in the mix as well. Look at that, Coquinos launching. He's letting that big 450 eat this time, riding it like it's a 125. Justin Coquinos up to the number 2 spot and already trying to put pressure on for the number 1 ride over the 774. Is that the Sheriff? Is Marshall out here?
I think it might be.
Wait a second.
Is, yeah.
Ooh, you want to talk about a Southwick legend.
He knows this place like the back of his head. So that's going to be fun, but
yep,
Coquinos was just out there, so he knows all the lines. He knows what the track's looking like.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting for sure as far as a rider with plenty of experience around Southwick. Robbie Marshall, a name that needs no introduction. But just like you said, Coquino's been out there, what, a half an hour, if not an hour ago at most. And so he's definitely, not to mention, been racing full-time throughout this season as well. I mean, you're perfect to talk about that. It's so hard to keep that race intensity, even a couple of percents off from race pace. It's really hard to build that back up.
Yeah, 100%. Just having, like, I feel like it's more so the speed coming at you, like the mind side of things. It's not really, the body knows what to do, but to be able to keep up with what's happening at that speed is really hard by the end of the race. I'm sure Robbie's going to have it here at the start, but it's going to be the end that shows the real test.
No doubt about it. Here we go, A200 and A Open sitting on the line. Looks like Colton McQuarrie lining up for this one as well. A couple of other familiar names and machines. Might be Rivers Morris back there as well. This is going to be fun to watch. We'll get the start clean and clear, and then we'll get to see these riders go to work. And then a whole nother side of it is you kind of have that opening lap, the way it breaks down, and then you get to lap 2 or 3, and they're working their way through riders that are also in a battle, and it completely changes the dynamic of things as well.
Yeah, for sure. They don't want to let people pass, but they also, don't want to hold them up, but they don't really have a choice. But this one has so many lines, you're able to keep your eyes up, you can pick them. It's really hard when you sit behind someone, you kind of just funnel in. So keeping those eyes up and just choosing different lines. They all seem to be around the same pace. You can get some slower, some faster, but it's looking pretty good right now.
So here we go, jumping on board the Fox FPV drone, trying to hang out with the Sheriff, Robbie Marshall, as they like to say. Now, it does look like Coquinos has made a pass, tail of butt to Marshall. He's still hanging strong, and he's trying to arrest his number 1 spot away.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be there, that's for sure. He loves a good battle. He's going to push it as hard as he can. But hopefully, we don't see anything too crazy in the extreme section. As a single of the bike he has.
Yes. Yeah, no, talk about a pleasant surprise. How about as soon as I saw the 774, I was like, wait a second. Now taking a look at your championship points here in AA, it is T-Dax Tyler Medallia leading the way by 2 points over Rough and Rowdy Ricky Russell. Jigs Bustini in the number 3 spot, Joey Crown, Josh Toad, Justin Coquinos, and Gus Reardon. Now A250, Rivers Morris been really solid here this season. Peter Shaw and Kyle Grinowicz round out your top 3. And take a look at A200, it's Matt Jakin, Camden Kraus, and Thomas Fulcher. 1, 2, and 3 with Kraus and Fulcher actually tied in that number 2 spot. Landon Wentz, Cole Johnson, and Dustin Clotter, 1, 2, and 3 out of your A Open class. And then shout out to Eric McKay as well to that Pro-Am Electric class sitting out front. So here we go. A lap in the books, abbreviated lap, but a lap nonetheless, and it's Justin Coquinos, the 4:44, getting the job done here at the moment. 3:23 for Coquinos, Robbie Marshall a 3:26, Beckwith a 3:28, Thorne Devlin, Robert Weiss, Jigs Fustini, and the rest of the field checking in as well. We'll give you a rundown as soon as everyone checks in here with timing and scoring.
It looks like Jigs has made the pass on Thorne. She's up to 4th now. It's cool to see those local guys coming out, the Northerners, ones we don't get to see down south, is out sending it. It's it's fun throwing them in the mix, but I'm sure those guys that are racing for the points want to be in front of them.
Well, and that's something we touched on as well with some of these riders, you know, individual racers versus series racers, right? Championship contenders versus individual race threats. And so somebody like a Robbie Marshall, I like to call them the dark horses, right? Whether it's someone coming back from injury or whether it's someone that maybe just wanted to pop in a specific race that they know they've got a chance at. Robbie Marshall definitely could be a little bit of a thorn in the side of some of these championship contenders.
Yeah, 100%. Like, these guys know that they can come run up front, so why wouldn't they come make some money out here in the Big Ten and get to race against these guys, you know, show what they got. But, yeah, the ones that are in the points definitely don't like it as much, but I'm sure the competition is cool for them.
Taking a look right now here, the TBT Racing Live drone, our eyes in the sky, showing you how some of the best in the business make their way around. Justin Coquinos, Robbie Marshall, Taylor Beckwith, Thorne Devlin, Robert Weiss, Jigs Bustini, Cooper Jones, Gavin Simon, and Van Gosselin, all inside that top 10. We'll see whether or not Christopher Morton stays up at the top of the field. That may be a timing and scoring error, not 100% sure. It'd be pretty impressive if someone in one of those back rows is outpacing Coquinos and Marshall, but
you never know.
Certainly possible, yep. Might be a Southwick local.
Now they're looking good out there. Yeah. The track's not in bad shape yet. It's getting a little rough here and there, but the amount of rain they had this week is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it's been the savior for this, and I feel like great job from the crew, especially on the moto side of things. Ultimately deciding not to ride yesterday, saving the track for this, and it's made for not only a nice looking track, but it's raceable as well. We've seen passes happen on the moto. We've had passes in the woods. Really goes to show that these riders can push the limits and multiple lines throughout multiple sections of the woods as well.
Yeah, 100%. Just, yeah, they do an absolutely incredible job making sure it's open up, but making sure like the lines aren't one side's way faster than the other, so everything's raceable, like you said. And then, yeah, if you've got passes going on all over the place, that some guys don't even know where they came from because they're on the other side of the track and it's like 50 foot wide. So it's really cool the way they lay it out here, especially here at Southwick with the sand and the way the track breaks down like this. There's so many lines.
Yeah, this track is in a constant state of change, no doubt about it. Threading the needle right there. Justin Coquinos trying to straighten some of these switchbacks out. We jump on board the Fox FPV drone. It was trying to hang on, but I think it had enough. As Coquinos twisting the grips off of the YZ450. Robbie Marshall, Taylor Beckwith still hanging strong in the 2 and 3 spot.
Where everything is, yeah, it's really cool to see. He's got everything set up perfectly. It's all coming together.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think this is, at least at the moment, a standout ride for Justin here this season. He's talked about, you know, kind of the growth and the expansion of the JDay Offroad Racing Series, getting some new names into the mix, and, you know, Justin getting the job done in 2025, found himself battling just to get inside the top 5 in some spots, and a lot of riders could be a bit bitter over that, right? A bit negative, but Justin said, man, I love it. I love to see some of these new faces and new names that are big names coming over to JDay. And then look at that. Who's the big name out front right now? Justin Coquinos. He's not scared of the challenge. He's still putting in the work during the week, and right now he's showing what he's capable of, letting that 450 eat.
Yeah, 100%. It's kind of like it's made him become faster, I feel like, that's for sure. And he's put in the work. He's always been there. Getting that start today definitely helped, being out front early. But yeah, he's had the speed. He's putting it together. Obviously, he likes this track.
Oh, ooh, wait a second now. Come on, Justin.
Keep it on.
Yes. Well, and Taylor, you obviously are a lot better to speak about this. Actually going through that extreme section, it seems long to me in the sense of there's multiple obstacles. There's like 7 different logs that you guys are hitting. There's concrete in some spots, tires in others. Really seems like you can nail the first half and then the second half to bite you or vice versa.
Yeah, 100%. It's all like, it's different through there, like the way they've set it up. No 2 obstacles are really the same. Like there's a few logs here and there, but like the way the sand is, like some of them you have bumps before it, so you're able to jump over, and some are like really dug out, really deep. So it's like everything is so like different, and then like you said, it's long. So it's like you just obstacle after obstacle, but by the end of the race, you're so tired. By the time you get there, it's just like you want that part at the end. to end. But yeah, I feel like the sand's what makes it a little bit tougher here this weekend, just because as you're going over the obstacles, it changes every lap.
Yep.
And then you're hitting that soft sand on the other side. You've got to keep that momentum a lot more.
Exactly. Well, and that's the thing is like you said, the sand always in a state of change and always moving. And that's one of those things, somebody like a Robbie Marshall that's got so much experience and confidence in these conditions, this could play right into his hand. Now, I didn't realize the sheriff was here, but Robbie Marshall, we were able to catch up with him here a little bit earlier this weekend and talk to him about showing up here and doing some racing at JDay.
I'm actually riding a 2014, the same bike I won in 14 on, won in 21 on it, and it's a 2014 300 XC. The thing's just a unit. It's an absolute unit for the woods. It handles the woods and the moto and everything all around. I say all the time, like, it's never perfect, but it's never horrible. It's always just great. It's a fun bike to ride, the two-stroke things around the track. People hear it barking and love it. The more four-strokes I start riding, I hear the guys say how they have trouble hearing me. I just come up on them like a ghost, so that's another little mind game I play into my favor, so it's going to be good.
I love 2014, over 10 years old that machine is, and it's got several wins, including one just a couple of years ago. It is so incredible what these machines are capable of, but it also just shows how much the rider truly does make the difference, right? A lot of people focus on bikes. They got to can't have the 26, I got to get the 27 now, right? And yes, certainly a lot of innovation has happened, but it's not all bike, Taylor.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. He shows that for sure. He obviously has a lot of confidence in that bike, and he loves it. But like you said, like the new technology and everything, it doesn't always make the difference. It comes down to the rider in the end, and he's going to show that every time, whether he's on a new bike or an old bike.
Yep.
But it's so much cooler that he's out here on that 2014. Let's see if he can put it on that middle of the podium again. That'd be extra cool.
Yeah, wouldn't that be absolutely crazy? So here we go, the Fox rider making his way through. Robbie Marshall rocking some of that fresh Fox gear. And Justin Coquinos. Now that is this is the actual KC66 Pro line. We've seen our riders make their way through this section, but it is a different section for our top pro racers as well. So if you're looking on your screen going, I don't recognize this part, it is different and unique only to our pro race. As it looks like got maybe Thorne Devlin putting the pressure on Robbie Marshall. And then it looks like Beckwith and Fustini now starting to go at it as well. I saw on that Luxon lap time chart, Fustini, I believe, second fastest on track that last lap.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, if he had a start, he'd probably be up there with Justin fighting for the lead. But having to be back there trying to make passes is definitely hurting him. He has the speed, but he needs to get past these guys. It looks like Thorne just made the pass on Robbie there, so it'll be interesting to see if he can push the times and make it up with Justin.
Yeah, Thorne Devlin really pushing the pace here early in this one as well. Might have made that pass stick for the number 2 spot, and it looks like he has. So back on board the Fox FPV drone. Looking at the Fox gear of Robbie Marshall right now, hopping his way through on that 2014 machine.
You can see they're searching for lines already.
Yep.
It's definitely getting rough out there. It's kind of like, it's a weird dirt in the woods. Like it gets a lot more square edge chewed out, whereas the moto is a lot more whooped out.
Well, and we've seen actually on one of our, I believe our last race, it looks like it's really deep in some spots, like deceivingly. We saw one rider get his foot completely grabbed off the foot peg just by the way the bike settles down into it. So definitely very deceiving. And then you see what it looks like here on Racer TV. How bad are the shadows in that wooded area?
Yeah, it's definitely, it's weird going into the woods. You can't really tell what's as deep as it looks like, and everything's starting to get deep. I think because of the rain, everything's just packed in. Like if it was a lot drier, everything would fall down so the ruts wouldn't be so deep. But even on the straights now, it's starting to like really dig out and catching feet just because of like the sand's packed down so well and it's holding together. But it's making like the berms and the ruts super awesome. So I'm not complaining, just got to keep those feet tight.
Yep, got to keep those toes tucked in, no doubt about it. Robbie Marshall hopping and skipping his way around. As there you see Coquinos. One of the things that I touched on in that 125 class, and you can touch and speak on this, Taylor, is the ability to have patience, right? We talk about how fast these riders can go, but especially in some of these things like the extreme sections, some of these more tight technical sections, the ability to know exactly how to check up and how to truly take your time through a section and not rush that can oftentimes be a skill in itself. You got the adrenaline dump and the heart rate sky high, and even just taking a quarter second sometimes feels like a millennium.
Yeah, 100%. Just like to check up and make sure you're on the right line instead of just hitting something like I did earlier. I'm sure you guys see me fall off the side of the logs. Yeah, it's just like you need to take that second and just, take patience, because if you just hit it, you're going to probably be on the ground.
Yep.
Just, get that skill and technique perfect. It takes a little bit of time, but it's going to save you a lot of time when you're not picking it up.
Yeah, it's a give and take for sure. A half a second here could save you several seconds later on, but kind of hard to ride with that hindsight sometimes. But right now, Justin Coquino's continuing to lead the way.
Is that Ricky coming back here, or one of that Cali?
I saw, I was about to say, we talked about Ricky not getting the start that he needed for sure, so we'll see how hard Rough and Rowdy's going to have to fight his way forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure how tight the points actually are right now, but he's leading, so I'm sure he doesn't want to be back there outside the top 5.
No doubt about it. Yeah, the points battle continuing to be very close here at the top of the field. And like we've said, folks, if you're just joining us, only one more weekend of racing to go. The doubleheader weekend out at Unadilla, one of the fan and racer favorite stops of the season. And it is certainly going to be a fun one to watch. Definitely understand why they gave that one 2 races. That's going to be a fun doubleheader weekend.
Yeah, that track, I've only ever been there for the GNCCs, but I'm actually super excited. I get to go race the WMX there in a couple weeks, so that'll be fun. These guys are flying along that back straight. They're pretty close right now. Can't tell who's who, but there's Simmons. I think that's Ricky going around the outside, but I can't tell who he's trying to pass.
Yeah, taking a look, it's a blue fender. Having a second guess myself now. I've seen Hondas with blue fenders, Betas, all kinds of machines, so kind of tough to tell, but whoever they are, they're doing a great job. They funnel into that inside right there, all 3 of them, but we've definitely seen some change in lines. Real quick, if you do see on our pylon, AJ Bello, that is definitely a timing and scoring issue. I believe actually fell and then came back across the stripe, so a 30-second lap time, a little too impressive to believe. So one of those riders was Gavin Simon right there in the mix. So maybe Taylor Beckwith just in front, maybe Wallstrom just behind, maybe Robert Weiss actually, because I know he's on Husqvarna as well. So that might be, yes, Beckwith, Simon, and Weiss, 7, 8, and 9 on your screen right now for your overall and all out of your pro classes. There you see the 383, and then Gavin Simon on the 249. Up on the pegs on the charge, and then the 16 of Robert Weiss, 30-16 on the helmet. Going to work as they dip back off into the woods.
Yeah, they should be starting to catch some lappers now, so that's going to tighten things up. But Justin has quite a big of a lead, so he doesn't have to stress too much. It's the other guys that are still battling each other and they're trying to pass the lappers. That's when well, and we got to think the strategy for Coquino is probably an all-out sprint until they hit those lappers to maybe have a little bit more of that buffer. You get 4 to 5 lap riders between you. As you see now, Fustini has made a pass, as has Russell. So now it looks like the top 5 doing some shaking around as now Gavin Simon has made the pass around Beckwith. What has happened here to the top 5? There is Beckwith now losing 1 spot. Weiss right there putting the pressure on as well. So we've got some shakeups here. Yeah, it's starting to close around again. I feel like they're probably getting tired here a little bit. This is when like the fitness comes into play. Like you guys were talking earlier, I heard like the motos here, it might only be 30 minutes, but it feels a lot longer than that. This sand is just brutal, and it takes it out of you. I'm sure some of them might have a little bit of arm pump, but hopefully they aren't doing too bad and they can battle to the end.
Yep.
They got some lappers to come.
Yeah, they're doing a 30-minute moto and then doing a 30-minute Southwick moto, and those are 2 very, very different things, I'm sure, as Coquinos, Devlin, and Marshall 1, 2, and 3, and then it is now Jigs Fustini and Ricky Russell rounding out your top 5. Beckwith has slotted back to the 7th place spot. We've seen Gavin Simon make that pass with Weiss, Wallstrom, and Gosselin. Your top 10 last we saw. Yeah, that's a good section right there. Even we see our top riders. Look at this now. Fustini has passed. Was he already in front of Russell? think
He's
he
already
was.
in front of Russell, but he just got Robbie.
Yep.
And I think Ricky's trying to get Robbie right now. I feel like, the end of this race is coming to him fast.
Yeah.
But see if he makes a pass before this extreme section. Otherwise, I feel like Ricky might get him right there.
Yeah, it's the pace right now. It seems like some of these riders are able to grow and get stronger as the race wears on. And then some, they go out, they sprint as hard as they can. Look at this.
That was a really cool line by Dawn.
Beautiful. A little no-footer action to go with it as well.
He's very impressive all the time. He's always up here in the northeast. We don't get to see him down south as often as we used to, but his style is something to watch.
I love it. Well, speaking of that FMF Extreme section, one of our riders we were just talking about, Gavin Simon, caught up with us a little bit earlier this weekend and talked about that very unique section here to JDay.
I feel like a lot of it's kind of a rhythm section. I think some B riders or C riders struggle with it because they're not jumping it and stuff. But we pretty much jumped through the whole thing, so it's super fun. But I haven't really struggled with it much. One time they put like a log pit in there, and it was like loose wood everywhere. That was sketchy, but it's pretty fun extreme section, I think.
So great insight there from Gavin Simon, who has had a very solid 26 season as well. Another one of our GNCC specialists, but don't let him fool you. The kid still knows how to get the job done out on the moto track as well, as he is pushing the pace. Kokinos, Devlin, Fustini, Russell, and Marshall. Now your top 5 with Gavin Simon knocking on the door as well. It may have even changed since the last time that has crossed the stripe. As taking a look, just letting the eyes tell the story. It looks like I'm watching Fustini with Russell and then Simon right behind. So these three have really put on a charge. That actually may be Marshall back there behind, still trying to hang on to Ricky Russell.
Make the pass around the outside. I'm not sure if Jigs is on a 350 or 450, but yeah, it's pretty deep through these sections here.
Fustini staying just a little bit lower, able to get back across to that inside, shut down Ricky Russell, and that helped him out a little bit through that corner. So the Stoke battle can, the battle for third place, Jigs Fustini and Ricky Russell going at it. Fustini aboard the KTM, the rider making a ton of noise earlier this season, but rough and rowdy Ricky Russell started the season off with a bang, and he's not looking to slow down anytime soon. As sets it up the inside, this next one. Oh, can he keep the drive? And it looks like there it is, pass made for the 2-1-2.
Yeah, it was a good pass. Yep. He set it up a couple corners early, but yeah, he looks good out there right now. He's not getting tired, that's for sure.
I said that at the start of the show, watching any of you pro caliber riders, it's so fun to be. A lot of times I don't realize it till after the pass happened, and then I'm like, wait a second, they set that up 4 corners ago, knew exactly where they were going to be. It really so is impressive to see how intuitive you guys are, as knowing exactly where not only you're going to go, but the rider you're competing against as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure, like, most of the time we'd like it to happen in the first corner, but yeah, usually we have to set up, especially when someone's going around the same pace as us, because yeah, you can't just run it in on them, otherwise you're both going to end up on the ground. So yeah, set it up and try and make the pass easy, and that way he's also getting out of the roost as well. He's not just sitting there eating it the whole time.
So now it's Kokinos, Devlin, and Fustini, or excuse me, Kokinos, Devlin, and Russell now, after we just saw Ricky make that pass happen. So he's now sitting up inside the top 3. Once again, 2-moto format here in JDay, so these riders will have another moto coming up to close the day out.
That's a good comeback by Ricky so far. See if he can catch up to Thorne, but yeah, hopefully if he can have a better start in that second moto, it'll definitely help him.
And you see he's got one of the bark busters at 12 o'clock up there, so he's come together with something.
Yeah, it's easy to do out there, whether it's a tree, the ground, or someone else. They come up fast.
Once again, the 249 of Gavin Simon making his way through just ever so slightly, has lost touch with that group just in front of him. Robert Weiss having another solid ride as well. There is Josh Toth. Haven't got to talk about him a ton so far today. Another rider really kind of comes to life late in the race as this one, but just now working up inside the top 10. Toth still has his work cut out for him.
Yeah, I'm sure he's used to this area, being up this way, but yeah, another start didn't help him out. Oh, That's Thorne.
Is that
so
Devlin? Wait a second. And Devlin went down and down pretty hard. There goes Ricky.
So he's going to lose probably a couple spots there.
Yeah, because we know it's a freight train right behind Russell.
Yeah, we've got them all coming through. Looks he lost the side shroud.
Yeah.
So must have been a big one. His style is very unique to Thorne, but he sometimes can hurt.
Those unique styles do that sometimes, I've heard. So, yeah, no doubt about it.
It looks really cool until it's really not.
Right up until it doesn't. But
yeah, he's
Ricky
very
Russell.
fast. Ricky's, though, is very smooth and fast.
Yeah, Ricky's kind of, I'd say so far this season, been that perfect blend of technical. I don't want to say the technicality only applies to the woods, but we've really seen him in some of those early battles with Joey Crown use the woods to his advantage. And honestly, his ability to pick lines out in the woods as well. Joey even talked about that early in the season. But then you get on the moto track, and sometimes we'd see Crown, T-Dag, some of those guys pull the woods guys. Ricky, he ain't scared to twist the throttle either. He's able to stay right up there in the mix.
Yeah, it's been really cool. Like, he's been sending it in the woods and on the moto, which is like, it's different because I've only ever seen him race the GNCCs and stuff, so we don't ever get to see those guys out on moto very often, but they're just as good. Like, we just seen Gus race Southwick here a couple weeks ago and make a couple top 20, so that was really epic to see, but it shows that these guys are very good in the woods and on the moto track, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is certainly, being a Carolina kid, I've been able to see, some Grant Davises, some Cody Barnes, Johnny Gerards come blow my hair forward at the local motocross track. And don't let the Barkbusters fool you. The guys still know how to go extremely fast. And speaking of rough and rowdy, we were able to catch up with Ricky Russell headed into this weekend.
I couldn't believe how gnarly the track gets. Right now we go pedal it and it's pretty smooth and looks really good. And then by moto time, after all the classes, morning classes go out, it starts getting pretty rough pretty quick. But the moto track's very iconic too, so it's cool to see, just like Bud's Creek, you see it on TV all the time, and for us to get to go rip full laps on it too, with the off-road combined, it's just really cool.
So Ricky enjoying not only what the racing offers, but the locations as well. That is definitely something that I feel like Ethan and the JDay crew have done a great job of here in 2026, is finding some unique opportunities for riders where I think just as fans of the sport and fans of racing in general, if somebody told me, hey, you can go ride at Butts Creek or Southwick or Unadilla or the first ever race held at Club MX, why would you not want to be a part of that?
Yeah, 1,000,000%. As soon as I seen the schedule come out, like, I was excited just for J-Days in general, but when they let out the schedule showing the tracks that we were going to be able to go to, it was like there was no chance that I wouldn't be here. Because like Southwick is the biggest name of probably pro motocross here in the U.S. And everyone wants to ride here. We get to come out here and do it, and like Ricky just said, and add some woods to it. Like, it's super, super cool. Like, the Lawrence brothers were just here a couple weeks ago ripping it up, and now I'm out there sending the same track. So it's like, I wouldn't not want to be here, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Anyone who's not is missing out.
Yeah, definitely some FOMO. I know the folks on the Racer TV live chat have been talking about that as well. A couple folks couldn't quite get a bike in time, but yeah, it has definitely been a fun one so far here today, and we're still on the final first moto of the day. Second moto is going to be coming up right after this, but Ricky Russell better watch out. He checks that rear view. He's going to see some pesky kid on a KTM, Jigs Fustini. This guy will not say die. He charges all the way through the checkered flag and gives it 100% every time he takes the track, and he's got that got a little bit of time, a little youth on his side as well.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to push it all the way to the end, and we know he's got the fitness and the skills to be there, and Ricky might just not see him coming.
So Ricky Russell focused all the way forward here. As watching, it looks like the 38 on the machine. Didn't quite see that helmet sticker, but once again, this KC66 Pro line shaping up to be pretty interesting. You see, it looks like we've got maybe 3 lines after that 180, but look at how deep that bottom is starting to get as well. It looks like that's really starting to get chewed up as we see Russell, who we know's got some hard enduro experience as well. A little dab of the foot there, but Ricky actually opens things up a bit through that section.
You don't realize how steep that is. I went and pedaled it yesterday. I didn't know if we were going to run it, but it's a lot steeper and a lot more chewed out than it looks.
Yeah.
Like, you're going down into a valley there. And And the dirt down the bottom is a little bit different. It's like a black kind of soft loam. But because every class hasn't really done it yet, it's not really like formed up well. So they're just pushing the front, and it's so steep coming down in there. They got to be careful that they don't hit it too hard because you're just going to push right through it.
Well, that's another interesting point that you bring up. The way that you go about braking and charging into a corner here in thick sand like this is different. You can lock up the brakes at somewhere like a CGI on that motor track. Very clay, hard packed base. And nothing really happens. But here, especially in some of the thicker sections, you grab a handful and lock those brakes up, you're going to basically create a small sand castle. And we've seen a couple riders get the front end caught up in that sand and spits them right on the ground.
Yeah, 100%. Or they grab the brakes too hard and it just like pushes a little bit. It grabs you a lot faster than you realize. Especially like this sand here is like a little bit unique. It's a little bit slipperier, and then you like dig in as well. So it's like, you got to be like super careful because you don't know what you're going to get. So you got to be on your toes, but you also don't want to like lose momentum. You lost the throne, but if you lose some momentum in these berms, you lose a lot of time because it does suck you in, and then you got to try and get that speed back up again.
So taking a look back in the FMF Extreme section. Man, that Cowie was making up some time right there. A good run through the back half at the very least. Meanwhile,
he knows Jigs is there, that's for sure.
Yep.
Now.
He's on the charge, that is for sure. Meanwhile, at least last we've seen, kind of quiet up at the front of the field. Kokinos, I'm looking outside the Racer TV studios, and white flag is coming out. Justin Kokinos, we just missed him here at the Yamaha finish line, but he is out front leading the way. One more lap to go for the 444 of Justin Kokinos.
Still has a really good lead, which is nice to keep up, because with these lappers right now, you don't want to, like, if you have a mistake, he's able to get up and go again without any troubles. Whereas if Ricky has a mistake, he has Jigs right there.
Yep.
So he needs to make sure he keeps it on two wheels and doesn't have any problems with these guys.
No doubt about it. Taking a look, Kokinos slowing the pace down just a little bit. Russell, Fustini, and Marshall all were faster, and then Simon and Weiss actually only a second slower, but Kokinos has kind of done the damage early on. He's also the first rider that's having to work through lap traffic as well, and that is something. I know the WXC class at GNCC, you guys get plenty of experience of it as well. It is very tough to be the first one to try to put a rider a lap down.
Yeah, 100%, especially if those guys are in a battle. They still think they're battling someone else, not someone from a different class. So it's like, you got to be careful. Just keep an eye out what they're doing. If they are battling, just, take it easy. Just let them know that you're there before you just slam it in, because they're probably going to slam it back on you if they think they're racing someone in their class. But these guys are good at snaking their way around, especially at the end of the race right now. Those back markers are probably getting a little bit tired. So they don't want to battle too much, but they still got to be really careful, because when they are tired, especially in the sand, they get a little bit all over the track. So you just got to keep your eyes up, make sure they're staying straight, and you're not going to run into them.
Yep. So once again, the TBT Racing Live drone doing a great job of showing you how much these riders move around on the track. You see them setting things up way on the outside and then cutting back across to the insides, making the most of the full width of the course, both on the moto side and in the woods as well. As man, that's a tough spot to try to crank the bike back up.
That's on the back side of that
double
right there.
Yep.
I hope you didn't try the double and land
I've been surprised. We actually, at the last moto, we saw a lot of riders rolling that, and I was like, that's
wow,
courageous, I guess is the word that I'm looking for. So, but unfortunately with that, and we talked about this a little bit as well, those riders, when they're doing that, they're creating this really deep middle rut to where now you're not going to get the same pop off that. So if you notice Ricky and some of those leaders, they're going far to the left or right and kind of avoiding that dead center line even for that jump.
Yeah, that would get a little sketchy here in the end, especially like in the sand, because it digs out so much easier than the hard pack does. So if those guys are doing that, digging out the front side, we're going to get some kickers on that up ramp. So hopefully they find a good line, keep it smooth. But that's right, it's definitely a lot easier to just jump it than it is to try and roll that thing.
Continuing to watch here as looks like our lead pack continuing to go through. A big shout out to Cole Johnson, Dustin Clotter, and Corbin Owens, your top three out of your A Open class. As there goes Colton McQuarrie skying out the jump. Not bad for a Woods kid.
Yeah, who said Woods people can't jump?
Colton's been on a nice little summer break, done some moto. He's been out at the Blue Crew Invitationals, and he's currently leading the way in A250. Rivers Morris and Scott Manchester sitting 2 and 3. Matthew Barrientos, Nicholas Hyam, and looks like Brendan Paquin 1, 2, and 3 in their class as well. So some solid runs and some familiar names up at the top side of the field.
Yeah, I'm sure there's good battles going on all over the place
Oh,
out
yeah.
there.
Yeah, that has definitely been the story of the weekend so far is battles, but what classes, what positions. We've seen great battles for 10th, for 5th, and for the win as well.
We've got Rivers.
Yep, Rivers Morris, and trying to see who that Cowie is beside him as well. They're going at it, a little glancing back and forth as well.
Yeah, you can see it's starting to get a little bit of a kicker on that double there, but I'm sure the outside lines are still okay. Hopefully.
Taking a look at 4:06. Makes it tough for us here in the booth. The helmet sticker not always matching the bike, so.
He's looking good, though.
Yeah.
He's got one more lap.
No doubt about it.
Probably wishing for a check-in.
Yeah. We've seen a couple of those riders. They see the white and they shake the head going, oh, man. I was really hoping I'd already been lapped and didn't notice. But this rider right here, he's got the keys in his hand. The Fox FPV drone picks up Justin Kokinos on approach. Well, Taylor, you feel free to hang out here in the booth as long as you'd like. I know you got a second moto you're going to be getting ready for, but I am going to get ready to head down towards the finish line and see if we can catch up with your first moto winner.
Awesome, man.
All right, so how about it? Taylor Jones joining us here in the booth for this first pro moto. And as your leader heads into the FMF Extreme section, I am going to get ready to head down towards the finish line, see if we can catch up with a guy I talked to, an hour and a half ago, Justin Kokinos. We'll see if he's got anything new to say. All right, here we go. Justin Kokinos through the FMF Extreme section and on final approach. Taking the checkered flag and a rev of the machine. Got to be fired up on this one, and rightfully so. What a ride for the 444 of Justin Kokinos. We're going to give him just a moment. And watch as here comes the 2-1-2 of Rough and Rowdy, Ricky Russell. And we'll see, does not look. All right, guys, down here at the podium, we're breaking down the race. We're doing some celebrating, and if I got deja vu, no, wait, this one's a four-stroke. Justin Kokinos, we get the job done here, man. What a place. We talked about it at the start of the day. This is where JDay and Racer TV relationship started here. We saw what you were able to do last year. We got some good mojo here at Southwick.
Yeah, definitely. I love this place. Luckily, I think I figured out the starts on this thing. I think. I mean, it was good. I came out, I think, like third or fourth, and then luckily we had some track, so I threaded the needle a little bit, and then made the pass into first quick, and then it was a good race from there. Like, I was trying to just watch everyone behind me and not go too hard, and it definitely felt good to have some speed to burn. So, yeah, I feel good about it.
No doubt about it, man. An impressive ride for sure. I know you got a great group behind you. Who do you want to thank for helping get you this job done?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Class Out Power Sports and Pro Yamaha, Factory Connection, huge shout out to them. 60, FXR, Alpine Star, Redline Oil, P3 Carbon, Class Out Power Sports, I think I said them already, but they're huge, so I can't forget them. Yeah, and there's a bunch of people. Thank you.
How about it, folks? Justin Kokinos gets the job done here in Moto number 1. We're going to do some shuffling around here. And here we are, the 212. We're going to get Ricky Russell up here and chat with him real quick.
Poor guy ran over his own gloves here. All right, Ricky, going to throw the gloves back in the lid for you here. All right, now it was myself and Taylor Jones in the booth, man. Take us through not the start that we were hoping for. We got a bark buster at 12 o'clock, man. Take us through this moto. It was one heck of a fight back to a podium finish.
Yeah, I was just putting the bark buster up. I was doing a little freestyle out there. Thought it would help, but no, didn't start. I just watched everyone leave, and I'm like, dang, it's going to be a long moto. So I rode my butt off, maybe a little too hard in places, just kind of overriding and obviously hitting people and going down at one or two more times, and then able to start picking people off, and I didn't know what place I was in, honestly. I was just like, I'll go as far as I can, and then going to the last lap, I didn't see anyone, so I figured whoever's in front got a good lead. I'm going to just baby her in and save it for second moto.
Fantastic. Now, how are we feeling? We think we got something to do here in this second moto?
Hopefully, get a start. I can be in it. Yeah, it's hot up here. It's definitely hot. Definitely not used to it, being on the West Coast, and it's just so humid. It's not even that hot. It's just humid as heck. So, yeah, get a good start, and hopefully we can be up there.
No doubt about it, man. Who's got you back? Who you celebrating with?
First off, I got to thank my wife at home, my mom, dad, family, Linwood Motoplex for helping me out this year, FXR, 60 Helmets, Slavens Racing, Americool, Bicon, XC Gear, Miko 360, Fusion Graphics, Yoshi Pipes, and just everyone who helps us. It means a lot.
There it is, guys. Rough and rowdy Ricky Russell fights his way to a second place finish and keeps his overall win hopes alive. So we get ready to head back to the Racer TV studio. All right, so how about that? What a way to close out the first set of motos. As we'll get ready to take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. And it breaks down like this. It was Justin Coquinos, Ricky Russell, Thorne Devlin in that number 3 spot. Shout out to Thorne. Jigs Bustini, Robbie Marshall, your top 5. Robert Weiss, Colton McQuarrie, James Harrington, Taylor Beckwith, and Van Gosselin rounding out your top 10. Checker flag continues to fly here as we get ready for our MX Trophies race recap from Pro Moto number 1. And just like Taylor Jones said, that start, so crucial. Now, what a start it was for the Sheriff, Robbie Marshall. Oh, my goodness, on the 2014. I love it. I love it. I love the accent. I love the riding style. I love the bike. I love that Robbie Marshall, JDay racing with us. But Justin Coquinos, you could tell literally from turn number 1, he was fired up, and I think he knew that he was a legitimate threat to get the job done here today. He got that start. He's been talking about the struggles of getting that 450 to start like he wants. Got a little hairy right there in that section, but if that was the biggest bobble of the whole 30-minute moto, I think he's doing all right as the Marshall Robbie Marshall continues to fight his way forward as well. Beckwith, Simon, and Weiss, they had one heck of a battle for about a lap and a half as well. Meanwhile, Ricky Russell wasn't even in the picture at this point in the race, slowly but surely picking off rider after rider. But this guy right here, Justin Coquinos, said, you guys can fight all over second place. I am going to check out and get the job done. A little victory rev and a sigh of relief. Justin Coquinos going to get the Pro Moto 1 win. Well, folks, take the first motos, throw them in the rear view. It's time to go second moto racing. We're going to grab a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more of round 6 from the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series, the Dunlop Southwick GP. We'll be right back.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
So once again, getting a little bit of an inside look as to what the pits look like here at a JDay Off-Road event. There is the 774 of Robbie Marshall. Got his machine looking wicked sharp and was rolling wicked fast in that first pro moto. But now it is time to get ready to go second moto racing. The 30-second card already in the air. I love to see it as we are back Super Mini racing. And be on the lookout left side of your screen, the green fender of Tucker Aldrich. Grab that moto win in Moto 1. Good start here in Moto 2, and the drag race is on. As they head up to the top side of the field, a little bit of dancing underneath them, but the Kawasaki grabs the whole shot, and Tucker Aldrich picks up right where he left off here at the top of Super Mini. Mini Senior and Mini Junior going to be coming up next here for row number 2. See, looks like Crew Hopkins and a couple other familiar names here in this one. The 910 looking solid there on the far side, or on the close side, I should say. As they are just about ready to set things off here for the first of our second set of motos. Here from the Dunlop Southwick GP round 6 of the 2026 racing season. Once again, if you guys have not been able to join us so far this year, first of all, what are you doing? Come on, you're missing out, all right? But at the same time, have no fear, all right? There are still another weekend of JDay racing in store. You guys can learn all about that on JDay Offroad social media or website at JDay Offroad. And we'll have that doubleheader weekend coming up at Unadilla. Yeah, that's right, the Unadilla, going to be the host of our doubleheader finale weekend. Be there or be square, no doubt about it. And, of course, final row here for the first of our second motos. Our girls class lining up to do battle as well. The ladies put on a great race earlier this morning. Like we said, it was just about 9 o'clock in the morning the last time these riders were out on track, so now things looking very, very different. We talked about how much this track changes from Moto 1 to Moto 2, from lap to lap even, to talk about, but certainly going to be drastically different for a lot of these riders, especially if they're only participating in one class. But that's what it's all about. That's why you come to JDay. Some of these riders you'll see maybe struggle to stay inside the top 5, top 3 in Moto number 1. Well, now that things are rough, tough, and really comes down to fitness and grit, you may see a whole new set of riders up towards the front of the field. Once again, I want to welcome you all here on Racer TV. Hope you guys have been enjoying the racing coverage. See Honda machine. Couldn't quite tell who that was. There goes the 391 of Ford. Been super consistent throughout the day today as well. It has been a great day. I mean, you can't ask for much better racing weather than this. Sure, a little hot, a little humid, but at the end of the day, the name of the game here at Southwick. It's going to be gritty. It's going to be tough. .357 making their way through. Honestly, this first lap, kind of a bit of a sighting lap. Like we said, our riders dealing with such a drastically different track here from Moto 1 to Moto 2.
Chatting it up here. Colton McQuarrie stopping by, asking a question real quick. Colton been having a solid day so far as we continue to watch our youth riders make their way through Super Mini Senior. Whoa, wait a second. Was that a rare mistake from Crew Hopkins? And we caught it on camera. How about that? Crew Hopkins just goes to show even the best of the best. Looks like Michael Kimichowski going to now try to slide up the inside. These guys are battling in the points in our Pee-wee classes. Not sure about this class as well, but those two more than likely going to grow up battling each other. That's just the way it kind of winds up. Is it seems like you get one guy and you guys battle a little bit on 50s, and the next thing you know, you're in the plus 25 class, still battling the same dude. It's just the way it goes. So watching here on camera, really unique section, and you can see how much these riders are earlier today it was kind of the inside line or the outside line, but now they're actually weaving, cutting across the line of trees and really making things interesting, as I should say. I mean, I think this is exactly what the development of the track is supposed to be like. So many of our top athletes have talked about it, and it seems like this is where our youth really start to develop that sense of racecraft, that ability to take the main lines and reroute them. As look at this, maybe more problems for Crew Hopkins in that extreme section. I saw him back off the bike. There is the 221, who had a really solid first moto as well. As they make their way across that Yamaha finish line. Let's see, is this Kimichowski making his way through? It is. 6:17, putting another lap in the books. Looks like got the, is that the 2:03 right behind? And once again, big shout out. That was Isla Castell's dad running across there. Like I said, the Castell family, one of those racing families. They enjoy the competition. They get what it's all about. Sure, they want to do good, but man, always having a ton of fun. Big shout out to all of the racing families, man. It really is so cool to see. And you know, my first year with Racer TV, getting to do the JDay Offroad season, and been a ton of fun. Went up and did the banquet for them, and like I said, it's just so cool to see the support that they show one another, the stories that they tell, and the props they give one another. It's a very cool environment out here at the JDay Offroad Racing Series. Looks like here in second motos, our younger riders starting to realize that go-around line is actually not too bad of an option, as most of them saying, you know what, I only fell about 12 times in the extreme section of Moto number 1. I think I'll just try this go-around line here in Moto 2. Not a bad decision to make at all. As the fans and families all line alongside the fence, supporting and cheering on their favorite riders. Some of them just cheering on all the riders. I love it. We got true fans out here. Big shout out to all of our staff there, our flaggers, our scorers. It takes a village. I'm telling you what, people, I know a lot of people think I'm joking, I'm exaggerating, especially growing up racing. I thought I understood and I appreciated, as we see your leader, Tucker Aldrich, on screen. But now that I've really gotten to see things from the front side and the back side and behind the scenes, how much goes into each and every kind of race, whether it's off-road, motocross, whatever it may be. Man, however many thank yous you think people deserve, double it at least, because it takes so much. Even here from the broadcast side of things, so many moving pieces and parts, and it really does take a village of committed people, not just a village of people standing around. So a ton of fun here as our youth rider, super mini, mini senior, mini junior, and girls out on track. Tucker Aldrich doing everything he can to try to make it a quick 1-1. Making it easy math for us here. Our riders will be doing some celebrating over on the Red Bull podium after the day is said and done. One of the beauties of being here on site, you get to celebrate with the riders, get to see the photos, watch the champagne get sprayed. Cannot encourage you enough to come out to one of these JDay Offroad races in person. Here we go, Tucker Aldrich. He doesn't need that go-around line, knows exactly where he wants to go, lines it up, little foot off the peg, but overall, no problems. And boom, textbook, A++. Tucker Aldrich through the FMF Extreme section. Let's see here now. The 21 ride. That might actually be A++. I will say Tucker's foot came off the peg, so maybe he just gets 1+. But these kids showing how it's done. The 78. Whoa, hang on to it. Oh, little off-track excursion. Oh, that stuff's going to stretch. It's going to drag behind you. Now he's got a wooden stake dangling off of him. Not how he planned on that one going. He is definitely going to need to get that taken care of. There we go. Okay, it did fall off. I was going to say, that's a safety hazard right there. Oh, it looked good right up until it didn't. I thought he was going to be able to dismount, walk it right over. Not quite. Judging by the speed, I'm going to assume that's Pops coming through. The moms, the dads. Maybe not. I will say, we got a lot of fans hanging out over in this section, and they are not afraid to jump in and help out when it is needed. Here comes the 216 of Isla Castell. Like we said, she was in the mix for this girls' championship, but Isla constantly chasing after competition, always looking for the next challenge. And this weekend is lined up not only in our women's C class, but here in the super mini class as well. So big props to Isla continuing to push it and look for whatever it takes. Seeing one rider, I'm not sure what that was there. It looked like got turned around and almost pulled a Dean Herron there and backed up through the extreme section. Said, you know what, I didn't like that. I'm going to try it again a different way. So I don't think this is how he planned it, though. So now he's really pulling a Dean Herron. He's got the bike stuck up on top of the extreme section. Let's see what he's able to do. Oh, so cool. Actually getting a little update here from Race Control. If you guys see the pylon on the side of your screen, once again, continuing to elevate the way we show exactly what's going on. So multiple classes out on course at one time, and that overall top 10 is a mixture of those classes. And so OPAG and the entire Stoke Media crew were just telling me, so what you're looking on screen is if your rider has a yellow background behind their number, they are sitting in the gold position, the number 1 spot overall for their class. Meanwhile, the silver position, or gray background, silver is the number 2 spot, and then the orange or bronze is the number 3 ride. So how about that? Really cool to see there, and obviously going to disappear and update as the riders make their way through timing and scoring, but that is definitely a really cool feature, and I know it helps me, but I think it helps the viewers at home as well kind of see how much of a mix we have inside that top 10 overall. Looks on lap times, looks like this. Tucker Aldrich, man, Aldrich is all gas right now. Langenbach 6:17 back there in the number 2 spot, a very solid run. There goes the number 78. I believe that's Wyatt Wheeler, the 6:22, and then Stoll on the 6:24 on that last lap. Castell and Dumir with matching lap times that last time through as well. These guys are going at it, though. I believe this is for 3rd in the super mini class. The 113 and the 78 through the Kurt Caselli Pro line. 78 has got the spot for now. Got a very upright riding style. You can see very straight back, the 113. Trying to funnel in behind, doing a little bit of following right now, but you can see, perfect example right there, a different line choice. Great job of not staying right behind the rider in front of you. And look at this, very different lines for him here. Who's it going to work out better for? The 113, he's on the far left side. No, just like that, the 78 slams the door, says, I don't think so. So a great battle. Meanwhile, Langenbeck in that number 2 spot, kind of in no man's land. So a solid push from him as well. As we watch and wait here, look at that. Tucker moving some of the lap riders out of the way. Said, I am coming through on the charge. There is Langenbeck. And you can see Taylor Jones talked about it, how square-edged things get once you actually get off into the woods. Watch this rider. See the back, how aggressively the back end is dancing around. That's those square-edged acceleration bumps that we've talked about. Langenbeck, little slideways action, dragging that rear tire into the corner. Little dust popping up there in that one section. Aldrich already through the extreme section, getting ready to put another lap in the books. Checks in and checks out of the Yamaha finish line. The 531 working her way through, man, really looking good through those switchbacks. Takes the go-around line from the extreme section, but no shame in that at all. Does a great job coming through there. Here is Langenbeck. Going way to the rider's right-hand side. Gets through pretty clean, if you ask me. Oh, one rider going down on the inside, headed into the Yamaha chicane. Now 2 riders down. That is a tight section, not the spot that you want to have multiple riders laying out for. The 78 coming through now. And another lap in the books.
The leader sent the jump in the extreme section.
Trying to see, is this the 113? We saw how close they were a little bit earlier this lap, and it is. So definitely something happening for the 113 there as the 78 stretched things out quite a bit. He's already gone and checked out from the finish line, so he's got at least probably 20 seconds now back to the 113. And you can see these riders as they approach these logs really far back. They're in the attack position, as they like to call it. Very aggressive and in control of the bike, but they get the weight a bit further back, try to lighten that front end up with the accelerator, and that is a very technical skill that I think is learned from time, from doing it. And we've also seen a couple of riders, unfortunately, in that learning process, right? Going for it and unfortunately not working out the way they had hoped. So, meanwhile, the Fox FPV drone jumps on board behind Sawyer Langenbeck. No, excuse me, that's actually the 719, not Langenbeck. One of the KTM riders out there. Looking very solid. Bit further back in the pack. You can really get a good idea as to how rough this track's starting to get. Seeing a couple of little pebbles starting to work their way up in the woods as well. This motocross track has years and years and decades of grooming in it. A lot of rocks, I'm sure, being tossed off of this track. A lot of things being, smoothed out to where the rocks, at least, not necessarily a huge talking point of Southwick, but you get off into these woods, into some of these spots that haven't been ridden a ton. See some of these marbles and rocks starting to come up towards the surface as we start to dig down. So here we go. Fox FPV hanging on, got the Dunlop paddle strapped on. Spraying some roost here at the Dunlop Southwick GP. 119. Looking very solid. Sweeping around some of these outsides as well, really putting the piecing the track together well here in the second set of motos. Now on approach for the extreme section. Up on the pegs, try to go to the far side. Oh, I was going to say I hadn't seen him come through yet, so I'm not thinking it went the best. Here we go, helps on the way. This is another one of those tough spot to have a Kickstarter. But gets fired back up. I mean, like I said, I give these kids a ton of credit. They are not scared of crashing, going down, having some problems. They get right back up and get right back after it. Big shout out to who that was not Hopkins, but Clark on the 118 Yamaha looked really solid through there. Meanwhile, you want to talk about looking solid, feeling good? Tucker Aldridge, how about it, man? 9.80. Trying to go 1-1 here today. Sophia Baroud leads the way for your girls class, killing the best in that number 2 spot. Aldridge and Langenbach, 1 and 2 out of your super mini classes. Look at that, Aldridge sending it. Saw how it was done, said, I'm not scared. Bryce Dumere leading in his class, as is Crew Hopkins. And here we go, white flag is waving, 1 lap to go for Tucker Aldridge. And let's watch this again. Tucker Aldridge, we've been talking about the confidence this kid has been showing all weekend long. I don't believe he was able to in Moto 1, but the tape's not back up. He saw the line, and he went flying. Watch this. Tucker Aldridge, slingshot, engage, no problem. Sends it to flat a little bit. I almost thought he was going to try to go for the second double afterwards. Maybe he will this next lap. Maybe not, though. He's already close to a checkered flag. May not want to risk it, but just goes to show. And that's another perfect example. I mean, second to last lap for Tucker Aldridge. He's in the lead by quite a fair amount and still looking for new lines, looking for new ways to pick up speed. That's what it's all about. Tucker really looking solid here today and making a statement. Sawyer Langenbach checks in a 6-minute flat for Tucker Aldridge. What a lap time for the 980, especially in these conditions. Man, so impressive. Langenbach a 6:17, Wyatt Wheeler a 6:21 the last time through. And then shout out to Jack Ford back there with a 6:37 the last time across the stripe. So here we go. Final lap of racing underway here for the second moto of Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls. Once again, sweep riders out there making sure everyone is safe and okay. Anyone needs any help or anything like that, they're right there. Making their way through and keeping a watchful eye on things.
113 of Stoll making his way through the extreme section. Aldrich, Langenbeck, Wheeler, Stoll, and Ford, your top 5 with Demir, Castell, Hopkins, Verdile, and Altieri. Rounding out the top 10 overall here as the white flag waves. 1 lap left to go. Taking a look a little further back in the pack, one of our smaller riders making their way through. Having a solid run as well. More than likely out of our mini junior class. Tucker Aldrich already through the moto track and is now headed back off into the woods. See Aldrich carrying quite a bit of speed here. There he is, Tucker Aldrich, the Greenfield, Massachusetts native. Been extremely consistent so far this season. And trying to keep it consistent here today with a 1-1. Just about half a lap or so to go. Watching it weave his way through here. You see the green machine popping into frame. Watching, let's see, is that Langenbeck? No, I don't believe so. That is actually the 221, if I'm not mistaken, of Salgado. Nathan having another solid ride, sitting in that second place spot in class. Meanwhile, Tucker working his way through the last of the woods. He's going to get ready to head towards the FMF Extreme section for the final time. A little bit of lap traffic stuff in front. He's not stressing on it. He's still hopping and skipping some of these bumps. I mean, he seems energized, seems very on top of it. Just another day at the office for him. As I'll get ready to head over to the finish line. Tucker Aldrich looking to make it 1-1. So let's see if we can catch up with Tucker Aldrich. And he is fired up with a rev coming to the finish. Tucker Aldrich going to get the job done. All right, so going to watch a few more of our riders make their way across the line here. Before we grab a word with Tucker Aldrich. So watching as there is the 119 coming across the line. So here we go, Sawyer Langenbeck getting ready to come across the finish line. That's going to be second place on the number 21. And let's get ready to send things down here to Tucker Aldridge, 1-1. That's math simple enough. I can even do it, man. You get the job done here at Southwick. We talked about Moto 1 to Moto 2, how different things were going to be. Now let's get the answers, man. How different was it? Because style-wise, you look just as fast and as smooth as you did there in Moto 1.
Yeah, you really just need to reserve some energy for the motocross. You know, the woods is super rough, but you can manage your way through it. But yeah, that moto, you really gotta leave all the energy for that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's when Jet Lawrence and Hayden Deegan are saying it's a brutal track, I'd say it's pretty brutal. Now we got to talk extreme section as well, man. I saw we uncorked the big jump. I don't think you were able to do it there in Moto 1, but we saw the line was open and we sent it. How was it?
I overjumped it twice in a row. It was pretty bad, but whatever. After that, yeah, it was good.
No doubt about it, man. Well, you get the job done. We grab another overall win. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Wheels Power Sports, FXR, 6D, Team Green Kawasaki, and Doug Doucette's a really big help this year, and everyone else, thank you.
There it is. Tucker Aldridge, 1-1, gets the job done here at the top of the Super Mini class. We get ready to head back to the Racer TV studios. And get ready for that Pro Taper Top 10. Show you how it all broke down here in the first of our second set of motos. And it is A.J. Verdal, Tucker Aldridge, Sawyer Langenbeck, 1, 2, 3 with Wyatt Wheeler, Braden Stoll, Jack Ford, Bryce Dumere, Isla Castell, Crew Hopkins, and Hunter Altieri, your top 10. We'll get ready for that MX Trophies race recap. Coming up here in just a second. There it is, asking you shall receive. Once again, another very solid start as Relic Hearts keeps us fired up here. Tucker Aldridge grabs another whole shot. And that was bad news for the rest of the field, and everyone knew it. Sawyer Langenbeck, unfortunately, not quite getting the start that he needed to try to latch onto the back of the Kawasaki. The 119 ride gave us a little showing as to how to make a lap here at Southwick. Just like Tucker said, had to kind of manage that energy in the woods to lay it all out there on the moto track. Southwick, one of the most brutal tracks on the circuit. But good thing this is one of the toughest in the field of off-road youth racers, whether it's GNCC, whether it's JDay. Yeah, I guess he overjumped it a little bit, but it really didn't look that bad until he pointed it out. Tucker getting Cindy and feeling good. White flag came out. Fans are cheering him on. He knew exactly what he needed to do. And was able to do just that once again. Checker flag comes out. Tucker Aldridge manages the race just like he designed it and walks away victorious. All right, well, let's get ready to send things to another quick commercial break before we get ready for our next group of second motos. Here from round number 6, the Dunlop Southwick GP.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses. Redline Oil, no compromises. And Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%. Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
The fans and families move their way in and out of the sign-up truck. That's what it takes. Like I said, those ladies have been working extremely hard all weekend long. Don't think that because the motos have started, they're just hanging out. They are already getting awards set up. We're going to have an awards ceremony here on site following that final checkered flag. But this is what I like to see, a big group of C riders sitting on the gate. We are just about ready to take off and rolling here for our next group of second motos, C250, C Open, C200, and Open BC Electric. This was a fun one in Moto number 1, and expecting more of the same here in Moto number 2. Oh, I know what's happening there. One rider trying to hook his own hole shot device. He is 6 attempts deep. It is not as easy as Ken Roxon and Jet Lawrence make it look. So hang in here, give me a little Stoke Moto overview. C250 row number 1, C Open row 2, C200 row number 3, and I believe C Vet may be on that line as well. And then, like I said, BC Open Electric going to be the final row here for second moto number 2. All right, so sitting here on the line, watching and waiting. Once again, I want to thank you all for watching live here on RacerTV.com. Hope you guys have been enjoying the broadcast so far, and make sure you hop on JDay Offroad social media. Check out when JDay is going to be coming closest to you. And like we said, getting towards the tail end of the 2026 season. But still have our doubleheader weekend, the finale at Unadilla coming up. That is going to be a ton of fun. And we hope to see you there. If you can't make it, like I said, make sure you're following along on social media to get all of the updated information regarding the 2027 season, which I'm sure information will be coming out about more and more over the coming few weeks and months. So continuing to hold here on the line, waiting for the all clear from race control. I believe I have seen sweep come in, so like we said, a big turnout here for our C classes. And I'm going to say this as well. Not sure if I'm going over the PA here on site, but if you are racing, you need to be in staging well before your race. If that is a reason why, that's kind of unacceptable on the rider's part here. So I will be the first to say, if you're not in staging well before your moto begins, they shouldn't hold the race for you. So I know they won't do it at GNCC. They won't do it at a motocross race. And so I'm still seeing a couple people going down the hillside. You guys know exactly when the race was supposed to start. So, but here we go. I mean, you want to talk about a class. Take a look at that front row. I'd try to count them all, but I'd confuse myself. Here we go. So Fox green flag drops, and that might have been our first moto winner, grabbing the whole shot. He said how important that start was going to be here in moto number 2, and man, you couldn't have executed it much better than that. The 980 should be the 98 on the motorcycle. See them all headed back up the hillside behind him as we flash back to the start. Row number 2 going to be coming up next. See Open coming up next, sitting on the line as they get ready to make their way through. All right, so C Open off and rolling now. Row number 2 taken to the top side of the track. We'll get ready to flash back to row number 3. Couple of good little battles. I'm telling you what, this corner right here on the TBT Racing Live Drone has made a ton of passes. This is where Coquinos really had that sense of urgency behind Robbie Marshall. And you could argue that that may have been a bit of the reason that Justin was able to get such a breakaway. Here we go, C200, row number 3 sitting on the line. Getting fired up here, final moments of preparation. Now everyone locked in on the inside of turn number 1. That Fox green flag gonna drop. And we will go racing. Let's see, wait for it. And again, very interesting to me how far outside these guys are lined up. You see a couple of riders way over on the inside. But again, momentum, the name of the game here at Southwick. You got to be able to sweep into turn number 1. It's a couple of Huskies threading the needle. And at least one of them was able to grab that whole shot. Looks like one rider. That is one thing about that inside. You catch that edge, and it will throw you down just like that. So another Husky out front leading the way here for row number 3, your C200 class. And then we'll have C-Vet coming up next, followed by our Open BC Electric class. Love the vet turnout that we've got here in this one. A couple of familiar names here as well. And there you can see the way that first turn is shaped up. I understand why people aren't all the way over to the rider's right-hand side, but definitely very interesting to see just how far outside some of these top riders are choosing to go. And just like Taylor Jones talked about earlier today, a lot of it depends on the confidence in the machine, knowing exactly how to get that thing started from a dead engine start, knowing that the bike is going to get fired up and get that jump, because a somewhat bad start on the inside may still not be as detrimental as a so-so start on the outside. One rider getting a little hung up there just after turn number 1. Meanwhile, Open BC Electric, you can't hear them coming, but they are on the charge. Here we go. And And this is another one of those classes that I feel like is growing round by round. Obviously, a lot of buzz and opinions around the electric bike world, right? Some love them, some maybe not so big a fan, but I'm telling you what, you get to see these things in person, you see what they're capable of, and it's hard not to at least respect them and appreciate what they can do. That is for sure. Looks like one of the Starks going to work early here in this one. This is what I love to see, a freight train of riders, wheel to wheel to wheel. Somebody at least taking an alternate line there. Meanwhile, that 250 class already to the Yamaha finish line here for an abbreviated lap number 1. We'll get timing and scoring here in just a few, let you know exactly who's back out front, who's got their work cut out for them. Here we go into the KC66 Pro line. And filing through the field here, but this is what we talked about. Sometimes, what does the C mean in the C class? Is it chaotic? Is it classy? Is it keeping it cool? Here in the extreme section, it's anybody's guess. It depends rider to rider, lap to lap. As there it is. Didn't want to say it until we knew it for sure. It is Caleb Kaminsky back out front on the 98.980 on the helmet. Jack Staley, though, jumps up to the number 2 spot this time. Gannon Lyons, Jake Wood, and Evan Kelly, your top 5. Kelly was up inside, I believe, the top 5 by the tail end of moto number 1, but he was way back off the start, so we'll see what the 222 is capable of doing. Jake Wood, a good start as well. Peter Priest started a bit further up there in Moto 1. He's in the 7th place spot right now. William Ballard, Camden Hull, and Shane Curran checking in. We'll let all of our classes get a lap in the books, and then we'll break down who's in what spot per class. Is this initial obstacle on the left-hand side of the FMF Extreme section, the right side of your screen, has really kind of taken a personality of its own, kind of a concrete wall. And the problem is every time one of these riders gets stuck, they're grabbing a handful of throttle, spinning the tire, and basically tossing out any sand that's left on that lip behind them, to where it's just becoming a bigger and bigger wall and a tougher obstacle as the laps and races wear on. You see some riders actually going backwards and trying a different approach. Oh, that rider did not get any weight off the front end there. That is not how he planned on that one going. Looks like the front number plate might have said, I'm done as well. That was a bit of a hit. Like we said, been a few times we've seen boots over top of helmets here in this one, but thus far, everybody jumped right back up and get right back at it. We saw how popular that go-around line had become in our youth moto. Might be seeing a couple of our C riders checking that thing out here in just a little bit as well. So there you see one of our riders. Oh, he's going to go from the far left side, or from the far right to the far left side. Say maybe I get better luck over here. Pretty good technique through there for the KTM machine. And like I said, shout out to the sweet riders and safety personnel, as well as the few fans and parents that I've seen jump out to provide some assistance when it's needed. That front number plate is not happy. And that's the thing. It took him that much time to get through there, and he's still got 4 logs he's got to get over. So the extreme section living to the height here today. But then you go and see a rider like Tucker Aldrich, and it just goes to show the confidence and the approach of putting in the time, practicing in these kinds of conditions, and also understanding how your bike's going to react. I mean, Tucker knew exactly what to expect, and sure may have overjumped some things here and there, but man, I mean, he looked just like one of the pros going through that section there in Moto number 1. You see the 331 on the bike doing some midsection pivoting as well. You see some of our riders really trying to pick exactly what spot on the log they want to hit. They've got everything dialed up to the exact spot they're looking for. And now take a look at that Kurt Caselli KC66 Pro line. Everybody's starting to develop into, or kind of settle into those positions, and then we'll start to see some creeping forward. There goes the 212 of Camden Hull making his way through. I believe, is that Shane Curran? Yes, No, that's good. Looked like it said 2:13 on the bike. Maybe Curran has dropped back now outside the top 10. Meanwhile, you want to talk about getting rough? That was smooth a couple hours ago, folks, all right? That was not already dug out. That was smooth as could be, and now look at it. Absolutely brutal. All right, so taking a look. Now on board with the Kawasaki of Murphy, the 744 making his way through. Ricky Russell hanging out here just outside the Racer TV studio, breaking down Moto 1. Fired up right now, and Fox FPV drone fired back up as well. Ready to go to work. So Kaminsky, Staley, Lyons, Wood, and Kelly, your top 5 with 1 lap complete. As the Fox FPV hangs on here. Continuing to watch Caleb Kaminsky, meanwhile, out front leading the way. All right, so how about it? We got the man, the myth, rough and rowdy Ricky Russell hanging here in the Racer TV booth. Ricky, we're watching some C-Class action, and as I'm sure you know just as well as I do, the C, never quite sure what it stands for. Sometimes it's chaotic, sometimes it's consistent, sometimes it's classy. A little bit of everything here in this one, though. Massive C-Classes here, ton of bikes out on track, but man, just talk about the way you've seen this track develop in this course. Taylor Jones was with us a bit earlier, and she's kind of said 2 personalities. You got the moto track, and then you've got the way the woods are shaping up, a little more square-edged. Talk a little bit about that and what we're expecting to see here in these second motos.
Yeah, no, it's deteriorating quick. It's Southwick, it's sandy, it's soft, and it's getting rough. So I went out for the Sportsman moto and kind of rode around and showed some lines, and man, in that pro moto, it changed really quick. It got tore up, and yeah, you got a lot of C guys out there, and big turnout, so it's deteriorating even more. So it's hard work.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, honestly, especially for that top group, it's probably 1 lap, and they're already into lap riders. They're into the backside of these other classes, and so that's a whole different obstacle in itself, especially a little different, not quite able to tell who's in what class, and so it's in a way it's more complicated, and in a way it's simpler. If somebody's in front of me, put them behind me.
Yeah, no, with the pro class, luckily it takes a little bit to get in lappers, but usually you can tell with the speed difference.
Yeah.
Like you're like, okay, this guy's in my class, or this guy, which usually you get a good start and you don't have to worry about that. But I was battling with all the guys today, so I started last and kind of just made my way through, and it was tough work out there. So I'm feeling it.
Taking a look right now, Luxon lap times. Caleb Kaminsky, the man to beat, consistently running lap times several seconds faster than the rest of the field. And Kaminsky really said, man, I wasn't sure what to expect, but I came out here and I'm just going to send it. And I believe also said a little bit of a Southwick local. I think a Southwick native, and has spun many laps around this track. This is one of those tracks where if you know where those lines are from, as one rider going end over end, you kind of have some ideas as what those secret lines look like as far as the best way to get around course.
Yeah, no, you just said it. It looked like he had like a 20-second better lap time, so that's huge. And local experience definitely helped with that.
Finding some of those smooth lines. Now Ricky, we see this in GNCC as well. It's kind of a main line. Main line goes away. We start moving to the outsides. Then those go away. Then it's almost like we're back to the main line that still isn't great, but suddenly is not as bad as those outsides have become.
Yeah, there's the main line is the fast line, and then it gets so rough that even though the other lines are a little longer, they're smoother and a lot more efficient and end up being faster. And then they get so blown out that you go back to the main line, which is blown out but still faster now because it's the faster line. So yeah, they definitely deteriorate quick, and it changes as the race goes. I was trying all different stuff out there, and some was working, some wasn't. So I gotta go back to the drawing board and hopefully hit the good lines.
Well,
next moto.
and at this point in your career, I feel like it's more than likely second nature to you. But that's a skill that you guys work on a ton, consistently adapting to the track, changing those lines, not only from race 1 to race 2, but also from lap to lap, moment to moment.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a skill for sure. You learn it over the years, and yeah, you hit a line that was working great, and then all of a sudden it goes away, and you're like, okay, I gotta try to switch that up next lap. And a lot of people will just keep banging that same lap or same line, and it doesn't end up working out. So gotta venture off and kind of try some different stuff here and there, and a lot of time it'll save you some time.
Yeah, can't be afraid to risk it, that's for sure. You see the fans lined up. Easy to see why this is probably one of the fan favorite spectating points, that's for sure.
The extreme section's pretty gnarly. It's just like the rest of the track, though. It started off not too bad, and now it's getting harder and harder. Those logs are abrupt, and we got that jump in the center, and that's kind of cool. But it's getting kicked out too. So everything on the whole track's getting harder. But the extreme section is no joke.
Taking a look right now, another rider coming to a halt here. I've actually seen a couple riders rolling that jump that you guys were jumping, which
really?
I can't believe anybody would even approach that, not expecting to jump it, but somehow we haven't seen any cartwheels or front flips off of that one.
That's impressive. Yeah, I think it's harder to roll than it is to jump. So it was pretty steep down the backside of that one.
So taking a look, looks like one rider actually able to send it over. So I believe they've actually opened that jump up. We saw Tucker Aldrich do it a little bit ago. One rider just trying to get through the Yamaha chicanes, and there is the 98. So that is your leader, Caleb Kaminsky, making his way through 980 on the helmet. We'll continue to look. I believe I might have even seen the 251 of Jake Wood. So this may be a closer race than we realize here at the front of the field. And in conditions like this, with the amount of variables, is it something that I feel like it's easier said than done to not focus on the other riders? But you guys are dealing with so much at one time. It's a juggling act to compare, what variable you got to pay attention to most at any given point.
Yeah, no, I just race the track. I can only do what I can do, and I race the track as hard as I can, and with that, usually you see riders and you can pick them off and make moves. So yeah, I don't know. You see some guys and you get a little more aggressive when you're up with them, but other than that, I'm just racing the track.
Back to the Yamaha finish line we go. As Caleb Kaminsky trying to make it happen here.
I saw a little bottleneck there earlier today.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Pile up.
Yeah, there's been a couple of spots where, and it almost seems like it is some of these simpler flat corners where I think a rider pushes a bunch of sand up. They get not just down, but almost buried a little bit. And then, yeah, next thing you know, it's piled on top of each other. It is
the sand is just so deceiving here. Like, you'll have those soft pockets, and then you think it's all loam and sandy, and then you'll hit it hard stuff. So a lot of the woods is square edge hard, and it's hard to set up a bike for it.
So here we go. Looks like one of the Cowies moving out wide, trying to stay out of the way. Jake Wood and Jack Staley sitting in the 2 and 3 spot.
Well, I was just checking things out. I'm going to go get some lunch and get ready for that second moto.
There you go. Rough and Rowdy Ricky Russell stopping by real quick here in the Racer TV studios, giving us some expert opinions here. And we'll get fueled up for his second set of motos coming up here in just a little bit. TBT Racing live drone on board and watching us roll our way through. Kaminsky continuing to put the pieces together. And this is actually exactly what I was wanting to see. Our Luxon lap times a 6:08 for Kaminsky. And Jake Wood now within 10 seconds or so, still 9 seconds of slower on that last lap, but it was over 20 seconds a lap before that as well. So I think Kaminsky settling down into a pace a little bit, and then Wood right there trying to manage as well. Great shots here from the TBT Racing live drone as our second set of motos off and rolling. Here are C200, C250, C Open, C-Vet, and Open BC Electric. Jack Staley and Evan Kelly still sitting up inside the top 5 as well. That might have been the 251 potentially. That might have been Jake Wood we just caught a glimpse of making his way through. So Wood not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. And let's see here. A couple of KTMs going at it. You can see the chatter starting to develop down some of these straights. Even Tucker Aldridge talking about it, really saying he had to save some of the strength to be able to attack this motocross track. Watching the 122 make his way through. Shout out to Gannon Lyons leading the way. Eli Carroll leading his class as well. Colby Benoit on the 388 leading that C vet class, and then Ryan McKinney out front out of the B Open Electric class. Jake Popile maybe on the 119 out there leading the way in your C Electric class. And then of course Caleb Kaminsky out front leading the way for the C250 and on the overall charts. Jake Wood, Jack Staley, Gannon Lyons, and Evan Kelly all still up inside that top 5. Back on board, Fox FPV drone. Watching the KTMs do some sand surfing here. That actually might be a Stark right in front of me. Man, that was a great shot right there. Some of those square edge. And I've seen a bit more roots than I was expecting to see as well. So this goes to show things are certainly far from over as the white flag is waving. 1 lap to go. For Caleb Kaminsky. So right now, your leader out on the Southwick Moto track and closing in on the final lap of racing. Man, that would be a pretty good debut if you ask me. Caleb Kaminsky really looking solid here. Getting the job done. 2 motos and 2 very different kinds of motos here. Just like we talked about, a race at Southwick is a different style of race than anywhere else. It's also a win at Southwick is different than anywhere else. We'll see if Caleb's able to get that job done. Meanwhile, we'll fly at FPV through the extreme section. Then we'll sit back and watch the experts do it. Looks like a little Lightning McQueen action there on that electric machine. Love the graphics and individuality that we get from these bikes and riders, the way they express themselves. And we've seen helmet mohawks, we've seen crazy graphics kits. We got all kinds of Great stuff between riders. Continuing to watch here just outside the FMF Extreme section. And won't be long, we'll be seeing the 98 of Caleb Kaminsky, looking for a checkered flag. Watching the 187 trying to make his way through. Could this be? That's the 251 of Jake Wood. Wait a second, did we miss our leader? Hang on. Trying to see, no, that's not. Kaminsky down on the right side of your screen. So wait a second. That could be a huge shakeup here. There is the 251 making his way by. That was Jake Wood. The question is, has Jake Wood caught up to and passed Caleb Kaminsky? Holding here on this camera shot. There's the 257. So haven't seen Kaminsky come through yet. There is a chance that he may have already passed by that camera shot. Uncle Secretary making his way through. And we continue to watch and look for the 98 of Caleb Kaminsky. Let's see. All right, let's head to the finish line. Kaminsky looking for a checkered flag. And there it is. Caleb Kaminsky gets the job done once again. All right, so got to walk to the other mic before I can switch, as it looks like our leader has headed to the truck. So Caleb Kaminsky, after a race like that, he might be looking for some water. But no Caleb Kaminsky down here at the finish line. So I'm going to make my way back up towards the Racer TV studio. All right, back here in the Racer TV studios, let's get ready for our Pro Taper Top 10. We do not have an interview, no. All right, let's get to our Pro Taper Top 10, show you how things broke down here in the second set of motos. Caleb Kaminsky, Jake Wood, Jack Staley, Gannon Lyons, and Evan Kelly, your top 5 with Travis Zinker, Eli Carroll, Peter Priest, Jonathan Palenko, and Camden Hull, your top 10. Here for our C classes and Open BC Electric. Get ready for that MX Trophies race recap, show you how it all went down. But, man, shout out to Kaminsky. Did a great job. And we'll show you here, MX Trophies race recap. Breaks down like this. Good start for Kaminsky, and that was just about all she wrote. Got out front and was able to handle business from there. A little bit of chaos, just like we expect here at the FMF Extreme section. Those logs certainly have not gotten any easier to get over as the day has worn on. Some riders having to readjust, some having to face the harsh reality. Maybe they should have taken the go-around line. But at the end of the day, Kaminsky able to hang on and fight through. Track really starting to deteriorate as we're getting to the mid part of the second set of motos. Line selection going to be absolutely crucial. But at the end of the day, Kaminsky, clinch of the fist there, had to work for it, but he gets the job done. And the 98 turns the whites to checkers. Goes 1-1 here on the day in your C250 class. All right, folks, we're going to get ready to send things to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Dunlop Southwick GP Racing here, round 6 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. We'll be right back.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. TB Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic,
Slacker, and W. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to beautiful Southwick, Massachusetts. If you guys have not had the opportunity to come hang out here at the Wick and the general surrounding area, tons of great stuff here, great coffee, lots of great scenery as well, and a lot of rich history in this area as well, not only in the town, but of course right here on this starting line as well. Every time I see this camera shot, I think of, I believe it was 2011, Mike Gosler coming down the hillside on Ryan Dungey's Suzuki 450. They couldn't get it started, almost cost him the whole season. All kinds of history being made right here at Southwick, no doubt about it. And making some more history here this weekend as well. We get ready for our next race sitting on the line. And, of course, that feature class going to be our women's pro class, where that woman right there, Taylor Jones, trying to make it 1-1. And we've actually had some consistency in our motos so far here today. Had a couple of 1-1s, so we'll see if Jones can keep the streak alive. Obviously, join us for just a little bit in the Racer TV studios, and we've got Ruby Fustini back with us here in the Racer TV studios as well. Ruby, like we said, lots of changes from Moto 1 to Moto 2, but at the end of the day, we're starting to see a lot of consistent and familiar faces still putting themselves up inside the top 3.
Ideally, consistency is key, like literally everywhere, and especially here more than anything. You know, it gets whooped, second motos get pretty rough here, and the woods even too. It just, you got to hold on and try and stay consistent.
Yep, no doubt about it. And I feel like in these second motos, we got a great shot of what some of those lines are looking like, even just off the start. In a lot of ways, smooth is fast, right? It's not always just looking for the fast line.
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Exactly. You said it. And I think in these kinds of conditions, a lot of times riders maybe going to take a little bit more distance, a little more time to try to find a line. But if they realize that line's a lot smoother, best believe that's the right choice to make.
Absolutely. You got to think about conserving yourself too.
Yep.
You know, arms get pumped up, legs get tired here. You know, there's a lot of different things that can happen.
No doubt about it. We see Mallory Pickard getting her spot on the line as well. And, of course, I want to welcome you all here into the Racer TV studios. Having a great time here so far. Zach Herron, Ruby Fustini joining us for our women's pro class. And, Ruby, we're going to be hanging out at Loretta Lynn's this coming up week. Going to be a ton of fun as well. But this has been one of the JDays I've had circled on my event. I'm not going to lie. Budds Creek was one I was really excited about. That was the national I grew up going to. But I've never been here to Southwick before, and it's living up to the hype, no doubt about it.
It definitely is. You know, from the national and even just, we've raced JDay here for as long as I can remember,
Yep.
and it's just one of the more iconic ones. The Wick carries a big name, and it never backs down.
No doubt about it. Yeah, this is kind of the kickoff for the relationship between Racer TV and JDay. We're having the finale for the 2025 season broadcasted last year, and so great to be right back here with just about a full year of JDay under our belt. We've had so many great battles, crashes, breakout riders, man, so many different storylines to follow throughout this season, and still plenty more to unfold as well as our riders getting set on the line here. Once again, if you are listening here on site, please be in staging well before your moto so we can get these riders up to the line as quickly as possible. I know the staging path down to the starting line actually crosses the racetrack, so got some restrictions as far as when they can send people down, but want to make sure all of our riders are in the staging well before their race starts. And once again, we see Taylor Jones pretty much dead center or so. 2 or 3 over from the dog box, but, man, definitely, again, as she talked about it earlier, a lot of it's confidence in the machine, right? Knowing how it's going to turn over, knowing you can get that jump, because being in that position, she is able to sweep the first turn maybe a little bit more, but that thing doesn't fire. She's going to get closed off from both sides.
And starts help a lot, especially here. You don't want to be caught in that roost, and just it makes it for a lot tougher of a day when you start back.
No doubt about it. You can see just a little bit of water being tossed down, at least on the start. Of course, Southwick getting a little bit of rain throughout the week leading up to this event. And, of course, the track crew, as always, not scared of a little rain. This, of all tracks to be able to handle a little rain, Southwick's probably one of the best.
Oh, yeah. We've had some mud races here, but that really only happens if it rains, 2 inches the morning of. And then you kind of just make the most of it and go play in the mud, and you can't do anything about it. The weather's just something you can't control, and Oh, well.
So here we go, riders sitting on the line, making those final bits of preparation. Mallory Pickard, a quietly strong ride in that first moto, a second-place finish, but was kind of just off touch from those top riders, or from the top rider of Taylor Jones, but just a little bit further from any of the battles between O'Neill and Carly Lee as well. So quiet, but very successful second-place ride there.
And consistency. It's a hard spot to be in sometimes when you're just far enough back but just far enough ahead, where you kind of can almost sometimes settle into a groove and either keep pushing or fall back a little just because you don't have the drive to keep going, keep going, keep going.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're very motivation-based even in these races. It's easy to push when there's somebody right behind you or somebody right in front of you. And so, yeah, without those visual cues or anything to kind of feed off of, it's hard to know exactly where your pace is at and whether you need to pick it up or drop it down just a little bit. But Taylor Jones, another big thumbs up there. She's fired up and trying to keep the momentum headed her way. Like she talked about, using this as a great opportunity to kind of test what the strength is looking like. Just like you said, Ruby, a 30-minute moto is one thing, but a 30-minute Southwick moto is a different ball game. And so Taylor, though, said she's feeling good and very satisfied with how things have gone so far. There's Addie Harris, another rider we talked about coming back from injury, one of our WXC racers out in JDay, and I believe having some prior success here from GNCC, and then having prior success here in the JDay series as well. So great to have Addie back on a bike and back with us. And then this lady right here is your reigning champ. Got the number one for a reason. Kayla O'Neill, once again, always optimistic, been looking forward to this round and put in a very solid ride. Her and Carly Lee, who I believe we're getting ready to see coming up on the KTM, they were trading positions, but trading mistakes as well through that FMF Extreme section. That's going to be a big part of it, is just finding out who can put solid clean laps together here in Moto number 2.
Clean laps are important, really, no matter what moto it is, but especially in Moto 2, because sometimes that clock can run out quick and just you run out of time.
No doubt about it. So here we go, sitting on the line. As we continue to wait here on the start. All right, well, we're going to grab a quick commercial break here as we wait on a couple more riders to make their way to the grid. We'll have more coming up in just a moment here from JDay.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement, all to cement our name in history.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here. Women's Pro off and rolling.
I believe that's Mallory getting the whole shot this time.
I think you may be right. Yeah, it looks like that's Jones in the number 2 spot. We talked about the passes that have happened in this corner. That is such a crucial move from Taylor Jones right there.
This will be interesting to see if Mallory can kind of hitch on her and follow her for a little bit maybe.
So watching them buzz by us here in the Race TV Tower, it is Pickard, and it looks like Carly Lee back there in the number 3 spot. Maybe not. That might have actually been.
Nope, it was Carly in 3rd and then Addie 4th.
That was Carly? Okay.
Kayla 5th?
Ruby's got better eyes than I do, so I'm going to go.
I know I'm better. I've raced with them my
There
whole
you go.
life.
Fair enough. Absolutely. So a vet and a senior next to take off here. The Wiley vets headed into turn number 1. And then you can see the chatter. It's not even so much the size, but it's just vibrating.
They go back and forth.
You. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It really doesn't. I've rode and raced, and looked at Southwick a lot, and on the drone is awesome. It shows so much, and even no cameras ever do justice of really how true a Southwick track is.
Yeah, absolutely. Even that Kurt Caselli Pro line where he talked about, and Taylor was like, I biked it in case we were going to be doing it. And she's like, let me tell you, it is a lot steeper than it looks on camera. It is really intense, but that's the name of the game. Whether we're talking moto tracks or off-road loops, it is one of those deals where it is certainly doesn't quite do it justice compared to being here in person. Same thing with the speeds, I feel like, as well.
Yeah.
It is so different when you actually watch these races take place in person. See how brutal the conditions truly are. As Schoolboy 12-17 next to take off. Trevor Harris, I believe, making a solid debut in this one, and looks like going to lead them around here. Turn number 1 in Moto 2 as well. So we'll see if Harris can pick up where he left off out of the Schoolboy class. And then last but certainly not least, our sportsman sitting on the line. And as kind of we see time and time again, our sportsman class a bit thinner here in the second set of motos. Some riders choosing to save the energy. A lot of our pro riders use this as a exploratory class, check out what some of the lines are looking like.
Do you think they check it for lines, or I feel like first moto for the sportsman, they could definitely just go and see the track. You know, it's the equivalent of biking it, and
absolutely,
you know which left is left and where to go in the lines. But also, I think the second moto could be greatly beneficial for seeing exactly where those lines are second moto.
Well, and I couldn't agree more, Ruby. Honestly, it surprises me how many of these riders don't line back up to the second motos, because I would think of all the rounds where I'd want to see what the lines are looking like. Rivers Morris, who I believe just grabbed the whole shot, or at least competing for it, he's in that A250 class coming up as well, and there's definitely something to be said about being able to know exactly how things have shaped up compared to just looking at a spot here or a spot there.
I couldn't agree more, and like Southwick, just all those lines.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, she hit the jump.
Oh, yeah. Yep,
I'm glad they left that open.
Yeah, it looked like second set of motos. They decided, if anybody's going to go for it, we'll let them. We've seen Aldrich do it. We've seen a couple of other riders do it. And then Jones was saying she wanted to give it a shot. Looks a lot scarier than it really is. And Jones,
I don't know. I think it's probably a little scary, too. For the pro moto, that thing got pretty rutted up. And, one wrong move, and sometimes that's a race ender.
Well, and that's just what we talked about. It's not always the jump itself, but the lead up to it. As that thing continues to dig out, it is definitely something that could be a little bit sketchy. Now, we talked, the sand has probably been the focal point of Southwick. We were able to catch up with Taylor Jones a little bit earlier and talk to her about what it takes to truly find success here in the sands of Southwick.
The sand is just like, it's just a beating the whole way around, especially here by the end of the day. The whoops are just endless, and you're just getting beat over and over again, and you can't let off pretty much. You got to be on the gas or you're going to be on the ground, because, it just sucks you in. So it's like there's no break out there, and then it's just a beating, getting pounded into the whoops over and over again. So, like, for the girls, I feel like it's a little bit harder just where we're smaller, not as muscular as the guys. But, I don't know. I just got to float across the top of the whoops and I'll be good.
Now, she's speaking from expert opinion or from experience, I should say, because Taylor was just out here a few weeks ago. She was able to tell us a little bit about that and her experience here at Southwick.
It was sick. Honestly, I just came for a local moto race just because I was going to be in the area anyway. I raced pro sport. I got fifth against the guys, so I was super pumped. It wasn't like a full grid, but I don't know. I was stoked just to get out there and race this track, honestly. It was like, it's my first time in Mass, and then it was my first time at Southwick, so it was like as many laps as I could. The next day, though, I was pretty dead. It was gnarly.
Yeah, I don't think you do one lap, let alone a full moto here at Southwick, and not be definitely ready to hit the sheets by the time this day is all said and done. But, man, got to think, Ruby, that also probably plays a key into this as well. She's gotten some recent experience on it. The confidence is probably back up as well. And so Jones, whatever she's doing, it's working well for her right now. She is way out front.
Absolutely. And I liked actually how she said that she raced with the boys. I think that's awesome, especially in pro sport. That's, it's pro. And to see her go and get fifth against all the boys, I love it. It's awesome.
Well, and I think it's a statement to be made as well. I know Ricky Russell and Taylor was even talking about, a lot of people think the GNCC riders don't know how to go fast on the moto as well, but they can hurt some feelings on any given day, and it's not just the guys we're talking about. It is really impressive to see the speed that these ladies are carrying, and it sounds like already almost a 10-second gap
between first and second. So Taylor Jones handling business right now. Mallory Pickard and Carly Lido looking relatively consistent and close on speed.
Good for her. I think that'll be a good battle. I know that they're pretty similar in speed, and it's really just fewest mistakes.
There's Rivers Morris hitting that jump, no problem. Looks like, can't tell who that was right behind him, the 987. Oh, man, you do the big jump, no problem, and it's the little one right after that gets you. That's how it goes. He's thinking, man, I hope Racing TV's not watching right now.
Yep, hopefully they don't see it.
There you see Evan Kelly. Evan out there on multiple different bikes throughout the day, and including the smaller machine here in this one on the 222. I believe that's Alex Luger we just saw going by on the Kawasaki. One of our sweep riders staying cool with the sleeveless design. And then the Lucky 13 machine coming across the stripe as well. But it's Jones, Pickard, Carly Lee, Kayla O'Neill, and Addie Harris, your top 5 here in your Women's Pro Second Moto. Once again, the fans lined along the fence here through the extreme section, wanting to catch a glimpse of their favorite rider. And I'm not scared to say it. They're probably wanting to watch a little bit of carnage as well.
Absolutely.
But,
I think most people that do go and watch the extreme section are hoping for just a little bit. You don't want anyone hurt. You don't want any, like, really bad ones that mess up your bike. But, you know, 1 or 2 over the bars, get the crowd screams.
Yep, no doubt about it. So watching here as Taylor Jones continues to push her way forward on that Phoenix Racing Honda. She talked with us earlier, and we showed the interview there in Moto number 1 talking about the injury, coming back from a pretty substantial leg injury. Certainly not the, I wouldn't think maybe the most gruesome that Taylor has had to endure. This lady is tough as nails, but man, she is back and looking fantastic. But can't take anything away from Mallory Pickard. We see her on screen right here in that number 2 spot. The 736 really once again pushing the pace and finds herself in that number 2 spot. Consistency, the name of the game. Question is Carly Lee still right behind her?
I was wondering that.
So O'Neill on your screen right now, weaving her way through. Fox FPV drone, giving you an idea of what 6th place at that Pro-Am Moto was experiencing. A lot of roost from behind Taylor Jones. We will watch away. You can see the never-ending battle of trying to keep the tape up, keep the lines separate. Yep, I've seen more than a few riders go straight through them. Carly Lee now on screen. Carly putting together a solid weekend, and I believe was able to grab that 3rd place in Moto number 1. Trying to keep that consistency up as well.
I'll say I'm a little jealous. This looks like a really good Southwick. You know, when she blows into the berms, there's definitely a little bit of dust, but no matter what, you're going to have that. Unless it's a mud race, you're going to have some dust here. And it really just looks good with all that rain this weekend.
No doubt about it, yeah. And that's it. It's not just the day before. It's got to sprinkle kind of throughout.
It's like hydration.
Yeah. No doubt for sure. Carly keeping the front end light. Sends it right over there. How about it? I like it. And that's a huge statement because this was kind of the make or break section between Carly and Kayla. So that could be a big spot right there. If she's able to get that clean, and it looks like it set her up really good for the tail end of that extreme section. So
not only if you jump it, you save time, but also risking, you know, crashing on some of those trickier logs.
Well, and it genuinely, I mean, yes, I agree. It's scary, it's intimidating, but now that she's done it, that's something that looks like she can consistently do as well. And so, yeah, that could be a big spot where we're seeing a lot of time chopped off for the KTM of Carly Lee. Watching on the TBT Racing live drone.
Here's one of those inside-outside moments of who prefers who, and it's rider preference, really, unless there's one clear fast line. Sometimes going everywhere but the main line is the thing to do.
No doubt about it. Now, here is the event overall at the moment. Taylor Jones looking at a 1-1, Pickard a 2-2, Lee a 3-3, 4-4, 5-5, and I don't believe we've got Destiny lined up with us here for this second moto, but at the moment, everybody has funneled back into the spot they finished in Moto number 1. The question is, will they stay there? We saw a lot of flopping around and switching around, I should say, especially for that final podium spot, those last lap or two. But right now, especially with the newfound speed through the extreme section for Carly Lee, that might make the difference. Once again, on the left side of your screen, we've got some colors behind the numbers. Obviously, gold, Taylor Jones looking at a 1-1, silver for Pickard, and bronze for Carly Lee. So at the moment, those 3 ladies are looking at a potential podium here from Southwick. Jeremy Wallstrom leads the way out of that sportsman class. Of course, Taylor Jones, Mallory Pickard, and Carly Lee, your top 3 out of the women's pro.
You can see those sand whoops, just the front tire going smacking into every single one of them.
My lower back sore just watching them.
Oh, I think theirs will be tomorrow, too.
Brett Grimes leading the way, as is Andy Mateo and Grant Meacham as well. Meacham trying to hold off Trevor Harris in that schoolboy class. Oh, one rider.
2 riders.
You know it's bad when they hit and it throws the body off the bike and they just land beside it.
That one's brutal.
They act like they pretended to do it, but yeah, that's a hard hit on the tailbone as well. Suspension can only absorb so much.
She looks comfortable. Whether it's the bike or she's really just jamming with this track, she looks happy and comfortable.
Well, and that's what I mean. Looks fit and attacking as well. Not riding over her head by any means, but very technically sound. Elbows up in the solid riding position. So she's definitely looking healthy, I guess is the best way to put it. Yeah, and that's great to see. So we continue to watch 7:13 of Taylor Jones. Trying to keep you consistent. Oh, more chaos here at the FMF Extreme section. Meanwhile, Jones picking her way through. Like I said, not overriding. That's something Ricky Russell talked about in, Moto number 1 said, I'm pushing the pace. I'm trying to make up from a bad start. And I was almost costing myself in some spots. Overriding, pushing too hard, and it ended up costing me more time than it ever would have gained.
It's a really hard thing to say, though, like to yourself, just almost slow down. Yeah. You never want to do that. However, you do need to think about what could happen. Yep. And you don't want to think too much. You want to just ride and race and think about the race, but you do have to find a happy medium.
I feel like there's a lot of balance, a lot of blending going on here in racing. Don't think too much, but don't not think at all. Push hard, but don't override. It's a lot of finding balance, and it's very situationally dependent as well, right? I mean, what could be right for one person in this moment could be completely wrong for the person just behind them.
Absolutely. It depends. We're kind of late in the year here, kind of getting close to a championship, and you have to think about that as well as, one bad start on the first moto. Do you really want to throw it away, or some people just give it their all, and that's as best as you can do.
No doubt about it. And also, I think Taylor obviously well aware that she's kind of out of championship contention, short of anything happening to, I believe, Kayla O'Neill hanging on to that points lead. So, Taylor going to continue to push. Hopefully going to be at our doubleheader weekend out at Unadilla as well. But as you can see from the Luxon lap times, she's gotten the pace at this point. Doesn't need to do anything crazy to continue stretching that gap out.
Look a lot smaller over this jump.
Yeah, right?
I promise.
It is so funny to see the way these riders approach it, think about it leading up to the event. We were actually able to catch up with our women's pro reigning champion, Kayla O'Neill, who talked to us a little bit about what it takes to get through the FMF Extreme section.
It really is all about how you hit it. If you can turn it into a rhythm section and not worry about it being like an extreme section, it'd freak you out. And if you can hit it clean, it honestly either progresses your race a lot or it ruins your race.
And that, I think, is almost a perfect explanation of what we saw happen in Moto number 1, right? When it went well, she made some time up on Carly Lee, but then when it went wrong, it ended up costing her, and Carly was able to get right back to the rear wheel. So when it's working for you, it's working. But when it's not, oh, look at this now, Mallory Pickard getting her share of bad luck in the extreme section. Let's see if she's able to keep it rolling forward. Pretty quick recovery, so not sure exactly what that gap looked like. There's Carly Lee, so now things have tightened up for the number 2 spot between Mallory Pickard and Carly Lee. Watching as they come through the Yamaha finish line. I got the old school hand count, and I'm counting about 8 to 10 seconds. So it is certainly far from over, and in some of these sections entering the moto track, Lee's going to be able to see her as well. She's going to realize that she's a lot
motivation.
closer. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Especially in, we're 3 laps deep into this race.
Yep.
And it can go either way. You got to really just keep going.
No doubt. Now Kayla O'Neill makes her way through. Smooth sailing through that one.
This late in the race, too, lappers do come to part of the play, really.
Oh, no doubt.
You got to think about it. You got to really, outside versus inside, especially if you're Mallory and Carly battling. You want to protect the inside at all costs, and then also don't get stuck behind a lapper. So it's really just, that's amazing about dirt bikes and motocross and the woods. You really just got to play your cards.
Well, and it's when and where it happens as well. You catch up to a lap rider, and sometimes, going around them's no problem, and then sometimes there's literally nowhere anyone can go, and it's just bad luck. Unfortunately, It's just one of those things. So, just like you said, there's a lot of controllable variables and a lot of uncontrollable variables here in off-road racing, but that's part of the excitement. That's part of what makes everyone want to come out and do it week after week.
It really is. Yeah.
So the 459 catching a little air out there.
Trevor Harris.
I was about to say Harris sending it as well. I like it. Here comes the number 4 up on the pegs, taking a little look back as well. Brett Grimes still leads the way for your A vet class. Andy Mateo for your A seniors on that number 53 Gas. Grant Meacham out of the schoolboy 12 and 17 class leads the way. And then Jeremy Wallstrom still out front in that sportsman class on the 233. But at the top of the field, it is Taylor Jones on the 713. 3 laps in the books. Working our way back through the pack zone. Whoa, all right, I like that. One rider getting Cindy. Not sure I've seen that from that approach there on that side. I've seen a couple of people carry the momentum from the big double, but
I saw Ricky Russell actually during the promo, and it was awesome. Just almost jumping and wheeling every single log out of these last 4 and going up on the inside and kind of where the main line's more towards the middle-ish, and he could come up on the inside pretty quick.
Yeah, we'll actually take a look at that here. I believe we've got the replay. Watch the rider far over to what is the rider's right-hand side. You can see how the Kawasaki's hitting, and then that rider just sent it kind of at the perfect last second, dumped the clutch.
Sometimes that's what you got to do. Get the nerves out of the way and just do it.
Just go for it. So how about it? Keeps it on 2 wheels and made up a bit of time in the process. So people still moving forward. Moves still being made here late in this one. Shouldn't be too much longer before I believe we'll see a white flag. Taylor Jones, 5:58. 2 seconds faster.
Carly Lee had a faster lap time that one too.
Oh yeah, actually look at that. That's a great point. So Lee, gotta wonder though, that extreme section, I wonder if anyone else is hitting that, and especially with Pickard now having problems through there. We saw O'Neill, not problems, but I don't think was as fast as Lee through that section.
Agree.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the numbers tell us the next time through. Man, once again, great job. It is funny to see how much of, all the way across in the woods some sections are being used. And in some of these motocross corners, there's an outside and an inside.
You
very
can
clear.
see it in the dirt even.
Yep. See one rider doing a good job. Goes outside, cuts back underneath, and slingshots past. Not sure who that was, but that was a beautiful move. Cut down just in the nick of time. Tough break. Looked like Alex Luger maybe off to the side of the track. Hopefully Luge's okay. Mallory Pickard just in front of our Fox FPV drone. Once again finds herself sitting in that 2nd place spot here for our Women's Pro and looking at a potential 2-2 on the day. Lancaster native. Looking very solid. Once again, cementing herself as one of the top riders here at the top of the JDay Women's Pro Class. Here we go, white flag coming out. 1 lap to go for your Women's Pro Class. As the white flag is officially out. Back onto the Southwick motocross track. Ruby, we were talking with our early race winner, Tucker Aldrich, from our Super Mini class. And he was like, yeah, I was kind of saving energy in the woods because this moto track is brutal.
Sometimes that's what you got to do.
Yep.
You got to prepare. You know, you don't want to go slow in the woods, but if it's worth it to make up time on the moto and just not be absolutely beat after that, absolutely.
Yeah, I would definitely be trying to at least get a couple of deep breaths between the end of the extreme section before you jump back onto the moto track. But a lot easier said than done. Get that heart rate down. As again, Pickard. That time a relatively big get off and actually got hung up underneath the machine just a little bit. So now we continue to ask the question, where is Carly Lee? This could be a shakeup as Pickard trying to get going once again. We'll keep our eyes peeled for the KTM. I did not see her go by, and there she is. So once again, Carly Lee now as close as she's been
1 lap to go,
this
too.
entire moto. You couldn't set it up any better than this. 1 lap to go.
Like you said earlier, that extreme is right through or right before the finish.
Yep.
You know, that can easily, that can come down to the wire.
Oh, without a doubt. I would not be surprised to see them side by side over the final 2 logs headed towards the checkered flag. It is going to be a ton of fun to watch. Taylor Jones, though, she's having her own fun. She's got a solo party up at the front of the field, and she hangs on. It ends with a checkered flag and a win. Taylor Jones a 6:02, so easing things off just a little bit. I don't even want to say she's really trying to ease things off with about a second or so difference between her last lap and this one, but once again, looking solid, looking consistent, and looking for a second moto win. On the hunt, you see works back way over to that wide side and then cuts back underneath, carries the momentum. That was a lot easier to do earlier today. Now you see her having to row the front end, whoop after whoop after whoop after whoop.
This uphill's famous for it, whoop after whoop, like you said.
Oh, it just never seems to end. You get a little break going over the road and then it's right back. This one, though, a little bit more square edged as now you're starting to head back off into the woods.
Those can be dangerous, too. Square edges, you know, they're nowhere. Sorry about that. No two are alike, and just you got to plan for them, but also you never know how they'll react.
Well, and they're so abrupt. You don't see them coming, and all of a sudden you're looking at your back tire off next to you.
Right after the pavement, absolutely.
No doubt for sure, and so certainly got to be on the toes still. That is one thing. We do see some riders, Taylor not one of those ones that comes to mind, but some riders that get out front, they get a big enough gap, and their mind almost starts to wander a little bit, and it's simple things that end up catching them off guard. But Taylor's so experienced at staying locked in. I mean, this is a champion caliber rider. At any given moment, she's a threat to grab a win, and she's showing why as she's making quite the return back to racing here at the JDay Offroad Series. I will say, like, Taylor, she's definitely up on the pegs a lot, but I like, she is very strategic, I feel like, when she sits down. It seems like when she does it, yeah, she's really good about.
Intentional, instead of like tired or lazy, she's intentional.
So here might have a battle between Pickard and Lee going on. Right now, Taylor Jones not worried about it. She says, I'll go back and watch it on Racer TV. Right now, I got to keep marching my way towards a checkered flag. And again, you still you'll see the back end dancing just a little bit, but that's a controlled dance under there. That's exactly how she wants it to be.
Absolutely. You see the lines really burning in these second motos.
Yeah.
You know, the dirt is darker, and you can see exactly where they go.
Really cool to see the way these top riders put lines together as well.
It's so flowing.
Yep.
Especially consistent lines. I know noticed she's gone through that under the Luxon sign quite a few times, and just sometimes it's the fast line, and she's pretty consistent with it.
Yeah, actually a lot of our top riders we've seen going underneath that sign. So it just goes to show sometimes they break away and you got to change lines after one lap. Sometimes they actually can hang on to it. Got to wonder if that's a line that we're seeing a lot of riders take as well. It might be one only the pros really seem to be noticing. So kind of hard to say, but something definitely not hard to say is that Taylor Jones is back. She is looking fantastic, looking solid, and looking at just a couple of more corners to go before she's got a checkered flag. But in between those corners is a little thing called the FMF Extreme section, folks. Let's see. Jones has been hitting this center double. And you see she tucks underneath. Wrap right over, no problem. Well, Ruby, thank you again so much for joining us here in the studio. I'm going to get ready to head over there to the finish line, but feel free to hang out as long as you'd like.
Thank you very much, Zach.
So down here at the finish line, checkered flag is waving. Taylor Jones going to take just a moment to get the helmet off. We are going to hang here and watch this battle for second place. Mallory Pickard has the spot. Carly Lee wants it. And it all, I think, is going to come down to that FMF Extreme section. We haven't gotten to see them here on this final lap, but Pickard has had problems through the section the last 2 laps. Meanwhile, Carly Lee has figured out the hotline. Very similar to what we saw Taylor Jones taking, hitting that large double in the center. And that could be the difference maker. It was just a couple of bike lengths between the two of them when they took the white flag. Now the question is, how is it going to shake out here? Coming down to the line. Taylor's watching with me. She wants to see how it's all going to break down as well. Some drag races headed to the finish line. Not our women's pro class, but still a battle nonetheless. Hopkins going at it, a thumbs up there from the 196. Meanwhile, here it is. I see the KTM. It looks like that was Carly Lee, but did she bobble coming over that log? We're watching and waiting. I think she has. Wait a second. Pickard's not far behind, but I think she's going to have it. How about it with a 3-2? Carly Lee going to get the job done and take the number 2 spot. Mallory Pickard not far behind at all, going to round out the podium. Such a solid performance, but some bad luck there in that FMF Extreme section. Might just be the difference maker, but man, talk about a debut and talk about a great way to come back to racing. Taylor Jones, a 1-1 on the day, and we had you in the booth, and everything you said you needed to do, I think you did it to perfection. Take us through that second moto.
Yeah, no, that one, it went really smoothly, thankfully, because it's rough out there. Like, it's crazy how much rougher it just got in that short amount of time. But yeah, it was really good. It was fun. I'm mainly just trying to find smooth lines out there. There's a lot you can find. You just gotta look for them. Like the main line right now is like you're probably up to your waist in whoops. But I know it was a good race. I got out front early and stayed upright, so that's the main part. I feel good, feel healthy. Feel a little bit tired after that, but we're good to go again.
Hey, if you said you weren't tired after a moto that rough out there, I'd be questioning if you were lying to me or not. But that was certainly an impressive performance. Once again, you got a great team behind you who's celebrating with you after such a great day.
Yeah, huge shout out to the whole Phoenix Honda team. Couldn't do it without them. And then everyone in my corner, Moose, Alpine Star, 60 helmets, got goggles, tear off gaskets. I've been running the same goggles all day. No problems, no issues. Didn't even pull any tear-offs. Tear-off gaskets had to set. So everyone else in my corner, there's so many of them. But yeah, huge shout out and everyone out here putting on a good weekend.
There it is. Taylor, congratulations. Great to have you back at the races. Taylor Jones 1-1 and grabs the win out of your women's pro class. All right, let's get ready to take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. Taylor Jones gets the job done. Carly Lee, how about it? What a fight in that second moto, finishing second. Mallory Pickard, Kayla O'Neill, Addie Harris, and Destiny Artesian rounding out the field here for your women's pro class. Man, it came down to the wire, and if you missed it, you shouldn't have. Rewind on Racer TV. But for now, hang on. Let's take a look at the MX Trophies race recap. Oh, problems for O'Neill off the start. I was wondering who that was. I saw somebody way back off the line. So that is a tough break for your reigning Women's Pro Champ. But, man, talk about executing to perfection. Taylor Jones knew what she wanted to do. She talked about it mid-race, actually doing an amateur local motocross race here just a couple of weeks ago. Kind of had her lines figured out on the moto track. She gets off into the woods where we know she's oh so comfortable, and what a ride it was. But, man, that double right there that you just saw Carly Lee make her way across, that very well may be the difference maker here today and here in this second moto. She was trading mistakes with Kayla O'Neill in Moto 1 through this extreme section. Moto 2, they open the jump up. She sends it, and she sends it right into that number 2 spot. But Taylor Jones, not worried about battles, not worried about the rest of the competition. Only worried about sand surfing out here. She said it. Looking for the smooth lines out here in these second motos. Absolutely incredibly rough, especially in those main lines. But that's what we love about Southwick. Nobody says they like Southwick for the smooth. And so Taylor Jones puts the pieces together. And when it was all said and done, the Phoenix Racing Honda charged into a checkered flag and kept the math simple for us. 1-1. Taylor Jones going to be your Women's Pro overall winner here from round number 6. What about it? Coming down to the line, Taylor was watching anxiously just like I was. Carly Lee looked like she had the pass made, headed into the extreme section. A good run through guarantees it. That's Mallory Pickard just behind, charging towards the finish line as well. That's how close they were between second and third. Hats off to both of those young ladies for a great ride. Man, fired up. Still plenty more second moto racing action to come. We'll send things to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more of the Dunlop Southwick GP Round 6 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses, Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%, Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
Well, you best believe that when we talk about the fastest racers, we're not just talking about vets. We're not just talking about pros. We got the next generation right here as well. The Stasic generation has continued to grow and change the way riders approach off-road and motorcycle racing in general. Whether you're going from the balanced Strider bikes, upgrading to the Stasic stability cycles, it is so impressive what these what these machines are capable of, but the way they have truly transformed the way young boys and girls are introduced to motorcycle racing. And whether they go on to race motorcycles, bicycles, any two-wheel discipline, the balance, the technical skills that they have developed, really, really impressive as we get ready for our next group of motos sitting on the line. Pro-Am 125. I saw the 30-second car go by, and we are locked in. Man, I love the 1-2 kick from Justin Coquinos. I've never seen anyone do that before I saw him, and man, nobody's as quick with the 1-2 than he is. You're wondering, Zach, what are you talking about? I guess I should explain that. So when Coquinos, dead engine start here at JDay Offroad, the 125 is obviously got a Kickstarter on it. He fires it in neutral with the right leg, and then basically as he's lifting the right leg up, he kicks down with the left, and it's almost like a step kick or something. I've never seen anything like it, but it's literally boom, start it, first gear, he's off and rolling, and 9 times out of 10, I think he's been up inside that top 2 or 3 off the line in this 125 class. So I've seen a couple other riders, try to imitate that technique and stuff, but I still think as far as just lightning speed on the feet, Justin Coquinos has got something figured out with that starting strategy. We get ready now for the B250 class. Sitting on the line, big turnout here in the B class. Love to see that. How about a Honda 2-stroke out there? Man, that's cool. Love to know the details on that thing. They make their way down into turn number 1 as well. Ooh, they're bunching up just a little bit there in that second corner. But once again, everybody doing a good job of playing nice, keeping it on 2 wheels. We love to see it. As the B Open and B200 class now sit on the line. Coming up next, as here we go, watching, they're watching. Boom, off and rolling. That's so funny to see the line goes and you get the ones that got it on the first kick and then everyone else goes right back to kicking. Like I touched on earlier, that was always me. I'd still be sitting on the line because that was my class. But right now, we got some battling happening. A little bit of, I don't know if it was contact or just really, really close, but whoever they were going for it, wanted the lead and wanted it right now, and has already opened up, 10 bike lengths maybe, just in that amount of time. There is the number 17 beta machine. Cool to see some of the betas out here and having a successful season in both off-road and super motocross as well. A lot of buzz around that team and what they've been doing and working on, and really fun to see how Beta has continued to grow their presence here in the U.S. Machines seem to be looking and performing Beta than ever. Ha! See what I did there? Sorry, guys. All right. Back to business. Pro-Am 125. Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125. And it's Justin Coquinos sitting on a 25 as far as points go. Number 1 spot. Ryan Amancio in that number 2 ride. Colton McQuarrie, Van Gosselin, Robert Weiss, Kyle Gaetani, and Alex Vanoof all up inside the top 7. Trevor Harris, DJ LeBlanc, and Kyle Bates were your top 3 in the 250B class. And in our B Open, Jonathan Sear, Joseph Werner, and Jeremy Fiddler, 1, 2, and 3. I was told his last name is Sear. Thank you in the Racer TV chat. B200, Eric Kinsley, Stephen Clark, and Johnny Padden, 1, 2, and 3 for the B200 class. So how about it? Once again, thank you all for watching here on Racer TV. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Make sure you leave us a like, and you have not already, make sure you're following along at Racer TV, and then of course at JDay Offroad as well. As Taking a look overhead here at the FMF Extreme section. And whoa, he was going for it, and then he checked up at the last second. I don't know what happened. He had it. 47. Oh, man. I mean, don't get me wrong, folks. That's about as good as that could have possibly gone. If he would have checked up half a second later, he'd have probably been eating some tractor tires. So glad that he made the decision when he did. But, man, as you can see from that rider right there, just got to commit, hold the throttle on. This is liable to get interesting, though. Some of these B riders, they got the confidence to go for it. And got to wonder whether some of them, not sure if this line was even open in the first moto. They might not even know what it is. This one rider doing a quick little 180. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4 wide stuck on the log. Oh, my goodness. This is nightmare here. 5 wide. Go ahead. Make it 6. Let's have a party. Absolute chaos here in the FMF Extreme section. You got fans trying to point lines. There goes the Beta, the 17 with a little dab of the foot, but he keeps it rolling. Momentum, the name of the game. 99. Oh, brutal fight. Now another Yamaha having problems. Trevor Harris having his issues now. Bike stalls out. He's got to refire. Oh, my goodness. Man, a lot to it. Just goes to show. So far, at least, the riders that have actually committed for the jump. This rider said, whoa, I'm not committing to that. Goes the other way. Luxon lap time. Justin Coquinos fastest on track. Van Gosselin in that number 2 spot on the lap times. McQuarrie, how about that? With a 3:25, a 3:27 for Robert Weiss. Gaetani and Fanouf very close on lap times as well. See a couple of our riders taking the alternative line. As this is what it's all about. Still plenty of battles even going on the ride-around line. Meanwhile, we jump back on board. Fox FPV drone trying to hang on to the 444. Massachusetts native of Justin Coquinos. Currently leading not only this round, not only the overall picture for this round, but the points standing as well for your Moto Tashinari Pro-Am 125 class. Very impressive riding so far this season. Like we said, been very inviting and supportive of the growth of the series and expansion as new talent has come in. And I'll be the first to say, sometimes, especially early in the season, the new talent, they've been able to, help Justin Coquinos take it to that next level. And as we saw in that first pro moto, I think he's done just that. That could be very, very dangerous if Justin Coquinos figures out how to get off the start and is able to consistently put himself up towards the front. Fox FPV looking at how Coquinos is trying to roll these corners out. Taylor Jones said it in that post-race interview, really focusing on trying to find smooth lines more than anything else. Oh, man, that's technicality at its best. Coquinos, little bobbing and weaving, pops that front end right back up. I tell myself that's how I do it, but I know I can't. Justin Coquinos, he's an impressive rider. This is not something that anybody should take away from. It's not a who is Justin Coquinos. I've seen this guy at all kinds of events. He put on one heck of a ride at the main event out at MX207 either last year or the year before, and on the moto side of things, and then obviously showing what he's capable of here on the off-road GP style as well. So really cool to see how Coquinos has kind of come into his own and kind of made this JDay his specialty. You know, he is the champ, and for good reason. He's figured things out. He's worked very hard, and I honestly think the best of Justin Coquino is maybe yet to come, or we may be kind of entering that area because he is really looking solid right now. Continuing to work his way through. Once again, on the side of your screen, any of the riders with yellow behind their number, that is actually gold, and those are leaders in their classes. The silver or gray is going to be who's sitting second in their classes, and then third, obviously, going to be who's holding on to that final podium spot in their classes. Multiple racing classes going on at one time. And I know Robert Weiss had some friends out there looking for a podium out of him. Well, he is sitting third at the moment. So he's trying to make some people happy in this one. So all of the fans lined up alongside the fence, enjoying the racing action. Once again, Justin Coquinos, Van Gosselin, Robert Weiss, 1, 2, and 3. Kyle Gaetani, Alex Vanoof, Matt Webb, Colton McQuarrie, Austin DePietro, Bobby Betancourt, and Antonio Grasso. Your top 10 early on. As 2 laps in the books, you see the chewed up remains of the FMF Extreme section. This thing's certainly not getting any smoother right now. But the question is, how are things going to develop for the overall picture? Coquinos in this one looking pretty picture perfect. He's just trying to hang on to the spot that he's in. Doesn't need to push. Doesn't need to risk it, anything like that. But at the same time, some of these other riders, whoa, they do need to get going. Who was that? Absolutely sending it. Did the big double, then did the next double. Almost turned that one into a triple. That was quite the launch there. Through the Yamaha finish line. Oh, that Honda two-stroke, excuse me. Having some problems and found the front tire tucked in the tire. That's not where you want it. They're pretty strong. Trevor Harris launching the big double. However, that one Honda rider literally picking the whole back end up. Oh, the Cowie number 1 actually rolling over the big tube. I cannot believe people do that. That has got to be so steep on the backside. We had the vintage Kawasaki of Danny Secretary. It looks like we got another vintage KX out there as well. This one was a Chevrolet Kawasaki replica. Looking solid out there. The TBT Racing Lion Drone picking up the multiple line options here. Robert Baroli on the 309 we just saw a bit ago, working his way up inside the top 10 now overall and leading his class. Just the never-ending sea of sand rollers. Like I said, and glad to hear Rudy, who's actually spun some laps on this track, agree with me. The lower back, honestly the back, not lower, not mid, not up, the whole thing is going to be sore tomorrow. The shoulders, it takes an absolute ton to be successful out here at somewhere like Southwick. And seeing outside the TV studio a couple riders, looks like they've already had their fair share of the fun. They're calling it a day, pulling off, but these riders in a battle, and they are not giving up until the checkered flag is flying. Ooh, some inside-outside action. The Cowie trying to run the tight line there. Look good, though. The Cowie got a nice little flow going here. Eric Kinsley leading the way out of your B200 class. Justin Coquinos, of course, physically out front leading the way and leading your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125. Bobby Betancourt out there on the Beta machine leading your B250 class. And then B Open is Austin DePietro on the 886. Fox FPV drone jumping on board. And going for a ride through the woods, the 886 on your screen. And looking solid right now. That is the leader in your B Open class, Austin DePietro. Aboard that Yamaha. Putting in a solid run right now. And you can see going way outside to some of these big wide outsides and it cuts right back in underneath. Piecing this thing together. As the laps wear on, Luxon lap times. Wow, how about this? Justin Coquinos and Van Gosselin running identical lap times. I am curious to see how Coquinos is going to play this second moto here in the Pro-Am 125. He talked about it in moto number 1. You know, managing, I don't want to say saving energy, but managing his energy here in the 125 class. He had Ryan Amancio closing in up on him on moto number 1, but this time after getting that pro moto win in moto number 1, you gotta wonder if he's not trying to save a little extra bit of fuel for that second moto. I know he would love to get the job done here, of all places, here at Southwick. DePietro, though, looking really solid. Let's see how he maneuvers through this extreme section. I thought about it for a second. Commits. I think that's the biggest thing is just full commitment. When you see the line you want to take, go for it. Don't second guess. Don't hesitate. Good job right there from the 886. Ooh, the 309. Robert Baroli making his way through. Here goes the 82 ride. You saw him do that same move the last time. I guess it just surprised me. Realistically, that's what you're supposed to do. That lift is there to double those logs, so he's nailing it. So Baroli moves up in the overall to the 8 spot. Once again, your top 10 OA looking like this. Oh, with some riders, that's Betancourt having problems. Coquinos, Gosselin, Weiss, Fanoof, and Gaetani, your top 5. Kinsley, DePietro, Baroli, Webb, and Werner, your top 10. See the fans and spectators trying to help. 380 making his way through. Hanging here at the Yamaha finish line. Oh, and the Honda back in the same spot once again. Definitely got through it a little cleaner this time, though. That might have been Coquinos coming by. I'm not sure. Watching, and it is. Taking a look. Still no white flag. So no white flag for Justin Coquinos so far. Oh, wait a second. There it is. Oh, it's tucked behind the banner. I didn't see it. So white flag is out. 1 lap to go. Robert Weiss launching his way by. The 16 looking solid here. Coquinos drops it back down to a 5:30, so must feel like he's got enough fuel in the tank to get the job done no matter what. So the white flag wave here for your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. And taking a look, actually, yeah, just saw B250. Looks like Trevor Harris has regained the lead. Betancourt on the 17 Beta had passed him, but we saw the problems that he had in this extreme section. Meanwhile, Trevor Harris is launching that double. He's not scared of it at all. And that has now put him back into the number 1 spot in class. So by no means is this the only section that matters, but it is certainly a make or break section here in this round for success at Southwick, the FMF Extreme section. Back onto the moto track we go. Justin Coquinos closing in on another win here in the 125 class. Question is he going to be able to turn that into a win, not only in this class, but into the pro class as well? That'd be a huge day for him. It's going to be fun to watch coming up here in just a little bit. Grand finale here for round number 6. The Dunlop Southwick GP. Once again, so glad to be able to be here on site. Beautiful Southwick, Massachusetts. What a day we've had here as well. I know we've talked a lot about the track and the course and the crew, and all of those certainly worth talking about, but the weather has been a huge part of this as well. All the way to earlier this week, we got the rain that we needed. The crew made the smart decision to hold off on practice yesterday, keeping the moisture in it, and it has worked so well. Drying out just a little bit here in the final few motos of the day, but still definitely great conditions, very raceable. And if you don't believe me, ask that guy, the 444. He's racing his way around it, no problem. Coquinos looking beautiful at the moment, looking ahead, trying to spot lap traffic. Really putting the pieces together here. Got to give a shout out to Van Gosselin. Haven't caught him a ton on camera, but quietly been sitting in that number 2 spot. And then Robert Weiss there in that number 3 position. Had some fans on Racer TV in the chat saying we need him on the box. We need him in the top 3. Trying to make him proud right now. 3016 on the helmet, number 16 on the machine. But Justin Coquinos on your screen. Catching up to a little bit of a group of riders there. You see him kind of hard on the binders, making some adjustments, wanting to go where those riders are not. That might actually be Betancourt on the 17 that he's doing battle with. Betancourt was fighting Trevor Harris for the lead in that 250B class. But now Coquinos able to put the Beta behind him. sets his sights on the FMF Extreme section one more time through. A couple more little chicanes and he'll be there, and at that point, all he's got to do is hang two rights, check the flag. Justin Coquinos. And Coquinos again up on the pegs, letting the bike do the work. All right, one more time through the extreme section. Let's get ready to head down to the podium and chat things up with what looks to be the 444 of Justin Coquinos. Down here at the finish line, a very solid run. Justin Coquinos getting the job done. And going to take a look, continue to watch here as our top three make their way across. And I'm going to get ready to make my way over here. Justin Coquinos. We changed the FXR gear, but we haven't changed the position that it puts us in, man. Sitting in that number one spot, we get the job done here. Now, I was talking about it, and we talk about managing the energy levels throughout the day. We've got a First Moto Pro win. Were we saving a little extra?
For sure, yeah. He was ripping. Van was ripping. He's a good rider. He just so I needed to play it smart. I wanted to. Part of me, the racer in me, just wanted to go, and then I was like, all right, like. Track's rough. I don't want to use too much energy, so had to play it smart and definitely just keep an eye on him. Make sure he was a safe distance, enough for if I had a potential mistake. So, but we'll see what we can do in this next one.
Yeah, you did a great job managing that. You guys had identical lap times at one point, and then you dropped it right back down. Now, talking, obviously you were racing, you were trying out there, but you're also, I'm sure, doing some spotting for what's coming up. Have you noticed some big changes? Are there some spots where you're like, oh, I definitely need to change my line here or there?
There was one section in the woods where I didn't have a bad line. There was definitely something else there, and I found something else for a second option, but definitely was looking around, yeah.
Hey, well, no doubt about it, man. Another impressive performance. Who's got your back?
My mom, my dad, my sister. Plus Out Power Sports, Ampro Yamaha, Factory Connection, FXR 6D, Alpine Star, Gardner Racing. He built me this 125 rocket ship. Redline Oil, P3 Carbon, and everyone else, thank you.
No doubt about it. Get it done on the big dog this time. There it is, Justin Coquinos 1-1 in your Moto Tassinare Pro-Am 125 class. Well, let's take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. Here's how it breaks down. Justin Coquinos and Van Gosselin, 1 and 2. Robert Weiss does turn it into a podium finish here in the 3 spot. Alex Vanoof, shout out in that number 4 position. Kyle Gaetani rounds out the top 5. Eric Kinsley, Austin DePietro, Trevor Harris, Robert Baroli, and Bobby Betancourt round out your top 10. Well, what a race we had. And if you missed it, you missed out. Let's take a look at the MX Trophies race recap. So important off the start, and Justin Coquinos once again absolutely nails it. Puts the 444 out front, and that might have just made the difference. Like he said, Van was riding fantastically all day today, and even matching lap times to Coquinos at one point throughout that moto. So you see through that freight train of riders, if Coquinos could get a little bit of a gap, put a couple riders between himself and the rest of the field, that could pay off in a big way, and it certainly did. But that doesn't mean that was all that was going on track. We had some great battles, some close calls, and then, of course, as your leaders worked their way through the pack, had to thread the needle a couple times through there as well. But when it came down to it and the final checkered flag flew, it was Justin Coquinos once again grabbing the win in that Moto Tassinare Pro-Am 125 class. growing his points lead out, as well as picking up some lines and some do's and don'ts for the upcoming Pro Moto here in just a little bit. Currently sitting on a 1. What's better than winning one class? Winning 2. And that's exactly what Justin Coquinos is trying to do here today. So he's going to go back, get rested and refueled. One more glance back over the shoulder. But when it was said and done, 4:44, going 1-1 in Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. All right, folks, we're going to send things to another quick commercial break, and we'll be back with our final 2 races of the day. The grand finales coming up here from Round 6, the Dunlop Southwick GP, Round 6 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Hey everyone, I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round number 6 of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series, sitting on the line. And, man, talk about perfect timing. The green flag flies for the B Vet class. Taking off our second to last race of the weekend. And already bar banging action happening. Trying to see the 94 of Austin Sudrith, who I believe is your first moto winner. And if it was who I thought it was, he actually got a pretty bad start, pretty mid-pack or so. So very curious to see who it is out front. One rider way out front. Meanwhile, Super Senior and Masters sitting on the line coming up next. Good start going to be crucial here in this. Good jump right from the center, but looks like more from the inside. Going to lead him into turn number 1. Can they turn it into a whole shot? Yes. Oh, it's so crazy to see how rough that has gotten. Even just in the last couple of motos, really seems like those braking bumps have almost doubled in size. See on the back of your screen, the rider's just trying to get up the hill. Here we go, 32nd girl goes back across. B Senior, Women's B and Women's C. Coming up next. And get ready for the flag. Here we go. Good jump. Can't quite tell. About 3 or 4 wide headed into turn number 1. Ooh, looks like a couple got together headed into that first turn. Packman on the 613. Let's see, C Senior and Vintage class. Where's he at? Oh, Uncle Secretary. Cowie's made it to the second moto at least. And here we go. Not the best jump for Unc, but can't ever count that guy out. Barreling into turn number 1, C Senior and Vintage. Clear things up off the start. Some side-by-side action here. It looks like a KTM trying to make something happen. Yeah, I'm trying to just thinking the same thing. Race Control was just talking about the amount of passes made in that one section. That guy went from almost outside the top 10 to now just outside the top 3. And I'm not even sure what he did. That was an impressive line, whatever it was. And at this point late in the day, especially in these classes where it is about staying smooth, about keeping consistent, this is crucial. Finding some smooth real estate, that's what it's all about. KTM finding a little bit of a flow here. Now going to try to work his way forward, maybe even catch up to the tail end of one of our other classes. Meanwhile, back in the mix. Is that the gas going for it? Got hung up there just on top of the log, but kept it on two wheels, and looks like our lead riders getting ready to make their way through. I'll give you a rundown just as soon as we get everyone through timing and scoring here. Maneuvering their way back through the switchback and back onto the Wick. The Southwick motocross track, one of the most infamous in the United States, arguably in the world. Just had the Coonan brothers come over for the Pro National here at Southwick and showed us just how fast they can ride here in the sand. Working our way back up towards the front of the pack. You can see a few more riders making their way through. Lots of different classes and bikes out on course. And it seems like everywhere you look, there's some battles going on with it. Look at maybe the number 11 that we just saw go by there. And again, if you guys maybe just joined us, you've been with us, there is Austin Sudrith on the 94. He did not look like he was pushing the pace at all. So I wonder if Sudrith, he talked about how intense that first moto was. He could be running on fumes here for the second moto. Have to wait and see. Like I said, I don't think he got the start that he was hoping for. That could not only be, costly, but it can be almost demoralizing. You have the speed, and man, you start back outside the top 5 or so in some of these classes with, a deep field, and it's like, man, I have got to fight as hard as I possibly can just to hang on. So I don't know, though. Sudrith, he's wicked it up just a little bit more there on that camera shot, so I'm not counting him out yet. See what the timing and scoring has to say about it. 94 making his way through. Regardless, you can definitely see how different this track is. And here on lap number 1, there's a good chance he may just be line checking, honestly. I mean, this is almost like a sight lap at this point. These guys really can't get all of the way around the track between motos, and so this first lap, it might be a little bit of an exploration effort going on here on lap 1. Then you get the lines figured out, dialed in, and then it's like, okay, now let's wick it back up. So there we go. That's a little more Austin Sudrith that we're used to seeing. Off the back end, got the throttle open, so maybe he was just taking his time here, waiting to make sure he knows exactly what he's looking for. Watching Sudrith, and I've already picked up a couple of spots where I think he's changed lines in a pretty drastic way. Waylon Wiley leading the way out of that vintage class, unking the number 2 spot. B-Vet is Henrique Barbosa back out towards the front. We saw him with a really solid ride in moto number 1 as well. Aaron Whitney leads the way for your super senior class on the 983 KTM. And of course your masters, Jim Campbell leads the way. Nathan Martell not far behind. Stuart Franklin leads the B senior class. And then Haley Bliven out front out of the women's B class. Sierra Bernard in that number 2 ride, or excuse me, in the lead for the women's C class. See the fans riding bicycles, riding Harleys, riding whatever they can to get here to watch the racing action. And Sudrith going to work. And we'll see whether or not he's going to put a lap lead in the books. Here we go, the FMF Extreme section. And those riders actually making it look pretty good, going through that pretty clear. Would not be surprised to see maybe a couple of these riders going with the alternative line here, willing to risk the loss in time. Through the Yamaha finish line, back out onto the track we go. Look at this, another inside, outside. That time the wide line actually worked out for him. So look at this, the inside leading the way here. As look at this, now back up the inside once again, carries some speed. Oh, and a little close call there for the Husky. And that could be handing the position right back over. So we'll continue to watch here. So all of these riders extremely skilled. But on a track like this, it'll take the best of them and make you look like a true amateur. It is so, can't stress enough how difficult it is to maneuver these kinds of conditions, especially late in the day like this. Lap after lap, things start to get tired really quick. It'll sneak up on you, that's for sure. So our riders continuing to work. This one is broken away now. You see almost immediately after he's not under pressure, outside to outside to outside. He's keeping this thing wide open, trying to flow his way around this course. Once again, I want to thank you all for watching JDay Offroad here on RacerTV.com, round 6 of 8. So have our doubleheader weekend out at Unadilla coming up to close out the season. But for right now, we're here at the Wick, and what a wicked day it has been so far. As we still have one more moto to go after this, our grand finale, if you will. Right now, your Vet B out front leading the way. Looking like we're watching the number 11 machine. Oh, and just like that, the number 11 goes down once again. You saw, caught a little edge, pushed him over. Wait a second, almost took somebody out with him. The 143 sneaks by. But he caught that square edge. We'll see if maybe we can get a replay on that and break that down. Caught a square edge and pushed him over into some of the thick stuff, and then to that point, He was just along for the ride. So we are continuing to watch here. Give you guys a little bit of update. Does seem like we've got a little bit of difficulties here with timing and scoring. Obviously, we've got our scorers out there on site, hand scoring and making sure everything's working good. But you're wondering where the pylon's at here. But right now, man, talk about threading the needle there. The 143 barely scraping by. Thought he was going to get collected in that as well. But the 143 looking solid here for the moment. And that might be Sudrith charging towards the front, so it could have been a bad start for Austin Sudrith, and now he is trying to work his way forward. I recognize the gear and the riding style. The 143, and then, yes, that is the 94 of Sudrith. And the 11 not far behind as well. We saw him go down just a second ago, but picked it right back up. But Sudrith able to sneak on by. And now we got a 3-rider trio here. I believe these guys are battling for the lead in class. Not 100% sure, but I think Barbosa on the 47 ride. Fox FPV. Oh man, he's going way outside. All right. Finding some new real estate. That was actually a pretty good line right there. Not sure how much he could have pushed as far as really opening up that corner, but that was definitely pretty smooth change there. As now leaders on screen go into work, and the question is, who is going to prevail here in this one? They were all really close last we saw. They're working their way towards the FMF Extreme section. Saw Sudrith back there just behind. Oh, some chaos here in the extreme section. Let's see. There goes the number 11. He's going to go to the far right-hand side. Looks like both second and third are going to funnel in behind him. So 1, 2, and 3, all relatively close here in this one. Watch him make the way past and head back over towards the moto track. Kind of got a freight train of riders here. Not mistaken, I believe these guys get down to the final few laps here. Don't have my timer out in front of me, but they are going at it. Oh, look at this. This is a true fight here. 4 to 5 riders all in the mix of this. Not really sure who's in what class, what position, but this is what I like to see. This is just racing. There's a bike around you. I want to be in front of it. Leader dives to the inside. This may be the battle for second. I'm trying to see whether or not the 11 was able to get around both of them. He very well may have. These two are going at it. Up at the front, though, no doubt. Working their way through a moto here at the Wick, though. No doubt this is going to be one they're going to look back on and can look back on right here on the Racer TV archives. Go back and say, man, remember when we did battle? They had us on the TBT Racing live drone. Paul Latendry sitting very fast. This is a name I recognize there from moto number 1. Really fast lap times. Sudrith, a 6:48, as is Chad Gold. So they're going at it on the lap times. Got to wonder if that may be our two we're watching battle on screen. But it is Paul Latendry leading the way. Chad Gold, Spencer Saracena, Austin Sudrith, 1, 2, 3, and 4 with Henrique Barbosa rounding out your top 5. David Malloy, Scott Hunt, Kurt Ford, Nathan Martell, and Aaron Whitney, your top 10. They're working their way through the moto track once again. Gonna head back up the hillside, get ready to dip back off into the woods. Ooh, lap traffic there, good heads up ride from Sudrith. Fans waving them on. Spencer Saracena on the number 43 ride. Doing some communicating here with race control, trying to figure out whether Paul Latendry has actually worked his way physically to the front. I have not caught it, but again, it's so hard. Some of these riders not even having numbers on the machines, just the small stickers. But Latendry in both motos has been the fastest as far as the pace itself goes. The question is, where is he physically on the course? I believe Chad Gold actually physically leading the way. We'll try to watch and wait. If I'm not mistaken, I think the white flag going to be coming out here in just a moment as well. Henrique Barbosa, a solid lap time as well, 6:50 flat. But Latendry, that 42 is going to be really hard to beat for anyone else. Shown he's got what it takes. But he's able to do it lap after lap as well. Not really a ton of adjustment on those lap times, consistently several seconds faster than the rest of the field. As, oh no, Uncle Secretary having some problems. If he killed that Kawasaki, I'm going to be mad. He said he was going to. I told him he better not. I think he might have. See. Hunk rolling off track. Not what we were wanting to see. But I'd rather see that than the bike okay and Hunk not. So just all things considered. Could be worse. There you go. Your top 3 or 4 are all right there in the mix. White flag in the hands of the finish line. .918 working through as well. Track absolutely chewed up. You can see some of the rocks, and I don't want to say pebbles. They're bigger than pebbles, that's for sure. They're starting to work their way up as we're also starting to dig our way down, especially in the wooded sections. Like I said a bit earlier, years and years and decades of grooming on the Southwick track, bringing dirt in, hauling dirt off. So the 121 of gold, I believe, bringing out the white flag. There is Saracena, and there is Southwick. So 1, 2, and 3 have checked in out of your front-running class. Now the question is, where is the 557, who is overall on corrected time, leading the way? Whoa, what a bounce. There is the 557 on the Husqvarna. So we have found Paul Attendry. And man, Paul looks just so calm and collected. But hey, maybe that's what it takes. Keeping those lap times down, keeping the heart rate down. So right now it is showing that Gold is out front. And look at this, actually Gold has dropped the lap time down to within a couple of seconds of Latindry. And there we go. So actually, I was gonna say it looked like Latindry had fallen off the pace quite a bit. So a 6:59 on that last time through. So Chad Gold back to being the fastest rider on track and less than a lap away from bringing out a checkered flag. Here in this one, don't forget, still got our grand finale coming up after this, our final pro moto of the day. Question is, can Justin Coquinos chatting things up with our man Ethan Broach here from JDay. What an event this has been. And I tell you what, all of these guys from sun up to sundown, they are working their butts off. Oh, look at that. This is what we mean, folks. I mean, perfect example right there. Chad Gold over on the right-hand side of the track. And that lap rider started swapping, started getting a little leany one way or the other, and the next thing you know, that could have absolutely collected it. So really got to stay on the P's and Q's, man, no matter how much you think you got it in the books. Got to stay paying attention to it. As we take a look, your physical leader on track, Chad Gold on your screen, 121 on the helmet, 11 on the bike. He is just about halfway through this lap or so. Going to check off the final lap of the moto track, and now going to head into the woods for the final time. Henry, surprisingly enough, has continued to maintain an overall shorter race time, even though he was over 10 seconds slower on that last lap. So it shows how hard Paul was pushing early in this race. Out here, there is the 613 ride. There is the 47. 47 on the helmet of Barbosa. And those lap times, like we said, telling a little bit of a different story here. Gold continuing to push up. Shout out to David Malloy as well, and Aaron Whitney, all sub 650s. The rest of the field definitely dropping off the pace just a little bit. Looks like that's the 948 making his way through as well. starting to wind down here in this final moto. Won't be long. We'll be looking for Chad Gold. .717 work here her way through. Might have been Haley Kelly. There is Sudrith and Saracena. So won't be long. Now we'll be looking for Chad Gould on the 121. That rider had the 121 on the machine. And here we go, going to make our way towards the finish line. All right, well, it looks like Chad Gould has decided to head back towards the truck. So we are going to keep the party rolling here. Get ready for our Pro Taper Top 10. Breaks down like this. Paula Tindry going to hang on to it. Chad Gould, Spencer Saracena, Austin Sudrith, David Malloy, Henrique Barbosa, Kurt Ford, Scott Hunt, Mark Arsenault, and Aaron Whitney rounding out your top 10. As we give you a look at that MX Trophies race recap here in just a moment. Show you how it all broke down. Lots of shuffling around in this one. Not just on the track, but on the start as well. Riders swapping all over the place, but able to keep it on two wheels. A lot of riders in the mix, some based on overall time, some based on physically battling in class, but nonetheless, when it came down to it, the number 11 ride on the machine, 121 on the helmet, Chad Gould able to hang on to it. We saw him down at one point, picked the machine back up, able to get back off and rolling. And maybe that lit a fire underneath him. Who knows? That could have been exactly what he needed. Got back around Sudrith. Got around Saracena. Head back up to the hillside. There you see your leader, Jersey El Hombre style, floating in the wind. When it came down to it, take the white, turn it to a checkered. Gets the job done here in this one. What a ride. All right, folks, well, as we get ready now for our final race of the day, we'll take one more quick commercial break, and we'll be back to close things out here for round 6, our grand finale, coming up from the Dunlop Southwick GP round 6 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses, Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%, Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
So what was the sign-up line is probably now turned into the awards line, as our incredible crew, once again, just when you think they're wrapped up with one job, they're not calling it a day. They're going ahead and picking something else up to do. Big shout out to all of the incredible folks over there at sign-ups and at the awards. Like we said, here on site, going to have some award ceremonies going on here shortly after that final checkered flag. But before we get to that, we got to throw the final green flag. That's right. We're getting ready for Pro Racing, our final moto of the day, Pro A250 and Pro Am Electric, sitting on the starting line. Going to be coming at you here momentarily. All right, well, let's take a look at how things broke down here in race number 1 with our Pro Moto 1 recap. So the MX Trophies race recap breaks down like this. It was all throttle heading into turn number 1. Wasn't sure who it was going to be that grabs it. There were a couple riders up in the fight. Beckwith, Coquinos, but how about it? Robbie Marshall back with us and back up towards the front end of the field. Made some noise early on, but Coquinos would not be denied. Made a quick pass, and at that point, he clicked the nitrous button, hit the afterburners. I'm not sure what he did, but he was gone. That was probably the only bobble that we saw all moto from Justin Coquinos, and I honestly think he was able to get enough distance between himself and the rest of the field in those first couple of laps. I'm not sure anybody else could have tracked him down. So we heard from Ricky Russell, who eventually would finish in that number 2 spot, and he said, man, when I came across the line and couldn't even see who was in front of me, after passing into second, I was like, man, I may just need to save some things, save a little bit of energy for those second motos. It is certainly going to be interesting to see. And don't forget, Justin Coquinos also not only racing in this class, but going 1-1 earlier today in that Moto Tassanari Pro-Am 125 class. So big shout out to Coquinos. And the question is now, Is he going to be able to do it again? There you see Alex Luger on the 303, Ricky Russell and Robbie Marshall just beside him. Rivers Morris hanging out, talking to the riders as well. And you can see one rider pretty far over to the inside. Just trying to see if I could recognize who that was. I can't, spoiler, so we'll see. Maybe they'll grab a hole shot from the inside, make it real easy. But it is definitely going to be fun to watch. Taking a look at our points headed into this round. Like we said, Coquinos, Russell, and then Thorne Devlin grabbing that final spot on the podium. Jigs Fustini and Robbie Marshall rounding out your top five. Colton McQuarrie, Rivers Morris, and Scott Manchester go into battle in your A250 class. And then Matthew Barrientos, Nicholas Hagum, and looks like Brendan Paquin, 1, 2, and 3 out of your A200 class. Cole Johnson, Dustin Clotter, and Alan Adkins, your top 3 out of your A Open. All sitting on the line. And that Pro-Am Open Electric class in the mix there as well. Shout out to our friends at Relic Hearts, providing the music here for the broadcast. And once again, a big shout out to all of you on RacerTV.com. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast coverage. The TBT Racing live drone giving you the eyes in the sky. As won't be long. Should be getting those things fired up. Alex Luger put his helmet on, so it must be getting serious. As coming down to it, riders putting those last little bit of preparations in. Who's done the work between motos? Who's made the adjustments needed? Now, question here, I'm scanning across that front line, and I'm trying to see where Justin Coquinos is lined up at. I saw Gavin Simon right there at the inside. Maybe that's Coquinos. There we go. All right, now I spot. He changed gear on me. That was the problem. He had that neon FXR. It was so nice. He's right next to Alex Luger. But a little more to the outside on this one. So really going to be crucial that he gets the jump that he was talking about. That was the biggest thing that he said in the post-race interview. I think I finally figured out how to start this 450. Let's find out. Because if he gets the jump, this could be over before it gets started. But if he doesn't, it could be very detrimental. And he is in the mix, folks. Here we go. Once again, Robbie Marshall getting a good start. Justin Coquinos couldn't quite tell who that was that grabbed the hole shot. One rider wide open, headed towards the back. And look at those machines just dancing around underneath. Already so different than what we saw from Moto 1. Ricky Russell trying to make a crucial move early on into that number 4 spot. That's the 42 ride out front, leading the way. Robbie Marshall just behind on the 2014 machine he talked about, the same one he grabbed a win with back in 2014. And he's grabbed a couple of wins since then as well. A250 next up on the line. Lined up just a little more over to the outside, it seems like. And here we go. It's a white fender leading them in and out of turn number 1. The 47 getting a solid start into that corner, but went just a little bit wide. Going to funnel into the number 2 spot. Look at that. Cuts all the way back from far right to far left. Maybe vice versa. And then on the rear end, just soaking those bumps up. That was so smooth to watch. Here we go. Next race. A200 and A Open. Let's see, I believe Colton McQuarrie grabbing that first moto win on the Yamaha. You see him just about in the center of your screen, the number 34 ride. Here we go. The final row off and rolling, the final green flag of the day. And, man, that was not the start that Colton McQuarrie was hoping for. I'm not sure what happened right there, but he is dead last coming around turn number 1, so we'll see what the 34 is able to do. Oh, luckily for McQuarrie, a couple of the riders up in front of him are already getting into one another. Meanwhile, Rivers Morris got the inside. Is he going to be able to keep the lead? No. One rider swings around wide. The 434, or 414, excuse me, out front, leading the way. They're off that final row. And they drop down into the woods here for the first lap of the day. Of the moto, I should say. Done quite a few laps here on this course here today. Once again, big shout out to the entire Southwick crew, doing a great job, as well as the JDay staff. Here we go, barreling down that Kirk Caselli Pro line. And somehow Colton McQuarrie has already worked his way almost to the front of his class. He was already battling with the Kawasaki of Rivers Morris. Meanwhile, your leaders making their way through the FMF Extreme section. And that might be your leader. Coquinos might have already done it. I see Marshall. There is Ricky Russell. Jigs Bustini, a solid start as well. Looks like the 42s had some problems to drop back. There's the 16. There is Gavin Simon on the 249. Look like Beckwith checking in as well. So a huge opportunity for Justin Coquinos here in this one. He's in the position now. Can he bring it home? Coquinos a 3:12 on that last lap. If you're thinking, oh my gosh, they've cut their lap times in half. That was an abbreviated lap here, folks. Obviously not running the full motocross track on lap number 1, but it does show that Coquinos has got the pace. He has dropped the hammer. Robbie Marshall, we know, lightning fast off the start, but as we saw in Moto 1, not sure how much Robbie's been training and racing, but looks like maybe just fell off the pace ever so slightly. But Justin Coquinos in a very good spot right now, out front, leading the way. Clean air and some clean air behind him as well. Marshall falling off just a little bit. You see Jigs Bustini trying to make a move around the outside as Coquinos dips out of sight. The TBT Racing Live drone makes its way over towards your lead group. Justin Coquinos gonna hang that right-hand 180, jump back down the hillside. Talking to Justin after that Pro-Am 125 second moto, he said there was one spot in the woods he felt like he was not taking a good line and wanted to adjust that. But besides that, he really liked how he was racing, where he was racing at, and clearly it looks like it's still working here in moto number 2. So made the necessary adjustments, and now trying to make it a 1-1 here today. Look at this. Battle rages on. Looks like a Husky and a Yamaha going at it. And man, it looked like the Yami had it, but the Husky running that tight inside line. Oh, what a drive through that corner. Man, that was perfect execution, especially the second half of that corner. And makes the pass stick. What a move. And that's how you get the job done. You see that lighter colored sand. Not a ton of machines taking that line, but don't need everybody to do it. Just need to know how to do it yourself. Got the job done, makes the pass happen. Now they set their sights on the leaders up ahead. Ricky Russell. And maybe Devlin and then Bustini. You can't quite tell. There's a 16 of Weiss just in front of Gavin Simon. Beckwith
And it looks like was that the 777? That looked like the 77 actually. There is Cooper Jones on the 220 KTM. And once again, just like Taylor Jones said in that first pro moto, this section a lot steeper than it looks. Alex Luger making his way through. Got to be so hard on the bindings. And then this bottom rut has really started to get deep. Probably got some square edges down in it as well. But Justin Kokinos looking great right now as we hop on board the Fox FPV drone. Trying to see who we're watching battle. How about it? Dodging those trees right there. We are going to work. I'd say what my heart rate's going up just watching this drone footage here. These guys are going to work. I believe this is Jigs Fustini just in front of us, putting the pressure on the KTM. All right, there is Kokinos, the 444. Throttle twist as far as it could go. And looking like Russell starting to creep forward now as well. Jigs Fustini trying to make something happen and needs to do it now as these riders continue to try to stretch things out. You don't want to wait until you're already in lap traffic. There is Kokinos. And then Marshall and Russell going at it. Robbie Marshall still holding on to that number 2 spot. Whoa, actually gets to that section a bit cleaner than Ricky Russell. Here comes Jigs Fustini. So cool to see how technical those guys are through there. Even that second double they're doing, they've got to almost perfectly downside it, land just past that log to be able to get the suspension compressed and set up for that next one. Very technical and a lot of timing involved with that as well. Kokinos, Marshall, Russell, Devlin, Fustini, all sub. Let's see here. There we go. So Kokinos, Marshall, Russell, and Devlin, the updated lap times here. It's still Kokinos a bit faster than even Ricky Russell, 7 seconds faster on that last lap. So that's what we talked about with the difference. Justin Kokinos, Robbie Marshall, Ricky Russell, Thorne Devlin, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Jigs Fustini in 5. Kyle Hangos in 6. Gavin Simon, Robert Weiss, Taylor Beckwith, and Colton McQuarrie. Your top 10 so far as we jump back to the 444. Out front leading the way, Justin Kokinos. This is what Justin's been working for all season long. TBT Racing live drone showing just how chewed up and beat up this course has gotten. Been a great day of intense racing. Ricky Russell putting in the work. Ricky Russell, a proud papa now. Big congratulations to Ricky Russell. And as we've heard from many of our riders that, kind of growing into a family and having children of their own, it definitely changes the way they go about training, the way they appreciate things as well. So we were able to catch up with Ricky a little earlier and talk to him about what it's like being a new proud papa.
It's exciting. We know it's a boy already, so really excited about that too. Every father wants a boy at first, but I mean, I would have been happy with a girl too, but I'm just stoked that I can have a little boy and hopefully get him on a little bike soon. And yeah, just watching all my friends have kids over the years and seeing them grow up, and it's just really cool to actually have my own on the way.
Okay, that makes a little more sense. I kind of felt bad. I was like, did I miss Ricky? Like, I knew they had the pregnancy announcement, but did I miss the birth? So, okay, and expecting proud papa here, and already you can see beaming with pride there. So really excited to see
Ricky kind of take that next chapter in life. That's something that's so cool, and we talk about it some, but oftentimes on the broadcast we just don't get to. But it's really cool to learn, and get to know these athletes as individuals as well as, supernatural human beings, it seems like, on some of these obstacles. So really, really cool to hear there from Ricky. And like we said, wishing him the best. I'm sure, I believe he said his wife was back at home watching. So congrats to both of you. And right now, Ricky doing great right now. Worked his way up to the number 2 spot there in Moto number 1, and is in a perfect spot here in Moto 2 to at least do that again, if not be able to chase down Kokinos. So Kokinos handling business right now, as there is the 101 ride making his way back down. We jump back on board, and wait a second, looks like we may have had a pass. Ricky Russell might have made it happen, and I think he has. Fox FPV drone. Now Justin Kokinos, Ricky Russell, and Robbie Marshall, 1, 2, and 3. How about it? The Sheriff, Robbie Marshall, here at the Wick. Wicked fast right now. I love it. Robbie come down to the Carolinas, done some work at a couple of local tracks. The guy is, I believe as the kids say, he's a vibe, all right? He's such a good time, and always just a ton of fun. Loves the ride. You heard in his interview there from Moto 1 talking about the 2014 Steed that he is racing, and really goes to show, 2014 or not, definitely still capable of getting the job done. An impressive ride nonetheless. Kokinos, another lap in the books here. The fans, the families, and the flashbulbs all starting to get their way over towards the finish line as well. They know this is going to be a big moment. Kokinos, a Massachusetts native, and really has, I'll say it, has had to step up here in 2026. I think the growth of the series, the introduction of some new riders, he's been pretty open about it. He kind of had to figure some things out, and man, it doesn't seem like he has. Obviously, I know very comfortable here at Southwick. He's had some great performances, qualified for some pro motocrosses. He's definitely comfortable here, but man, I'm sorry, I don't care how comfortable you are. You don't just comfort your way into a ride like this, especially now going on 4 motos. Kokinos, this time it's not 7 seconds, though. It's only 2 seconds faster than Ricky Russell. So we'll see whether or not the Kawasaki is able to figure that out. Looking back just a bit more. I believe that might have been Beckwith getting kind of cindy through the tail end of the extreme section. Well, we talked about Robbie Marshall. He's a local legend, and he's the owner of Crow Hill, as well as a big part of the family here at Southwick. And we were able to talk to him this weekend, talk about how good it is to be back here at the Wick.
Every year when it was the local series, sometimes 2 rounds. Already had 2 of the local series this year. And we've just been running the family business there for a long time. Off-road guys, moto guys, everybody kind of getting into it. And it always hosts, Southwick and there is usually the 2 bigger JDays of the older series. So we mix it up a little bit. This place is a lot of the same material. We got some sand and loam and rocky stuff and all kinds of different stuff. So it kind of favors a little bit different riders. Where here a little bit more of the moto guys have more of a fighting chance out here. So.
A lot of local history and a lot of riders kind of growing up here. We've talked about the local lines and just the comfort of being here. Gavin Simon, another one of those riders we caught up with a bit earlier. He's got plenty of time and experience here on Southwick as well.
Probably like Mini A, honestly, way back. I think there's GoPros of me on YouTube, like, I think when I was on a Super Mini, and yeah, I've been racing here since I was in Mini A class at JDay, so I don't even know how long ago that is. A long time ago.
So a lot to be said about the comfort here. Tell you what, looking comfortable right now. Colton McQuarrie, he's getting some cheers on from the fans there. That might be a buddy of Colton's. I don't know. I tell you what, if you're thinking, you know, Colton goes, he races, and then goes, hangs out at the camper. Whoa, no footer. Freestyle points don't count here, I've come to find out. Man, that guy was getting cindy. Yeah, let's see if we can get a replay on that one. That was, I'm not going to say the fastest way, but it might have been the funnest. He was going through there. See, maybe coming up off the double. Now take a look at this. Full extension. I mean, that's not quite locking the knees out, but I'll give him at least a 9 on that one. And then at this point, I think he's just, forget it. I'm going to sit down, and I'm going to just send it over every one of the logs. And he did just that. So, again, it's a 9.1 in my book, but unfortunately does not add to the moto tally. But good to see Ryder still out there having fun. Yeah, talk about having fun right now. Probably not trying to think about it, probably trying to stay in the moment. You know how the riders say, can't get too ahead of myself, but what a ride right now for Justin Coquinos. Really looking solid. I said it a bit earlier, I'll say it again, you know, talking to Justin in the 2025 series banquet, he talked about, you know, I was a motocrosser growing up. I felt like that was, you know, really my prime and my focus, and then started racing JDays. I had some work to do, and he was talking about long evenings out in the snow, in the ice, in the dark, out there with his girlfriend, strapping a headlight on, doing whatever it took to get the motos in. And we saw it come down to right here at Southwick last year for the grand finale between himself and Brandon Gregoire, able to walk away and get the job done. And here in 2026, once again, Coquinos has had to step up to the challenge, and he's done just that. And at least here at round number 6, man, got to be beyond proud of the performance here today as 3 laps in the books. Oh, wait a second. Coquinos, hang on now. Now, this could be a huge shakeup here. I'm not sure what the gap was. He gets the bike fired right back up. Still on the charge. And again, kind of a unique spot to go down. We'll see whether or not we can get any kind of replay on there. It was actually kind of nice to be on the FPV drone. But, man, it just goes to show sometimes it's not the big logs or the big bumps. It's something simple like going into a corner, catching a square edge. Ribu Fustini talked about that. Let's see if we can get a replay on that. Maybe break down exactly what happened. I'm not sure if maybe caught an edge. Once again, we see the front end kind of do a little swapping right there. Let's take a look here. Comes through up on the pegs. And, yep, just starts to slide in just a little bit. That front end starts to wash, and then it catches. Just like Ricky was talking about with us earlier, when you start to slide on something like hard clay, you know, that's no big deal. But with the sand, it starts to pack up, and it gets to a point where all of a sudden it stops sliding. And when it catches, you're just along for the ride. So almost tasted the bottom of his Tech 10s or whatever boots he's wearing. Didn't quite see that. But nonetheless, Coquinos picks it right back up. Now, I'm sure the Garmin probably showing a spike in the heart rate. The question is, what is the gap? I'm not seeing Ricky Russell behind him, so I still think he's in a good position and got enough of a lead to kind of maintain. But, whew, what a moment there for Justin Coquinos. Just goes to show anything possible. Taking a look here at the Yamaha finish line, not seeing a white flag. So Coquinos still got a couple laps to go. As once again, now taking a look here. Taking a look, Cole Johnson, Justin Clotter, and Alan Atkins out of the open class, sitting inside the top 3. Watching the 42 machine make their way through. And watching Coquinos now back on track. Still very, very much in control of this. You see a lap rider choosing to just get out of the way altogether, not wanting to affect the race at all. Ooh, I'm telling you what, though, he is charging on this one. I'm not sure how much time he lost, but he wants it back. Coquinos letting it eat right now on the big 450. Matthew Barrientos leads the way out of your A200 class. Like we said, Cole Johnson on the 47 checks in out front as well. There is the 399 on your screen, making his way through. That was actually a really smooth drive through there. That line's kind of chewed out just right. Colton McQuarrie leads the way in your A250 class. Rivers Morris, another solid run in that second place spot as well. Scott Manchester rounding out your top three. Sean Kelleher back there in the number 4 spot. I'm not sure if there's any relation to the man, the myth, the scary guy himself, Shane Kelleher. I know Shane, not sure if he's ever done any JDays, but I know he's around the local area up from the Northeast, and if I'm not sure if I'm not mistaken, he's rocking the big number 1 out at Loretta Lynn's right now. But even if it's not, we've got A. Kelleher out here, and we've got a fight on our hands. Ricky Russell maybe smelling a bit of blood in the water. Shout out to Robbie Marshall, though, still solid inside that top 3. Purple mohawk and a pizza shirt. Is that pizza gear? I got to find that guy later. Jake Spustini in the number 4 spot, and then Thorne Devlin still showing inside that top 5. There he is, Devlin working his way back down the hill. And a very solid run from that rider as well. So Ricky Russell on the fight, pushing his way through lap traffic as well, trying to catch a glimpse of your leader. Meanwhile, there is Rivers Morris. Now, Rivers Morris running in that number 2 spot in class, but Rivers been very solid throughout the season and really been pushing hard here. And Russell saw a little dab of the foot there as well. So once again, our riders pushing it and trading mistakes because of it. That's something that Ricky mentioned in his post-race interview as well. Felt like he was overriding the bike a bit in moto number 1, trying to work up from a bad start. Right now, kind of trying to find the balance. He's got to push the pace if he wants to close in on Coquinos, but doesn't want to force any unnecessary mistakes here. Good little adjustment right there to get around a lap rider. Made a quick pass pretty much the second he was able to. And Russell, one of the bigger riders in the field here. I don't look up to a lot of riders when they're standing next to me on the podium, but Ricky, especially in a pair of boots, definitely one of the taller ones. Out of Duval, Washington. He talked about the heat and humidity that we've got out here today as well. Maybe not giving him fits, but certainly he's feeling it. That's the distance, folks. That is the gap for the overall here in the pro class. Watching Justin Coquinos make his way through. And am not seeing a white flag. Marshall, and now Jake Spustini also very close as well. So battles for all spots on the podium. Once again, catching Rivers Morris here on screen. We were able to catch up with Rivers a little bit earlier this weekend.
Definitely the moto side. Hopefully this weekend, since the woods is more open and not as technical as the past ones, hopefully there'll be more of an advantage. But yeah, I just learned that Colin's in my class earlier, so definitely has more competition with a 15-year-old chipping at me all day long. Track is exactly what I expected out of it. Big hills out on the moto track, a lot of big dozier burns down. Hopefully he's still there by the pro moto, not blown out. And the woods look sick. The Kurt Caselli section definitely looks like it'll get chewed up by the end of the day, but I already got a line figured out, so hopefully it gets rough. I like it rough, so hopefully it gets rough fast.
Watch out now, Rivers. You know what you said. All right, Rivers Morris, though, he may not be lying. Look at him. This is some of the roughest we have seen conditions all weekend long. He's continued to put the pressure on. Take a look at your Luxon lap times. To 34 for Justin Coquino, still showing a bit faster than Ricky Russell. I wonder if Ricky had any mistakes as well that maybe we didn't catch. Robbie Marshall, a 5:47. So Coquinos, Russell, Marshall, Fusini, and Devlin, your top 5. With Beckwith, Simon, Harrington, Weiss, and Abbott rounding out your top 10. Getting down to the final few laps of the weekend here from the Dunlop Southwick GP. Once again, make sure if you guys are not already, you're following at JDay Offroad on social media so you know exactly what is going on, where we're going to be, and when we're going to be there. You don't want to miss it out. The doubleheader Unadilla finale coming up here, and it'll be here before you know it. I'll put it like that as well. So. And then, like I said, tons of information going to be coming in the weeks to come regarding the 2027 schedule. Who all is going to be out there, what all they're going to be doing, where we're going to be at. I can't wait to hear about it. Can't wait for it to drop as well. Seeing Cooper Jones there in the street clothes, that's not what I like to see. Hopefully Jones doing all right. And there went the, looked like the 131 ride. .414, working back down the hillside. And there is Ricky Russell. So we continue to watch and wait and see. Oh, wait a second. I'm getting word from race control. We did not miss Coquinos. That is Marshall and Fustini. There is Justin Coquinos. So hang on, getting confirmation here. He's up on 2 wheels. That was my biggest concern. I do believe he's still out front. So maybe he just missed him and didn't realize it there. FPV drone. Does look like he's already made his way through that section we were just looking at, so. False alarm here, at least for the moment. Coquino's still hanging strong. Oh man, one of those square edges just tossing. Justin on the run. Justin Coquinos. All right, now we're watching. Don't have a clock to go off of, but there is Ricky Russell. Ricky was actually doing a little looking back though as well. I wonder if he is trying to find out where Fustini is at. Let's see. All right, so at this point, he's got a little bit of breathing room as well. Russell can focus forward. Justin Coquinos, your leader. Launching through the extreme section. And watching here at the finish line. White flag waving, ladies and gentlemen. 1 lap left to go. Justin Coquinos 1 lap away. There is Ricky Russell. Only a couple of seconds behind. So how hard can Russell push? here on this final lap. He is still a couple of seconds off the pace of Coquino, so Justin has got something figured out and almost gets taken out by a lap rider. We'll see if we can get a replay on this. Watch this. Justin Coquino's trying to pick his way around some lap riders. We'll see if we can get that replay queued up. All right, so take a look at this. I got Tucker Aldridge in the studio with us. Now, Tucker, watch this. Coquino's going to go way to the outside. Lap rider says, I don't think so, buddy. Tries to put him in the cheap seats.
That's rough.
That is rough, no doubt about it. Now, Tucker, we went 1-1 today in our motos. We're down to the final lap, man. What's Justin got to do to bring this thing home?
You just got to stay smooth.
Keep it wicked at the wick, man. That's what I was looking for. I've been stealing your saying all day long. So Coquino's less than a lap away. Ricky Russell and Jigs Fustini trying to track him down. Russell, I think, the only one with a real chance to maybe do it. But I tell you what, you get a couple more lap riders like that, and things could go wrong in a big way. Looking like that was Russell. Taking some notes out of your book, man. A little over jumping action, right?
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it. No shame. So are we jealous that we're not out on track this late in the day when it's good and rough like this?
I don't know. It all depends on how the conditions are.
Yeah, I was about to say, you guys aren't scared of a little rough. I was about to say any GNCC gets pretty rough for sure.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so let's take a look. Coming down to the nitty-gritty. Russell's has got to check up right there because of lap riders. This is just like Taylor Jones was talking about earlier today. Lappers, it's not just if you're going to catch them, but when and where on the track. That was a big opportunity for Russell. A lot of momentum in that section. Tucker, I'm sure plenty of experience going through some lap traffic as well. How frustrating does that get sometimes?
It's hard when they're coming in groups. Makes it way more difficult than one solo.
Well, and it seems like also you predict, you guys know, especially at your level, you know where people are going to go. And some of those lap riders, you don't know what they're doing out there.
Yeah, they're kind of all over the place.
It gets pretty wild for sure. Just about halfway through this final lap of racing, they tuck back to the top side of the track once again. So if you had to pick one, the wood side or the moto side, what's the physically toughest so far out here, at least in your moto?
Oh, definitely the woods. The woods are definitely, they're rough and they're super fast. You gotta really be consistent during the stage. But it looks like Justin is pretty flowy.
Definitely. You see that handguard dangling. He went for a little bit of a ride earlier, but he jumped right back up. Already had enough of a lead to save it. Now he's trying to get the job done and get the win. I don't know, man. Ricky Russell's right there. This could come down to the wire. It's going to be fun to watch. All about limiting those mistakes. Something like a handguard that's flopping around like that, would that distract you, or do you think?
Sometimes I'm missing both of them. You never know what's going on out there.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I feel like we see that a lot with front fenders as well. Sometimes they start getting loose, start dangling around, and it gets hard to focus on exactly where you're at.
Especially out there at Unadilla.
No kidding, right?
The extreme section.
Yeah, that's what I've been told at least. So, no doubt about it. One more time through the Kurt Caselli Pro line. Coquinos, Russell, Fustini, and Marshall have worked their way through. Devlin, Harrington. Shout out to James Harrington in that number 6 spot. Taylor Beck with Gavin Simon, Colton McQuarrie, and Robert Weiss rounding out your top 10. But this man on the verge of a 1-1 here today. Justin Coquinos trying to work his way one more time towards that FMF Extreme section. Tucker Aldridge, congratulations once again, man. I know you want to go do some celebrating, so I will let you get out of here, but we're going to go enjoy the final checkered flag of the day. Coquinos, a quarter of a lap or so away. A few more corners, and he'll be in that extreme section for the final time. Ricky Russell, maybe 5 seconds or so back. I mean, he's close, but not quite close enough. Here we go. Coquinos in the final few sections of a racetrack. And I'm going ahead and heading down towards the finish line. I want to be able to call this thing live as they take the checkers. All right, here we go, down from the finish line. One more corner to go. 1, 1, 1, 1, 4, 4, 4. It is Justin Coquinos getting the job done, not only in the 125 class, but here in the pro class as well. What a performance. Ricky Russell going to come across the line in the number 2 spot. A fantastic effort from the 212 as well. And then we'll watch to see. Looks like it will be the KTM, the 511 of Jigs Bustini. Going to grab the final podium spot here in Moto number 2 and get the job done. What a performance. Robbie Marshall going to come across the line in the number 4 spot. Absolutely spent. Shout out to the Sheriff on the 2014 Steed, and still able to put her inside the top 5. Spent much of that moto inside the top 3. All right, what about that? Let's get ready to check in with our race winner. 1, 1, 1, 1. That's the way you dream up a day out here at Southwick. Justin Coquinos, you get the job on the 125 and you back it up here on Big Nasty, man. Take us through what it took here in this last moto.
Yeah, I mean, the track was rough, and I knew that it would be, I'd be better off in the second moto than the first one, with the moto track a little bit rougher, and even the woods, honestly, with the bigger the bumps and stuff. But I had a nice, comfortable lead, and like, I don't know if I got just complacent or whatever you want to call it, but had the dumbest crash of my life in a flat turn. I knifed the front, caught the bars to my chest, and almost threw the thing away. So got up, bars were just a little bit twisted, no big deal though, and then got used to it. And yeah, I knew Ricky was going to go right to the finish, so I had to. I was cramping, and I was that stupid fall really made it for a hard moto.
Yeah, I'm not blaming myself, but I was literally just talking about how good you looked, and then you went down. So maybe a little announcer's curse on that one, man, but you managed. Yeah, exactly. I'll take the blame for it, man, especially since you still managed to win. But nonetheless, you managed the gap. Talk about what a day like today feels, man. Absolutely dominating all of your classes. We talked about how hard you've had to work. I talked about what you mentioned out at the banquet, man, the long night, strapping the headlights on. It's been a long journey to get right here where you are.
Yeah, for sure. I knew that I'm comfortable on the 450. It's just getting the thing to start, and then being able to, if I start behind them, it's really hard for me to pass these guys. Ricky, like, these guys are insane, obviously. And so like I said, I think I figured it out. Both starts were pretty good, and yeah, I just feel comfortable on this thing. The woods too, like I really felt good, let alone the moto track. Obviously felt great out there, but yeah, I felt comfortable in the woods too. So it was like you said, it was an awesome day.
A wicked day here at the Wick, man. One more time, who's celebrating with you after such a good performance?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Plastow Power Sports, and Pro Yamaha, Factory Connection, FXR 60, Alpine Star, Gardner Racing, Plastow, or P3 Carbon, Redline Oil, Chris Cannon, Keith Johnson. You know, it's a lot. There's a lot of people out there, so thank you for everyone.
How about it? Justin Coquinos gets the job done, not in one class, but gets the job done in both of them here today. We're going to slide over here. A big props there given from Ricky Russell. And we'll get Ricky up here to the podium. Him and Jigs breaking down the race as well. Well, rough and rowdy. We were a little better off to start, at least. We're up inside the top 5, and you made some quick work of it, man. Take us through that one. What's the heart rate data looking like here?
First moto was the one. I think I spent myself in that one, so struggling out there. But, yeah, better start, just frustrating. Couldn't do something with it. I was, like, right there, but Coquinos was just on fire today. The moto track especially, just kept inching away, and the harder I pushed, the worse I did. So kind of backed her down in the middle, and it sucked because I saw him. He went down, I think, over there, and I got kind of close, and usually that lights a fire in me, and I can usually just go, but I had nothing in the tank, and so it's kind of struggling to catch that little distance, and couldn't do it. So he just kind of got away, and I just managed second at that point.
Hey, well, like you said, man, it's brutal. It's hot. It's humid out here. And it's Southwick. This is definitely not known as a place that's super smooth or easy by any means. Nonetheless, though, 2-2 on the day. Solid points day for sure. Who's celebrating with you?
Oh, yeah, I got to first off thank my wife and my friends and family back home, mom and dad. Linwood Motoplex for helping me this year. SXS, slide plates and handguards, Fusion Graphics, Miracool, Bicon. Just everyone who sticks behind me, FXR, 60, everyone, thank you so much. I'm tired.
Absolutely. Go get rested up. Rough and rowdy. Ricky Russell finishing up in that number 2 spot. And we're going to bring him up here. Moto 2, third place, Jigs Bustini. Getting jiggy with it. Once again, man, a solid day out here at Southwick. Had your sister join us in the booth, call some racing with us, and then you put on a show for us out there on track, man. How you feeling?
It feels good. I'm glad I was able to bounce back second moto. Had a good first moto too, just didn't feel the best, so I'm happy to mentally have a better second moto. So no, I'm stoked on the day. Congrats to Justin, that's awesome, and Ricky was ripping out there. So yeah, everyone's riding so strong, and just overall a good day. So.
Yeah, absolutely. All you guys are at the top of your game, and especially here kind of later in the season, seems like everybody's got everything figured out, so it's really hard to make that time up, but you turn it into a podium finish here in Moto 2. Who's celebrating with you, man? Who do you want to thank?
I like to thank my whole family. Cool to have Johnny O up. I'm actually wicked stoked he's here. I was able to ride at his place when I was little, and he's never been to a race before, so I'm glad I put on a show for him. The whole KTM team, TF Racing Suspension, Dunlop Tires, Alpine Stars, and just everyone who's been with me for all the years, everything's appreciated, so thank you.
There it is, Jigs Bustini, a third place there in that second moto. We'll get ready to head back to the Racer TV studios one more time. All right, let's get ready for that Pro Taper Top 10. Justin Coquinos, Ricky Russell, Jigs Bustini, Thorne Devlin, and Robbie Marshall, your top 5. Gavin Simon, James Harrington, Taylor Beckwith, Colton McQuarrie, and Robert Weiss, rounding out your top 10. Whew, what a race it was. I'm out of breath after just watching that thing. What an impressive ride. And if you missed it, here's how it all broke down. The MX Trophies race recap. Once again, big shout out to Relic Hearts for providing the background tunes. And these guys took center stage. 42 machine off to an early start, but quickly was kind of shuffled back just outside the top 3. Robbie Marshall once again puts himself up in the front. Justin Coquinos, and then Ricky Russell and Thorne Devlin in the mix. Robbie Marshall putting up a good fight. We had some freestyle action going on out there. He did not get the memo that the freestyle points don't count, but nonetheless, we gave him a 9.1. The 444, though, let it all hang out when it mattered most, and he said he knew it was going to take everything they had. He knew Ricky Russell is not the kind of guy to quit. He's not going to stop until he's past the checkered flag. So after the mid-race mistake, you see the FMF pit board out there for Coquinos, trying to find a flow, keep the pace going. He picks himself back up and continues to manage the gap one more time, looking back over the shoulder. And when it came down to it, the 444 of Justin Coquinos keeps it perfect here today with a 1-1 finish in your pro class. And gets the job done to close out the day. What an incredible day of racing. You could say a wicked day here at the Wick. But that is far from over here at Racer TV. It's all racing all the time. Let's show you what we've got coming up here on Racer TV. Upcoming schedule looks like this. We've got our JDay doubleheader right at the end of the month, August 29th and 30th from the Unadilla. You don't want to miss it. New Berlin, New York, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. both days. All racing, every lap of the action. I'll be there, and if you can't be there in person, you better be tuned in right here on Racer TV. Additional upcoming broadcast, I am headed right to the airport and headed to the ranch. The Redlands Amateur National coverage brought to you all week long live on Flow Racing. The New York State Amateur Championship, August 22nd and 23rd, will be live on Racer TV here from High Voltage Hills. And then, of course, like we said, that JDay doubleheader going to be right here on Racer TV as well, August 29th and 30th. Go ahead, mark the calendar. If you're on YouTube right now, click the notifications, click the subscribe button so you know exactly when we're going live and you don't miss a lap of the action.
Once again, a ton of thank yous to hand out here today, starting with our executive producer, Carrie Russell, our event promoter, Ethan Broach, OPAG, our producer and operations producer, Adam Gordon, our producer, Jack Renner, our director, Nick Vosberg, our replay operator, Morgan McClincy, our graphics operator, Johnny Baker, our audio engineer, Brian Wall, our utility operators, Cameron Lehman and Dakota Anderson, our engineer in charge, and, of course, all of our incredible camera operators. For all of us here from JDay, I'm Zach Herron. We'll see you guys next time right here on Racer TV.